I say that this story starts okay, but it drastically keeps improving. By 15 minutes in at the field scene is already a masterpiece, like hard as fuck. It also has one of the thickest creatures like this fairy commander and this muscle mommy, but I'm just saying this because it isn't your normal manhwa where the protagonist is unbeatable by chapter 3. See, this boy has been wielding a sword since he was young, learning swordsmanship from a retired mercenary in his village. The guy said that Incred had an incredible talent. If he's that good at such a young age, he can become a knight. With that, his dream began. The dream to become a knight who can finish a war by himself. He left the village with that dream in mind, but fast forward to a bar. Some guys are laughing, saying that the newbie was fucking funny. How can someone be so scared and at the same time dream of becoming a knight? That was the day this boy found out that his talent was average, but he's not the type of guy who just gives up. Time passes, and he believes that with effort and training he will one day overcome it all. He stabs another creature and gains more experience in battle. He was going to become the so-called end knight, but with a single strike, someone sent his sword flying. The tip hits his belly, and with that his dreams shatter because this young boy was 12 years old and was just starting to learn swordsmanship, but was already able to win against him with ease since he had incredible natural talent. That's when he understood that his hard work was all in vain. In despair he fell, asking if there was really no way out. But this is a guy with a strong mindset. So the next day he was back at training, spending several more hours. This guy is Rock Lee. If Rock Lee used swords, swinging at the tree thousands and thousands of times a day to the point where the iron was vibrating by itself, the sun would rise. He would once again pick up his sword and get back to training. If he couldn't be the strongest of all, he would be the most experienced of all. And now, 3 years later, he's the commander of an average squad. After a whole life of dedication, this is as far as he can get. He asks one of his friends to spar with him because he knows that there is a huge battle coming. We're talking thousands of swords and his group is one of the weakest. Fast forward to the middle of the battle as the soldiers are raging and screaming. As the protagonist finishes off a guy on the ground, another one comes to pierce his face. He looks to the side and skillfully dodges. Another one tries to hit him from behind, but he blocks with a shield. Then he looks to the side and sees one of his teammates screaming. He knows that this guy was about to die from an arrow coming from the sky, so he gets in front of him and blocks it. His friend is still surprised when another one comes from behind to stab him, but the MC pushes him aside and cuts off the guy's head. With that, he hears the scream that he's been waiting for. A body hits the ground and the guy swings his sword. This is the bastard that he has to kill. They stand face to face and our boy swears that this time he will kill this guy and survive. In a flashback, he remembers that one of his teammates told him if he wants to survive, he needs to keep his eyes open even when the weapon is already touching his neck. Like a beast, he should not know what death means, so he shouldn't fear it until the last second. The enemy in front of him thrusts his sword forward, and the MC observes death coming at him. He shouldn't be afraid of that because death makes him stronger, so he skillfully dodges it. For the first time, he had a chance against this guy, so he turns around for a counterattack, but the guy does an unorthodox grip on his sword and stabs it deep into his throat. Blood gushes out, and then his body falls to the floor. The next second, a boat passes by him. Death says that he should give up, accept his weakness with ease, and come to the boat. But he smiles, saying that that day will never come. So with that, his loop restarts, because, see, that fight against that guy was not his first one or second or third. It was actually the 20th time that he has died in this battlefield. Even though he is the weakest, he's the only one who would never accept death. When he died for the first time and woke up, he thought it was just a déjà vu, that he was dreaming about dying in the battlefield. So he stepped into the same war again and died again. The second, third, and fourth time, every day would start with the same guy clanking the pans, and the sensation of the enemy's sword piercing his body would never go away. The day kept repeating. He had to keep facing the same guy. And after the 12th death, he gets up and tells his friend that there are bugs in his boots. The protagonist says he'll challenge it again. The story jumps back into battle, and now he's already on his 33rd life. He dodges the thrust again, and when the soldier turns to keep attacking, Encred tries to dodge, but he's still too slow, and his throat gets cut. He drops to his knees. As he falls, a necklace slips off him. Encred remembers that during his days as a mercenary, he took down plenty of monsters. One day, a small village asked for help, and he accepted because protecting the weak is what a knight should do. Afterward, the village elder said they were poor and offered him something. It turned out to be a charm. For risking his life, it felt like a joke, but the elder claimed it could grant a desperate wish. Encred starts to wonder if that charm is why he's stuck repeating this day. The soldier who stabbed him says he must be suffering and offers a merciful death. MC thinks, mercy my ass. It's obvious the man is enjoying killing him. Then he finishes Encred off. The pots and pans ring out again. This time he tells Rem he put the bug in his boot himself. Rem asks if he's gone crazy this early in the morning. The protagonist tells him to stop yelling and come outside. He wants to learn the heart of the beast. Rem swings his axe and Encred keeps his eyes on it and dodges. Rem is thrown off, asking how MC suddenly stopped flinching. MC says he trained. Rem doesn't buy that, saying nobody changes that fast, and there's no way someone else taught his family technique. Encred replies that he picked it up by chance. Then he grabs some weapons and asks for a spar. Rem looks at him, then grins, and says that sounds good. He attacks and Encred avoids it. After a while, Rem asks how long he plans to keep dodging. Even while moving in, he slips past another swing. He says the only sword style he knows is the Volan mercenary technique. the one people call a cheap trick. Encred starts to lose his footing, and Rem jumps in. The protagonist recovers in time and gets ready for the leap. Rem notices that, and just like the soldier Encred always fights, MC thrusts his sword toward Rem, but Rem smacks it out of his hands. The sword skids across the ground and he says even if it's only for a moment. He copied that bastard's thrust. Encred says his body already remembers it. Rem tells him that move should have made him bleed. Out of everything the protagonist has shown so far, that stab was actually pretty good. Rem even starts giving him pointers to sharpen it. He warns that if Encred keeps doubting himself, nothing good will come of it. Instead, he needs to focus on the next move, not his own fear. That's how he keeps hold of his sword, even if he says it in his own rough way. MC looks at him and says that messy explanation still made perfect sense. The gap between his thrust and the soldier's was confidence. Encred didn't trust his own blade, and the soldier kills him again. Once more, he talks about mercy and drives the sword into him. Then it's back to training with Rem, who sends his sword flying again. The soldier kills Encred again, and he goes right back to sparring with Rem. He says he'll keep repeating this cruel loop, one step at a time, even if those steps are tiny. He dies again, and by now he's on his 111th life, but it's still not enough. Then it jumps to his 123rd life, where that sword is at his throat yet again. In the next round, Encred yells as he attacks Rem, and this time he actually forces Rem's axe back with the same thrust that kept killing him. Rem stares at him and asks if he's insane. Encred's hand starts bleeding, and Rem points out it's pouring blood. He asks why the protagonist is laughing like a lunatic, but the protagonist is thrilled. He finally mastered the stab. Now he's back on the battlefield, facing the enemy he hates most. MC thrusts at the soldier, and now that he's learned the move, it scrapes across the man's helmet. The soldier thrusts too, and his blade still punches into Encred's throat. He says his first trade with that stab failed, but he refused to blink or loosen his grip. He drops to the ground with his sword still in hand. The soldier plants a foot on his chest and grins, saying he looks like he's in agony. Then he repeats that same line about showing mercy. Encred tells him tomorrow he'll kill him. The soldier laughs, saying the dead don't get a tomorrow, and finishes him off. A bug crawls out of Rem's shoe, but Encred crushes it. He says he saw it fly in there. Rem thanks him, and the protagonist says if he's really grateful, he can take over guard duty. Rem wonders why he's ordering him around so casually. Then we meet another squad member, Big Eyes. MC tells him to get a shield, armor, and a dagger. He'll pay later. Big Eyes is shocked but agrees since Encred is his boss. Rem asks if he has always been this bossy, and Encred says they usually dump their work on him anyway. More squad members show up, and Rem says the protagonist is really acting strange today. He's usually not this tense. Soon, Encred is back to stabbing at the tree. He says every death brought unbelievable pain. He wonders what happens if he still can't win after tens of thousands of tries. Could he run away and live? If he escaped, would tomorrow finally come? Or would this same day repeat again? He even wonders if he should just settle for the strength he's already gained. But then he tells himself to stop acting weak. He will never quit. He'll break through this wall and see what's beyond it. So he drives his blade into the tree again and again, swearing he won't waste this gift of repeating his life. At last, he splits the tree in two. After that, he puts on all his gear and gets ready for the battle, fully believing he'll win today. The war horn sounds, and Encred leads his squad into battle. As the fight begins, MC says the only reason he's made it this far is luck, preparation, and keeping calm. An enemy rushes him from behind, but Encred blocks and cuts his head off. Another swings at his leg, but the shin guard stops it, and he smashes his skull. A third man throws an axe from behind, and the protagonist dodges it, then hurls his own weapon back at him. He says he can only do all this because of the lives he's repeated here. He spots Krang screaming and blocks the arrow meant for him, just like before. Then he takes down the attacker. Now it's time to face the wall in front of him. The soldier glares back, and the two lock eyes in a tense standoff. Then the soldier charges. Encred blocks, but his shield shatters. He tosses it aside and moves in, catching the next strike with his sword. MC says the soldier is talented, almost a prodigy, but he lacks real battle experience, so he's easy to catch off guard. Encred slams his head into him. That makes the Valen sword style, full of dirty tricks, perfect here. He scoops up dirt with his boot and throws it in the soldier's eyes. As the man panics, he jumps in. The soldier catches it and thrusts at him. The protagonist slips past the blade. The soldier lands from the miss and turns at once for the follow-up. But Encred is ready too, because now he knows everything about that stab. He strikes the enemy blade and shatters it. An archer pulls back his bow and sends an arrow across the battlefield. The soldier drops what's left of his broken sword as Encred moves in to finish him. He thinks he's won, but that arrow is still coming. Just before it hits, an axe smashes it out of the air and Encred drives his sword into the soldier's throat. Rem blocked the arrow. He says he'll crush the archer, but Krang tells him not to waste his strength. The soldier starts to collapse, still staring in disbelief. He looks over the battlefield and sinks to his knees. Encred pants and looks down to see the soldier trembling in fear. He raises his sword and says, "This is mercy," and cuts off the soldier's head. Encred smiles. Just like that, he finally broke through the wall he could never pass. But then someone kicks him in the back, a man with a ponytail. Encred groans in pain and Rem rushes over, shouting that it's a frog. The ponytailed attacker is a frogman. While MC is down, the frogman says he put a lot into that soldier and can't believe he lost. That soldier's nickname is Pervert. The frogman swings and yells for Encred to die, but an axe blocks it as Rem steps in to help. Rem chops down with his axe, but the frogman stops it. The two press in close and trade blow after blow. Another enemy tries to finish Encred, but Krang jumps in and takes his head off. Rem hops back and the frogman does the same. They pause and Rem says if he wants to kill his squad leader, he needs permission first. The frogman asks how a weakling like Encred became commander instead of him. Rem explains that frogs are born for battle, and to kill one you either burn it with magic or take it down in one clean hit. The frogman eyes Rem and wonders why someone like him is on such a tiny battlefield. He says killing Rem would cost him his life too, decides it isn't worth it and walks away. Rem calls him a coward. Krang runs off while carrying Encred, and Rem blocks the soldiers in their path. Another enemy tries to chase them, but one more squad member cuts him off. A whole line of soldiers drops when another ally joins in. Encred's vision starts to blur, and when the order to retreat comes, he shuts his eyes as they fall back. Then he drops into the underworld again, where the boatman says he managed to survive one more day, but only that. Sooner or later he won't be able to bear the walls in his way. Giving up and sinking into despair is supposed to be his fate. Encred rises to his feet, glances at the wall behind him and tells the boatman those walls exist so he can overcome them. The boatman smiles and says he'll be waiting for the day the greed and ambition in Encred's eyes finally go dark. He wakes up wrapped in bandages and Rem says he's in the infirmary tent and slept for 2 whole days. Rem tells him he saved him from the frogman. The protagonist is stunned and says if it really was a frog, he's shocked he lived. Rem asks if Encred remembers calling him his best friend. MC says he never called them friends, and blurts out that Rem is a noble hunter. Rem clamps a hand over his mouth and quickly checks if anyone heard. He says Encred can't just shout other people's secrets when they have nothing to do with him. He says he thought they were best friends, then realizes he's finally made it past that cursed day. We also learn Big Eyes is really named Crace, and he says the protagonist now owes him triple what he spent. MC wonders why Crace is even here and points out he was nowhere in the battle. Crace just smiles and says he'll settle for double as a discount. Krang comes into the infirmary too. Encred asks what he wants, and Krang tosses something at him, saying to use it morning and night. He notes that Krang hates sharing his personal stuff, yet he still gave it to him. We learn the tall monk is named Auden, and he's crying while he prays. Encred tells him he's still alive so he can leave already. That night, the protagonist wonders why they keep taking turns staying with him. Are they actually worried? Then another squad member walks in. He's shocked to see Encred there and asks why he's in the infirmary. It's Ragna. He quickly backs out, and MC thinks there's no way Ragna is worried. He's usually too carefree. Besides him, 2 other soldiers are in the tent. One is a platoon commander who always picks fights with Encred, and the other is a soldier he doesn't know, just staring blankly into space. He starts wondering why that guy is here. When they hear footsteps outside, everyone turns as a long-haired elf woman walks in and asks who commands the 444th squad. Encred is confused, and the other platoon commander calls her a fairy. She asks what unit he's with, and he says his name is Vancinto, 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd company. She asks if his company trained him to greet people by pointing out their race. He apologizes and Encred figures she must be the new 4th company commander. Then he says he's the commander she wants. She says she's heard he's handling his difficult squad well, and she expects good work from him. The protagonist is surprised she came all the way here just to say that. As she turns to leave, she asks for the young soldier's name. He answers Krang, but sounds suspicious about it. Encred wonders if he just made that up, thinks his attitude is bad too, and starts wondering if he's a noble. The commander gives MC one last look before walking away. He has no idea what's happening. Later he says most of the pain has faded and wonders if he should start training again. Vengeance asks where he's headed and Encred says the training grounds. Vengeance calls him an idiot, saying a bottom-ranked soldier shouldn't act so tough. The noble stays quiet. The protagonist says he needs to replay the last battle in his head. He paid a lot to learn that skill as a kid. Then he thinks about his last move failing. Betting everything on one attack is too risky. He compares it to how Rem strikes are all meant to kill. Then the noble from the infirmary says he's been working hard. Caught off guard, Encred says he doesn't fully get it either. His hands kept twitching in the barracks and now he keeps zoning out. He explains that he was training his grip while replaying the fight. When the man asks why, MC says it's to stay alive. The noble asks if he's trying to become something by surviving. He doesn't want to answer because people always laugh at his dream. Still, he looks up and lifts his sword, saying he wants to become a knight. The noble is shocked and Encred realizes it's the first time someone heard that dream without laughing. The man says he'd forgotten, but that just made him remember something. Now he knows what he has to do. Encred watches him go, and the man tells him that if he really becomes a knight, he should remember his name. Back at camp, a bard sings while the soldiers talk about Cyprus, the hero of the battle. Vengeance complains about breakfast, asking if they're planning to feed them nothing. Encred takes a walk instead of training, and Jackson asks how his wounds are. The protagonist says the medicine worked great, and thanks him. Jackson tells him that if he's thankful, he should hurry back. That night, the noble tells him good night, and MC answers the same. Vengeance wants no part of any of it. Encred figures the whole day was spent doing nothing. Then he hears the bard again and wonders if he was here this morning too. Vengeance repeats the exact same line about the morning rations. That's when he understands what it means. He jerks upright, saying this can't be happening. But Jackson asks about his injuries again, and Encred gives him the same answer as before, only to hear the same reply back. That proves he's stuck in a loop again. He remembers the boatman talking about the next wall. Then Encred wonders if he died in his sleep without even noticing. He says this feels worse than dying on the battlefield, but it only hardens his resolve because he's been given another trial to beat. That night again, he tries to figure out who killed him and why. The only one who should be able to get in would be a knight, so he guesses it's an assassin hiding among them. He remembers the commander saying a fairy is light and quick, perfect for killing in secret. That makes him wonder if she visited just to scout the place first. He decides to confirm it. There's only one way into the barracks, so if he spots her, he can scream and wake everyone. All he has to do is wait for the assassin, but a needle suddenly pierces his throat. He turns, stunned. He never saw them coming. Pain cuts through him, and he can only choke out a sound before falling from the bed. He realizes it's a numbing poison, then sees Vengeance with a needle in his throat too. Someone is also standing over Krang. Encred finally spots the assassin, who lifts a blade over Krang and drives it into him, killing him right away. Then another person cuts their way into the tent, a second assassin. Encred looks up and sees the commander, realizing it really was her, the leader of the 4th company. He wakes to the bard's song again, saying this is already his 3rd try. He still couldn't sense them at all, so this won't be easy. And with the company leader involved, even stopping the first assassin wouldn't help. There's no way he can fight her after. He feels completely helpless. It reminds him of how he felt a few days ago against Pervert, but he still found a way and killed him in the end. So if he keeps going, he'll find another path to win. He yanks the blanket off Vengeance, who snaps that he's insane. Encred says he was wrong to only watch the inside of the base. They need to be careful of attacks from outside too. Vengeance mocks him, asking if today's training is hunting cockroaches. He says that suits a lowlife like him. The protagonist says he's happy Vengeance cares so much, which only annoys him more because he was being sarcastic. MC sighs and says he was too. Krang asks if they're arguing again and says maybe he should come back later. Encred tells him it's fine and Vengeance lies back down. He says Krang is clearly the real target and wonders who he really is, because something about him feels off. Still, he doesn't want to pry into Krang's past if Krang doesn't want to talk, just like the others in his squad. But now he's caught up in this too, so Encred goes ahead and bluntly asks what he is. Krang freezes and the protagonist immediately wonders if he said that wrong. Krang awkwardly says that's not something he can explain. Encred asks why, and Krang only says it's a long story. MC pauses, then says that makes sense. Vengeance loses it, asking why he'd accept such a garbage answer. If he was going to let it slide anyway, why even ask? He adds that Krang clearly isn't from this kingdom, judging by his manners, and asks what country's spy he is. Krang just stares at him and Vengeance goes quiet. Krang steps closer and says he is not, and never will be, someone who betrays the kingdom. Encred says he can tell from Krang's eyes and the way he moves that he has something like a knight's presence. Vengeance asks if that's any way to speak to a superior. Krang laughs and he says he can't be a real knight since he was helpless against the assassin too. Still, he's definitely hiding something. That night they say goodnight again, and Vengeance clears his throat like he's joining in. Encred wonders if that's because he's scared of Krang. He keeps watching the tent entrance, thinking that if assassins rush in, they'll all die. He sits up and Vengeance asks why he's awake instead of sleeping. Encred warns that assassins are coming soon, so Vengeance better help if he wants to live. Vengeance gives him a disgusted look and says he's completely lost it. Krang smiles at the whole exchange and the protagonist says that's about what he expected. Then a voice asks how he knew, and a poison needle shoots through the tent wall into his throat. Encred is shocked. They were already inside. He reaches for his sword, but the assassin rushes in and kills Vengeance, then stabs Krang through the chest and Encred dies too. He wakes for the 4th time and realizes that without proof, no one will help him stop the assassins. So he tries warning the higher-ups, but one of them tells him to shut up and get out. Next, MC decides to predict the moment they attack. Then he hears a scream, the entrance flap shifts in the wind, and he wonders if this is it. He shouts, "Assassin," and gets stabbed in the throat anyway. The blade is pulled free, and blood pours out. Then they rush in through the front entrance. After that, he realizes he has to strike them first before they can act. The problem is, how can he fight someone he can't even detect? In the next loop, he stands guard inside the tent again, and once more they come from behind and stab his throat. He realizes none of this matters unless he can first avoid those poison needles. Then he wakes for the 20th loop. Even now, he still can't do anything against them. Then he starts thinking and smirks he's only died 20 times. First, he needs a way around the poison needle. He spots Jackson sitting nearby, cleaning his dagger, and walks over. This is the key. Encred asks Rem why he calls Jackson a perverted wild cat, and Rem says it's because he's a total pervert. He always hits from behind and slips away. Just like a sneaky wild cat, Jackson notices him and asks if his injuries are better. Encred thinks Jackson would definitely beat the assassins, but he can't bring him along. He has no rank to order him around, and this is a wall the protagonist has to cross himself. So he asks what he'd need to do to stop himself from getting assassinated. Jackson thinks for a moment and says he doesn't know. No one has ever survived one of his ambushes. That tells Encred he's asking the right person. Then he asks again if someone like Jackson tried to stab him from behind, how could he stop it? Jackson thinks it over and says the same thing, nobody's ever lived through that. But MC still looks set on finding an answer. Jackson keeps thinking, then lets out a long sigh and says Encred would need eyes on the back of his head. He asks what that's supposed to mean. Jackson says the timing is perfect, and asks if he notices the wagon behind him. The protagonist asks where, and Jackson points behind the tents. Encred wonders how he noticed something that far away, asking if he really does have eyes in the back of his head. Jackson says the wagon is about to break apart, and then the wheel comes off and it tips over. MC is stunned, asking if Jackson can see the future. Jackson says no, he just spent too much time with that barbarian. When he tells him to stop joking and explain, he does. Jackson points to his ear and says it's sound. He heard the axle creaking. If you can hear the things around you, you can guess what comes next. Encred is amazed. He didn't even hear the wagon at all. Jackson explains that you don't need sight to feel what's around you. You keep listening, sharpen your senses, and learn to pick one sound out from the rest. The protagonist says that was actually a good explanation, especially since Jackson used to be too lazy to answer him at all. Jackson says that's just how he is, but helping like this is still better than having MC glued to him, and lately he seems way too stubborn to quit anyway. That night, Encred lies in bed and says he's run into his second wall, death without a face. If he can sense the assassin, he can live. So he focuses on his hearing and picks up the patrol's footsteps and the crackle of torches outside. The assassin rushes in, but Encred still doesn't hear him. He wonders where the attack is coming from. The assassin lands, but he still can't sense a thing. Then the assassin disappears. A needle suddenly shoots into Encred's throat. He snaps his eyes open, already knowing he failed again. The next morning, he wakes to that same chant about Cyprus. He says he still hasn't moved forward at all, but his body remembers every attempt. That includes drawing out the beast's heart and the feeling of that stab. Jackson explains that sound tells you a lot. From how loud it is and where it comes from, you can tell where something is, and once you can catch faint, distant noises, your ears start working like another set of eyes. Jackson snaps his fingers and says sound is just a wave, spreading out in every direction, even when it's quiet. So with thousands of sounds crashing together, he has to pick out one wave from the rest. Encred starts catching bits of everyone's conversations and realizes how tangled it all is. He needs to separate those sounds and sort them out. He says all the flags sound like one giant flag, then tries to remember how many there really are before shifting his focus to the footsteps nearby and feeling out the sounds around him, starting with the ones he knows and then moving on to the strange ones. Krang calls him Enchi, and Encred opens his eyes while Krang asks what kind of training this is. The protagonist asks about the nickname, and Krang says it's just a shorter version of his name. Enchi doesn't like it but lets it slide. Then he asks what part of this even looks like training when he's just sitting there like an idiot. Krang says he already knows Encred isn't the type to waste time. That night, another needle flies in and hits him in the throat. He turns just in time to see Krang take a stab to the stomach. The assassin attacks again, making Krang cough up blood. By now, this is the 33rd loop, and the 34th goes the same way. He still hears nothing, and Krang dies again. It keeps happening. Encred sits there again and again, forcing himself to listen. He says this wall won't be broken by getting more experience. There won't be some miracle or sudden answer. He just has to repeat it over and over until he can hear the bird. A bird lands on top of a flag and he hears it. If he can catch that, then the assassin's steps should be possible too. He opens his eyes to Krang, who says he's surprised Encred didn't notice him sneaking up. He points out he'd been standing there for a while, and guesses the protagonist is training his senses. After all, he's not someone who wastes time. There's something different in MC's eyes now. The assassin lifts his arm and throws a needle at his throat, but he dodges. He grabs the blade hidden under his pillow and slashes back, making the assassin lose balance in panic and fall over. The man starts sweating, and Encred grins, saying he's not some faceless death anymore. The assassin clenches his teeth and rushes him, calling him a rat. The protagonist realizes this one isn't as skilled as the pervert, so he can handle him. He glances over, worried about the others, and sees Vengeance with a needle in his throat, but Krang is still alive. The assassin charges again, and Encred dodges, reminding himself not to relax just because he's still dealing with a trained killer. Then a dagger comes flying at him. He barely avoids it, but it still slices open his chest. Not wanting to lose the opening, the assassin rushes straight in. The tent is suddenly cut open, and Encred looks over, spots the company commander, and realizes if he doesn't strike first, he'll die, so he thrusts at her. The assassin yells that MC has a guard and sprays poison needles everywhere. He turns, but by then it's too late to stop them from flying toward Krang too. The company commander jumps over Encred's strike and uses her cape to block all the needles. He realizes she wasn't there to kill him. She came to protect him. Either way, this is his chance. He drops low and lunges at the assassin. The assassin tries to defend himself, but the blow knocks his hands aside. Gritting his teeth, he decides to run. He knows he has to get out now. Encred doesn't chase. He just says he can't believe the guy ran like that. Krang sits up and says the assassin was probably after him. The protagonist says he knows, and Krang asks how. Encred says no one would hire an assassin to kill a nobody like him or Vengeance. The company commander agrees and says he thinks fast. As her hand moves toward her sword, MC realizes that even if she helped them, she can't let news of this get out. She plans to leave no witnesses. He grips his blade tighter, but then Krang steps between them and asks her for a favor. He says he doesn't want anyone dying today. Encred has no idea what's happening. When she bows and says, as he wishes, Krang adds that includes vengeance, since he's not dead yet. She says they have an antidote, so he'll live. The protagonist realizes she knows poison well if she could identify it at a glance. Krang says they need to clean this up, because it'll be a headache if people learn an assassin came here. Encred asks if it's enough to leave no trace, then looks at the fire and says there is one easy way. Soon the tent is burning, and soldiers rush over with buckets, shouting that the tent's on fire and that there are 2 survivors. Encred says this way, every trace of the assassin is gone, and the rest will be handled. Later, Krang stands with the company commander. She says if MC hadn't slowed the assassin down, Krang would have died. Then she asks if that's why he changed his mind. Krang says yes, and asks if she agrees he is interesting, but she only looks away. Krang says he's been trying to avoid this, then remembers how hard Encred trained every morning. He smiles and says the protagonist's drive must have rubbed off on him. They'll meet again, each in their own role. A scythe rises from the water, then quickly fades as he sees the boatman instead. The boatman tells him they'll meet again, and Encred answers, anytime. He says he survived the second wall and woke up the next day. He can sense most things now, but he still couldn't sense the company commander, so he still has a long way to go. Encred adds that luckily he wasn't badly hurt, so he can head back right away. Vengeance asks if MC saved him from the fire and why. He wonders why he's getting attitude for saving him and why Vengeance hates him so much. He simply says it's because they're comrades. He doesn't need any other reason. Vengeance looks away, a little guilty, and says that after everything he's done to the protagonist, that's still way too selfless. Then he asks if MC is heading back to his squad. MC says yes, and Vengeance warns him he's out of luck. The mood there is awful. He asks why, and Vengeance says rumors are spreading that the whole base is cursed. Someone from the protagonist's squad shouts at Rem, calling him an underdeveloped monkey and shoving him. Rem looks thrilled, and everyone else starts running, saying the squad is fighting again, as Rem lifts the guy up and slams him into a table. The man swings back at Rem, but Rem dodges and answers with a hard right to the face, then pulls out his axes and says he'll decorate his skull with them. The other guy draws his sword and says he'll cut Rem in half. Encred finally arrives and says maybe the base really is cursed, because these idiots sure feel like his curse. He sighs and tells them to stop it. They say they thought he died, and MC says he didn't, but they might drive him insane. 4 days after returning to his squad, he is in bed when he opens his eyes and finds Jackson standing over him. Jackson says he was trying to leave quietly and asks if he woke him. The protagonist says no, he was getting up to train anyway. Jackson says the protagonist only started recently, but he's already become a great listener. MC says he's been working at it, and Jackson tells him to keep going because it'll help one day. There aren't many battles right now, and with winter getting closer, the best thing he can do is focus fully on pushing his body harder in training. While doing one-arm pull-ups on a tree, someone greets him. Encred looks down and sees a rock, and under it is Odd. He asks if he is coming back from morning training and says he's staying busy. The protagonist drops the boulder and says this works for him. Odd starts to rise, towering over Encred, and says a trained body is a weapon by itself. It should even take a kick from a frog. But MC is still too skinny, so he needs to keep training. He says Odd is just ridiculously huge, but he'll give it a try. Odd starts talking about the training method he mentioned before, but then they hear trouble in the next tent. Rem is kicking out the same guy he fought earlier, saying it's his duty, and calling him lazy for still being asleep. The man crawls toward his sword, grabs it, and swings while telling Rem to eat his ass. Remin swings back and Encred steps in, asking why they're fighting again. Odd tells them violence solves nothing. Remming says this idiot is trying to starve them. The protagonist says if it's his turn to cook, then just do it, and Ragnar says fine. Rem tries handing him an apron, saying there was no need for all this if he was going to do it anyway. Ragnar knocks the apron away, saying it stinks. Remming sniffs it and says it smells fine. Encred asks if he's so bored that he's starting fights over nothing. Rem admits it is that obvious, the lack of battles is driving him crazy. MC tells him to stop picking on random people and come fight him instead. Later that day, Encred gets kicked in the side, and Rem tells him he needs to take hits better while rushing in again with his axe, knocking his weapon away. The protagonist steadies himself with the heart of the beast, and when Rem attacks again, he knocks it aside and reminds himself to use his hearing to block incoming blows. He keeps applying what he learned through hundreds of deaths and drives a thrust at Rem's face. Rem dodges, though he admits it was a decent try. Then he catches Encred's sword with his axe, pins it there, and grabs his collar using MC's own movement to slam him into the ground. He says he expected more after Encred's recent growth. Still, he asks why he suddenly feels dull. He's seen that same stab plenty of times, so what else has he got? The protagonist pushes himself back up and says he knows he's changed. He can repeat the same thing hundreds of thousands of times. Staring Rem down, he tells him to come again. This time he'll crush him. Remin thinks that even if MC's skills still suck, he never gets tired of that stubborn look in his eyes. A grin spreads across his face as he says Encred can talk like that after he lands even one hit. Then rain starts falling. Both of them look up, caught off guard by how sudden it is. Back in the tent, Encred says the rain comes and goes whenever it feels like it. Remin jokes that at this rate mushrooms are going to grow on his feet. Ragnar is asleep while Odd is praying. Another soldier walks in, asking how many duels he has to cancel because of this rain, and says he almost believes the curse rumors now. He asks what he's talking about, and the man says he hasn't heard. Encred pauses, then says Vancento did mention something about it. The man explains the weather's been strange, casualties are rising, and people keep getting hurt, especially Jackson and Ragnar, who are both injured. Because of that, people started saying the place is cursed. He doesn't buy it, but the crazy weather made the rumor spread faster. Encred says the higher-ups won't ignore something like that. The man asks why he's out in the downpour, and the protagonist says that's the point. Remin asks if he's a stray cat and what this is even supposed to do. Jackson says it's a solid idea and tells MC to keep at it. Remin just scoffs, then starts shouting, asking what Jackson's been teaching him, and since when he cared about the squad leader. As the arguing starts, Odd says there are ways to train inside the tent, even lying down. Ragnar offers to check his stance again. Remin turns and points at them, saying, "Look at these guys," and they all keep staring. Jackson glances over, Odd smiles, and Ragnar keeps staring at Encred's back. Remin says he noticed that. The protagonist keeps looking out of the tent. Elsewhere, in a war room, a man tells the commanders to keep their soldiers under control. He says they need another scouting mission before winter, and asks for ideas on who can fill the missing spots. The ferry commander recommends the 444th squad leader. A man immediately says Encred is kind of dumb and would only slow the scouts down. She argues he might bring unexpected results, and he asks why she thinks that. She says it's just a ferry's instinct. The next day, MC speaks with her, asking why he's being assigned to the scouts. She just glares at him. It cuts back to the man from earlier, asking if Encred somehow upset the company commander. He asks what he could have even done, and the man says he must have. Why else would she choose him specifically? The protagonist wonders if she's trying to kill him now that Krang is gone. Robin asks if he's really going, saying he can help him dodge the order while holding his axe. MC says he can't exactly use an axe on a superior, and unlike Rem, he wouldn't try. Robin says that's not what he meant, and MC warns him not to do it either, especially with his history of violence. Odd prays they don't take him away, and wonders what is wrong with everyone. Ragnar sits up and says he could go instead. The others give him a strange look since they all know he gets lost easily. Jackson says that if Encred scouts through tall grass, he needs to watch for changes in the blades and any signs they've been disturbed. That's the first step to beating an ambush. Rem cuts in saying he told Jackson to stop teaching the protagonist this weird stuff. MC sighs, thinking that once he's gone, nobody will stop them from fighting. He wonders if it's really okay to leave them, but even he knows there's no one better for this job than him. After joining the army, his poor skills kept getting him moved around to fill other spots. This squad was the one place where he finally mattered. When Jackson and Rem both move to attack each other, and Crid steps right between them, catching both by surprise and their attacks stop, he tells them to knock it off. Rem asks if he's brave or just stupid, and Jackson says he should be grateful, otherwise he'd have a hole in his chest. Crid says both of them are too skilled to lose, and compared to them he wouldn't hurt their combat power much. This isn't some sudden pity party. He knows exactly where he stands, and he still has a long way to go. Soon he heads through the woods with the scout unit toward the front. One of them notices the protagonist with his eyes shut and tells him to focus. He says they may share the same rank, but he leads this scout squad, and if Crid has a problem, they can settle it in a fight. His name is Andrew. Another man laughs and asks Andrew if he really thought MC would challenge him, calling the MC an outcast. Andrew smirks and says if he does try, he'll make sure not to hurt him too badly. Then he barks at everyone that a squad only works because of its men, and if they meet the enemy, they'll crush their skulls. The protagonist says they're way too loud and asks if they even know what scouting is. To him, Andrew is too green for this. They find tracks on the ground, and Andrew says they're fresh, neutral tracks. He decides they'll follow them and have barbecue tonight. Cred points out that new move in groups of at least 20, so if Andrew really wants to fight them, what is he even thinking? Another man laughs and says that isn't a new at all. It's a gazelle. He notices MC glaring and says Andrew can be annoying. His name is Henry. Henry used to be a hunter and didn't care much about Cred at first, but after talking with him by chance, the two got close. He starts teaching him hunter basics, which helps a lot, and explains that animals usually make separate trails through the fields. He promises to tell him more tomorrow. That night, Andrew keeps insisting it definitely was a new, and that he needs results more than anything, while the protagonist watches him. The next day, the squad moves out, and as they reach the fields, Andrew says this is the area they're meant to scout, Green Pearl, also known as the absurdly tall grass field. Andrew says they'll cross it, find the enemy group, and bring them back alive as prisoners. The men answer yes, and as they move on, Cred asks if they're really going in there since they're only supposed to recon. Cred says it's the squad leader's order. As they press through the grass, MC thinks this won't be easy. He expected Andrew to give up fast, but he doesn't. That part is surprising, at least Andrew is taking it seriously. Cred notices there's barely any animal droppings, and he asks if that's bad. Cred says yes. If food is everywhere but animals aren't here, something is wrong. A paw suddenly lifts and slams down. A chill runs down Ancred's spine as a panther races through the grass beside him. Their eyes meet, and the protagonist instantly shoves Andrew's head down, warning everyone to stay low. The panther was fleeing something else. A second later, two men are hit in the head by stray shots, and Andrew yells that it's an ambush as enemy troops appear. He orders everyone to run, and the squad bolts. One man gets pinned down, and Andrew is captured. Ancred is stabbed in the chest, and Ancred turns to see the enemy closing in from every side. From what he senses, he's fully surrounded. Ancred keeps running while a crossbow is drawn behind him. He hears it and thinks Jackson's listening technique really is useful, as he dodges a bolt from behind, but then the sounds around him become too much. He can't even make sense of all the noise, though in the end it still helps until spears come flying in and he is quickly impaled. Since they were bound to be ambushed, trying to avoid it only makes sense. He remembers trying to warn Andrew only for Andrew to snap back and ask if he wanted to lose his head. That made Ancred realize no one would listen to him, so maybe he needed a way to escape alone. He keeps trying to warn everyone that it's an ambush and they need to run, but every escape route gets cut off by more enemies, and Henry dies too. Still, he tells himself it's fine. He can always try another path because the time loops are on his side. Then a firing squad appears, then arrows slam into his chest. About 20 crossbowmen catch him from the east and fill him with bolts. He tries going north to avoid them, only to run into a group of spearmen. He grabs at the dirt as he drags himself forward with arrows stuck in him. Even when he avoids one threat, they keep chasing him. Their green uniforms make it clear they planned for this. Ancred wonders what could be so important in a place like this. As he keeps crawling, he spots a fire and a flag, then his head is cut off in one clean swing. As his blood spills out, he keeps thinking about what they're hiding here. The loop resets to Andrew telling the squad they'll cross the field and capture the enemy. Ancred has heard this over and over. Once they go in, they die every time, so the enemy is clearly protecting something. He has to learn what it is. If he stops digging into it, he won't have to die. Henry calls to him, snapping him out of it, and the protagonist realizes that avoiding this would end the loop. Still, he decides he can't keep running from this wall. Andrew calls over, asking what he's waiting for. One soldier tells Ancred that Andrew may be a jerk, but he should play along since Andrew has his own problems. MC asks why he should, saying there's only so much nonsense he can take from an idiot. Then he asks if the man is tired of sucking up to Andrew, and that sets him off. He shoves past him and says he's done playing along. Andrew reaches for his sword and asks if he's refusing orders. Ancred realizes he needs to shift the whole situation, so he says he's not refusing, he's taking command instead. Andrew gets mad and the protagonist points out that the ones who last longest are him, that other soldier, and Henry. The Scarface soldier is every bit as dangerous as he looks. He's the strongest one here, yet he stays glued to Andrew like a guard dog or nanny. Andrew pulls his blade and says Ancred can take command if he beats him, then tells him to draw. MC says an ordinary soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard. His stance also shows real training, so Andrew must be from a rich noble house. But if that were true, he wouldn't be this desperate for results, so he guesses he's a fallen noble. Andrew fires back that the protagonist's poor skills and high rank make him look like some spoiled brat living off family money. Ancred says whatever Andrew is, he can't keep following his orders, and Andrew starts saying he's different from him because he has a mission he must complete. MC tells him to come on already, mocking him for talking so much when he's easy work. That lights Andrew up and he charges. He knows he'd normally struggle here, but Andrew is underestimating him, and that kind of anger leads to mistakes. Andrew thrusts at Ancred's head and the protagonist knocks the strike aside with his hand. He knows one careless move is his best opening. As Andrew's arm gets thrown offline, Andrew realizes too late that he messed up. MC steps in and drives a punch into his stomach, making Andrew gag and drop to the ground coughing. Ancred and Andrew's babysitter are both shocked that one punch did it. They thought Ancred was weak. He declares that from now on he leads the squad and asks if anyone has a problem with that. Ancred is left speechless, while the babysitter thinks it over and glances at Andrew, who's frustrated with himself. The man lets out a sigh and Ancred says this is only the beginning. As they move through the field, the others wonder what the protagonist is planning. Then MC asks Henry what his dream is. Henry is caught off guard and asks why Ancred wants to know, but admits he wants to marry a beautiful woman who owns a flower shop. He tells him he'll need to stay alive first. He asks another soldier, who says he just became a father. The protagonist tells him the same thing. If he wants to keep being one, he has to survive. He keeps going. One man wants to start a business, another just wants to go home. When MC asks Andrew, Andrew says he wants to carry out his mother's wish by restoring House Gardner. Ancred says they all have dreams, and if they want to reach them, they need to get out of here alive. He stops and tells them they're not just going to try, they're going to make sure every possible man gets out alive. That catches everyone off guard. He says he needs them acting on their own, because nothing pushes a man harder than wanting to live. The enemy will show up soon, and his plan is to break through. He points into the grass and tells Henry to fire an arrow there at head level. Henry says there's nothing there, but Ancred cuts him off and orders him to shoot. Henry lets the arrow fly, and it buries itself in a hidden soldier's face. The enemy yells that they've been ambushed, stunning Henry and the others. Ancred draws his sword and tells Andrew to stay close behind him. Andrew clenches his teeth and rushes in. The protagonist says he was wrong before. If they want the advantage, they need to find the enemy first and strike first. He drives his blade through one man's back, then turns to the next target. The enemy panics, shouting for everyone to kill them. Andrew jams his blade into one man's throat. Encred says they need to use the confusion to cut down as many as they can. He brought Andrew along because the bodyguard would come too. When one enemy moves in from behind, the babysitter instantly decapitates him and hacks him apart. MC knows this is their best opening. As he slices off another man's arm, he notes the enemy force has dropped from 12 to 8. The rest are closing in, and then the rest of his squad arrives. He orders them to kill every last one. The squad surges forward. In grass this tall, the enemy struggles to track them too. There's a reason the protagonist found them first. The panther rushes past again. One enemy gets startled by it and swings at the beast, but Encred comes in from the side and stabs him in the gut. One MC realizes they were chasing that panther the first time, and that's how they happened to find his squad. Now they miss his ambush because they're focused on hunting it. Since things are finally going well, he won't let the beast die. Henry reports that it's over. Andrew is breathing hard while his babysitter calmly wipes his sword. Encred says they move out right now with the panther quietly watching from behind. After losing one man, they have 6 left. Even with all these loops, the protagonist still can't save everyone. But this is the most he's ever kept alive and he wants to push farther. An enemy guard stands watch and Encred quickly cuts his head off. Thanks to the loops, he knows where the enemy troops are and how many there are. If they go straight, 30 crossbowmen will wipe them out, so they need to turn right. The spearmen who chase them down in every loop have to be dealt with fast, or they'll slow the whole escape. By using quick ambushes and pulling back, they slip out of the encirclement. Andrew kills one of the enemy soldiers. His babysitter warns that he's pushing himself too hard, and once it gets dark, finding the exit will be much harder. They need to break out before sunset. MC tells them to keep moving. When someone asks why he's going deeper in, MC says this is the right way, and he won't hear complaints. They just need to follow him. The babysitter doesn't like that at all. Then Henry is shocked when the man points his sword at him and says he won't march to his death. If killing Encred is what it takes, he'll do it to survive. The protagonist replies that even he should know it's too late to turn back. After all the noise they made, the retreat route is already swarming with enemies. The man asks if he really expects them to trust him, and MC answers that he wants to make one thing clear. He wants to live too. Andrew had thought he was just worthless trash, like his father who gave up on everything and wasted what was left of their house. But Encred isn't like that. If anything, he reminds Andrew of his mother. She told Andrew that even if their house was finished, she still hoped he'd become someone who could lead their people. To do that, he had to earn their trust and rebuild the family. Andrew admits he's always wanted to be like her. Looking at the protagonist now, he sees someone who opens the path ahead. The protagonist tells them to trust him. They will survive. Andrew steps forward and says he does trust him. Calling MC captain, his babysitter starts to object, but Andrew says he is the captain now and the squad follows its captain's orders. The babysitter is stunned, and Encred tells everyone to crouch until his signal and stay close together. Step 1 to escaping is to seize the lead and break through with an ambush. Step 2, while they quietly move through the grass, they hear rustling. Enemy soldiers pass nearby, and there are a lot of them. Encred says the key thing he learned after dozens of loops is that only at this exact time and place can they let the enemy walk right past without starting a fight. This is their only real way out. Everyone waits in silence, tense and nervous. Encred strains his hearing as much as he can, and once he can no longer hear anyone else, the others wait for his word. He says everything has gone just as planned. His plan. Now comes the last step. Once the sun goes down, the field gets too hard to escape. Encred tells them they've reached the key spot. And Ari stares in shock and blurts out, "No way." One of the others just smacks his forehead. After all that effort, they somehow ended up right in the enemy camp. The protagonist explains that Aspen soldiers are wiping out everyone in the field to keep a secret buried here. Whatever they're hiding, no one can be allowed to learn about it. At the center of the camp stands a shrine, covered with flags and surrounded by bones. And Cred wonders what happens if something more important than hunting them suddenly demands the camp's attention. Then he tells them it's time to move. If they go in now, a path out should open up. Mac can't believe it. MC wants to burn down the enemy camp. To him, that's insane. He warns they'll probably get surrounded and die. He cuts in and finally asks his name. At last, we learn the babysitter is called Mac. Encred tells Mac straight up he won't accept anyone disobeying him. Mac starts snapping back, but Andrew shuts that down fast. He tells him to keep quiet and immediately follows the protagonist's lead. Mac grumbles that Andrew doesn't need to lecture him. With clouds covering the night sky, they won't find their way out alone. So like it or not, they have to trust their squad leader. MC slices open a tent, and Mac is sure this is where they die. But when they slip inside, nobody's there. That makes Mac even more suspicious. Encred knows way too much about this place, and walking through the middle of enemy lines still feels crazy. Even stranger, they haven't run into a single soldier. They're definitely inside the camp, so how is it this empty? Encred finally halts them when they reach the shrine. He tells everyone to stay put. Then he reveals he snuck into this camp over a dozen times. The first time he noticed that flag and touched it, the whole camp turned on him. So that's what the soldiers are protecting. The flag is their top priority. Now he wants to see what happens if the camp catches fire too. Mac is stunned. How did Encred know the flag was here? His mind starts running wild. Did the fairy commander tell him? After all, she was the one who put this so-called nobody in charge. He says once the fire starts, the soldiers will focus on saving the flag. Maybe that's why he took command and led them into the camp in the first place, like he's carrying out some hidden mission. While the camp scrambles, they'll make their escape. From here, they split in two. One team will lure the enemy away, and the other starts the fire. Max says he'll join the bait team, and that catches Encred off guard. He's been complaining the whole time, so this sudden teamwork is a surprise, but the protagonist decides it works in his favor. He's led people into this camp plenty of times before, but never with this many still alive beside him. To Encred, this is the best run yet, and for once it feels possible. Then one of the guards gets hit in the head with a rock. They spot Mac running and start shouting, sending the others after him. MC tells himself this time he'll make it. He reaches for a torch, thinking this is their best shot at reaching tomorrow. But out of nowhere, a huge man appears beside him and brings his blade down with brutal force, splitting the torch in half. A chill shoots through Encred. He didn't even sense this guy coming. As he grabs his sword, he realizes he's never seen this man in any previous loop. Still, one look is enough. This guy is deadly. He wonders where someone this strong came from. The man glares at him and calls him a rat. Encred just says they're too late. The man asks what he's talking about, then notices a tent already burning. A robed man rushes out yelling, while the others dash off carrying barrels. The big man orders everyone to put out the fire. The protagonist realizes Mac drew most of the soldiers away, and Andrew used that opening to light the tents. Now Encred only has to get out alive. He plants his foot, reminding himself that every attack begins from the ground up as he lines up a thrust, drive off the earth, launch forward, and aim for the opening in the man's guard. Encred lunges while the man is distracted, but the man snaps his head around and locks eyes with him, dodging the strike with perfect clean movement. In the next instant, he's behind MC. Before MC can react, Encred knows this is bad the second he feels his stomach get cut. Clutching the wound, he realizes that was the best thrust he had. He turns and faces the man again as the man calls him weak. Encred can feel the massive gap between them. Right now, he can't win. He fought through endless ambushes just to get here. Loop after loop, watching everyone die but himself. He thought he'd finally cleared this loop's obstacles, but now he sees the truth. This man is the real wall. As the man raises his sword, Encred thinks if he's going to die, then next time he'll seize control sooner and repeat it all until he can beat this monster. Instead of panicking, he starts to laugh, which throws the man off. Then the man gets angry and demands to know what's so funny. Smiling, Encred points his sword at him. The man snarls that he'll cut him apart and feed him to the dogs, then swings. He drops his stance and steadies his blade, swearing he'll break past this wall. He actually blocks the strike, sparks bursting from the clash. The man knocks his blade aside, sliding along it with a smooth parry. Encred is caught off guard. The man instantly chains into another attack, and when the protagonist slips past it, the next swing comes right away. He barely avoids that one too, shocked the man could attack from that angle. But the assault keeps coming. Encred looks up just in time to block another heavy blow. He can feel the force in every hit, and there's no room at all to strike back. The skill gap is just too big. MC retreats a step and pulls a throwing knife, snapping it at the man. When it reaches him, the man casually knocks it away with the back of his hand. Encred did not expect that. The man closes in again at once, driving his blade straight for his chest, then shouts about the spreading fire ring out, and the attack slips past the protagonist's face when the man gets distracted. The shrine is burning now, and the flames are spreading toward the flag. The robed man from before calls to his commander, asking if he understands what's at risk. The commander realizes Encred isn't the kind of man who'll fall quietly. There's no fear in his eyes, so he calls out to him, promising they'll meet again, then turns and walks off. Encred is stunned that he's leaving so easily. Maybe this wasn't the true wall after all, but whether it was or not, he still has to beat this loop, and at least now he knows he can keep getting stronger. Then he hears Andrew shouting that they need to leave right now. Encred looks back one last time at the commander, while Andrew keeps yelling for him. The commander turns and their eyes meet. Encred wants to keep fighting, but he finally sheaths his sword, knowing the right move is to escape alive, so he orders the retreat while the enemy scrambles to save the shrine. The soldiers rush to put out the flames. They start calling for more help. As the squad runs out, MC notes that one of the men who went another way never came back. That leaves only 5 of them. Mac asks if that's it. Won't the enemy send pursuers? Encred says no. Then Henry starts coughing and falling behind, and a small group of soldiers comes after them. The others turn at once to protect Henry, and Encred kills one with a clean cut to the neck. Mac drives his blade into another man's throat, and Andrew follows his example. The protagonist tells them not to hesitate, just keep moving. As Andrew helps Henry along, MC says the enemy won't be able to keep up if they run toward the field fox and snake territory. Andrew asks if that won't slow them down too. Henry smiles and says he knows a safe route, the hunter's path. Encred tells him he's counting on him to lead them right. As they push deeper into the field, he notices the footsteps behind them are gone. The pursuit has fallen away. Thanks to what Andrew and Mac pulled off, they shook the enemy faster than expected, and without Henry's tracking, they never would have lost them so quickly. It took every single one of them to make it this far. When the sun starts to rise, Encred shields his eyes and realizes he's made it to the next day. They keep running until they finally reach their own camp. One of the soldiers asks what happened to them. They're covered in blood and completely spent, and Henry mutters that he's about to black out. A second later he collapses. Encred cracks his back and realizes he finally cleared that loop with most of them alive. Now he can move on to the next day. Back at the shrine, the flag is still standing, but nearly everything around it is wrecked. Someone asks the roadman what happened, and he says they'll have to prepare it again. He didn't expect the famous Grey Dog to fail against a few nobodies. The company commander called Grey Dog admits he can't make sense of it. The soldiers there were supposed to be the elite, yet a handful of enemies broke in, set fires, and escaped. The Grey Dog is an independent company, basically hired fighters. Its name comes from the Grey Dog of the Principality of Aspen, a beast known for clinging to whatever target it chooses. In war or on its own, Grey Dog lives up to its name. They cling to a target and never let go, so people call them the persistent lovers. Grey Dog asks the man from before if his opponent was actually strong. We learn that man's name is Mitch. He says if the fire hadn't broken out, he would have killed Encred with no trouble. Grey Dog says the protagonist got lucky, but luck counts too. Mitch vows it won't happen again. Back in his tent, MC can't stop thinking about that wall he hit and failed to pass. He wanted the fight to keep going, and he knows they'll face each other again soon. Mitch is thinking the same thing, set on killing Encred next time. Rem tosses his axe around, bored out of his mind, wondering why there's still no word from his recon trip. He catches the axe and sits up, thinking the protagonist might have died. He admits Encred did improve, but says he's still small time, so dying wouldn't be shocking. Weirdly enough, Rem actually liked him. With a sigh, he says if MC's dead, there's nothing to be done. Ragnar wakes up too. He glances over at Rem's strange pose and asks what the hell he's looking at. Rem just waves and says good morning. Ragnar waves back. Then Rem grins and says he suddenly feels like killing him, gripping his axes. Ragnar starts drawing his sword and calls him a mad dog. Later, the company commander questions Encred about the scout mission, mainly how it ended with the whole place on fire. He says he just made the best choices he could and got lucky. She locks eyes with him, repeats the word lucky, then tells him to get some rest and recover. She expected him to do something useful, just not something this huge, and starts wondering who he really is. As Encred leaves, he admits he has no clue what she's thinking. Then Andrew calls out, bows and apologizes for how he acted at first, saying he's alive because of him. He asks if they'll meet again. The protagonist gives a small wave and says maybe, if their paths cross. Then he turns to go. Andrew grabs his sword and bows again to Encred, and the others follow, showing their respect. MC thinks about how he brought 4 of them back, but still wonders if that was really the best he could do. 2 members died, and he can't help thinking that if he'd been stronger, he could have saved them too. With his loops, he can keep pushing past his limits. Someday he'll stop just struggling to survive and move toward his real goal, becoming a knight. That's what he'll use these loops for. And if he wants to stop reliving the same day, he has to get much stronger. Then he hears his squad yelling that they're at it again. Rajna and Rem are already clashing, blow for blow. Both of them wear far more serious looks than usual. Encred says he's never seen them like this. He's sparred with them so many times but never seen those faces. One soldier mutters that they aren't even human. They're animals. He realizes they never had to go all out against him. That means he needs to focus. Next time they spar, he wants to make them show those same faces against him. Rajna blocks one of Rem's swings, then glances over and spots Encred. Rem tells him if he's back, he should report in instead of lurking around again. He yells at the others that if they won't fight him, they should get lost. Rajna notices the protagonist is hurt, but he brushes it off as a scratch. When MC tries asking about their techniques, Rem cuts him off and tells him to wash up and rest. So Encred turns to Rajna and asks instead. Rajna stares at him and asks if he's serious. He asks if the timing is bad. Rajna looks away and says it's nothing. The protagonist feels like he has more to say, but leaves it alone for now. Soon everyone starts packing as the battalion commander moves the whole force closer to the tall grass field. During the trip, Encred's wounds heal a lot, and he keeps thinking over his training. The red-haired guy asks if he's really training now, reminds him they're moving tomorrow, and wonders why he isn't resting. MC says he's only heading out for a bit. Rem clicks his tongue and warns that if he keeps this up, he'll die young unless he rests. The next morning, Rajna wakes to the sound of a sword cutting the air. Seeing Encred's bed already made, he figures he's out training again. Rajna stretches and picks up his sword, thinking he was always naturally good with it. Getting stronger came easy, and he even had what it took to become a knight. But to him, it was all boring. He never found a reason to spend his life chasing that path. Without meaning, he lost his purpose. That's why he ended up in this squad. Then he watches Encred keep swinging. He grunts in pain with each strike and drops to his knees, still not fully healed. Reiner points out that the protagonist's basics are a mess and says proper fundamentals have to be built from the start. If he keeps covering bad basics with shortcuts, he'll never really improve. Still, Encred grabs his sword again. His eyes are full of resolve, and Reiner can't understand why he's pushing his body this hard, so he asks him directly. Encred answers that he wants to become stronger. Reiner asks what for, and MC says he wants to be a knight. Ragnar says a knight is just someone good at fighting, and asks if that title really means that much. He says the knight he wants to be is someone who decides for himself what's right, and raises his sword for honor, for the weak and for the people he wants to protect. That catches Ragnar off guard. To him, strength was only ever a tool, and a knight just a sword. Now he starts thinking about what he himself wants. He steps forward, saying maybe he won't know until he figures it out. Then he calls to Enkred and asks if he wants to learn the sword properly. The protagonist answers right away, of course. Ragnar just stares at him, then sighs, saying he probably shouldn't have offered. He's already getting dragged into something again. Still, seeing how serious Enkred is, he admits this might be interesting. He asks if Riem already taught him the heart of the beast. When MC brings up the valiant mercenary sword style too, Ragnar says all of that has to go. Everything except the stab and that beast technique. He asks about the valiant mercenary sword technique. Ragnar says especially that if Enkred doesn't throw it away, any new skill he learns will just fall back into old habits. If that's the case, he might as well quit. So he gives him a choice, drop everything and start over, or stay the same. The protagonist instantly says he'll start over. Ragnar is surprised by how fast that answer came and asks if he's really sure. Enkred asks what he should do first. Ragnar mutters that this guy really isn't normal. He says MC's body is solid, but his weapon is too light, so he hands over his own sword and tells him how to hold it. MC asks if he's really fine lending it out, and Ragnar says it's nothing special. He places his right hand above the left, then notices how hard he's squeezing. The protagonist says it's so he won't lose the blade, and Ragnar asks who taught him that. When Enkred says Rem did, Ragnar clicks his tongue, calls Rem useless, and tells MC to take his stance. Then Ragnar lifts the sword overhead and brings it down on him. He blocks, but his hands shake and he blurts out that it hurt. Ragnar says of course it did. If he stays stiff, it'll only get worse. Right now, he's rigid like a post. Enkred wonders why everyone in this squad talks in weird comparisons, and tries to figure out what he even means. Then it clicks. Ragnar means he's too tense because he's gripping too hard. He needs to stay loose so the sword doesn't lock up, and his movements can flow better. So the protagonist eases his grip, and Ragnar keeps striking at him. Then he sweeps Enkred's legs and tells him to mind his balance too. MC tries again, and Ragnar asks where his feet are even pointing. He smacks the blade aside, says it's still too stiff, and tells him to do it again instead of breaking his own wrist. When he attacks, Ragnar mocks him, asking if he's trying to dance. This goes on all day until the protagonist ends up flat on the ground. Ragnar sighs, saying he didn't expect it to be this bad. Enkred has none of the basics, and that isn't easy to fix. MC is completely exhausted, but still tightens his grip on the sword. Ragnar looks at him, thinking something over. Then Enkred asks if they can go again. Ragnar lets out a breath and draws his blade, saying they'll start from the very beginning. Then Rem shows up asking where they've been all day, and if they're out here skipping meals for some little picnic. He points at Ragnar and asks Enkred if he's bothering him, offering to deal with it himself. Then the usual bickering starts. He notices Rem is dressed up and asks what's going on. Rem says they've been summoned. Enemy troops are gathering in the distance, and everyone starts getting ready for battle. Then it cuts to the company commander standing above the soldiers on a cliff. Enkred's whole squad is geared up for the fight. Ragnar starts to regret teaching him. The protagonist just learned this style, so he probably still can't fight right, and that could get him killed today. He rests his sword on his shoulder and says he'll have to watch over MC the whole time. Enkred wishes he'd had more time to train. Some soldiers start asking why the enemy lines are set up like that, spread out in such a strange pattern around the flag. Then the robed man reaches out his hand and declares this is the end. A powerful wind starts swirling from his spot. The ferry commander realizes it's a spell. Everyone struggles to stay steady as thick fog rolls over the field. Enkred looks around and says he can't even see the men beside him. Panic spreads through the ranks because of the fog, and then he hears something. The others hear it too and ask what that sound is. Fear rises fast and Enkred shouts that they're arrows. They fall like rain. The arrows pierce soldiers all across the field. The fairy queen knocks them aside and warns this fog is unnatural. No one could have seen this tactic coming. She orders everyone to raise their shields, then realizes they've been trapped. The robed man starts laughing, bragging about how hard this spell was to make. He used the blood of many animals and gathered huge amounts of water with rain magic. Now that it's active, the fog blinds everyone. Only those standing under the spell's markers, the flags, can see, turning this into a one-sided slaughter. He calls it the fog of annihilation. Mitch says he looks pleased, and the man answers that of course he is. If that flag hadn't almost burned, this would have been easy. Mitch thinks of Enkred and curses him, while the protagonist struggles to survive the arrow storm. A second wave of arrows comes down, and MC slips past one. A voice behind him tells him to keep his head low, and he knows it's Ragnar. Then Rem snaps that this is magic, and he's furious. Enkred says he can tell Rem is right in front of him, but he still can't make him out, and there's no way he can fight well like this. An arrow hits right by his feet, and he feels his breathing get rough. His body tightens up, and even moving his legs gets hard. At this rate, he can't use what Ragnar taught him, but he never expected to get it right away. Back in training, Ragnar said Enkred would fall back into his old habits for a while. Until he fully learned this, it'd be better not to fight. But if he stays off the battlefield, he'll die anyway. He realizes that, then shuts his eyes. He focuses again, reminding himself death doesn't scare him the way it scares other people. While the battle rages around him, Ragnar tells him to get behind him. But the protagonist says he found the answer. If he can't do it in one try, then he knows what comes next. He charges straight into the fog and Ragnar yells, asking if he's lost his mind. A spearman bursts out of the mist and drives his spear straight through Encred's throat. MC groans as the spear stays lodged in him. Then he smiles, saying, now he can go back and keep learning from Ragna. The soldier recoils, calling him insane. He yanks the spear from Encred's neck, killing him instantly. Back at camp, Ragna asks if he really understood what he meant. He says honestly Ragna's a terrible teacher. Since he's a genius he can do it, but he's bad at explaining what's wrong. Ragna says maybe this is what it means to understand something, but not know how to teach it. Then he just tells the protagonist to swing downward, asking if that's really so hard. MC says he's not mocking him. He's seriously confused. He asks where his center of gravity should be. Ragna pauses, surprised, then tries to think it through and asks if he means something like this. Encred says yes, just like he thought. Guys like Ragna don't even know how they do what they do. Ragna may be bad at explaining, but that's fine. Watching and listening are his strengths, and he'll memorize Ragna's form no matter how many tries it takes. Back to the arrows pouring in. The protagonist lifts his sword and knocks one away, but his hands tremble and he realizes he's still too stiff. Another spear shoots at him, and Encred doesn't even try to dodge it. He tells himself it's fine. He can die and keep learning, so he lets it pierce his throat. Back to training, he shifts his feet and slips under Ragna's blade. This is the 31st loop, and now he can finally move with some looseness. Ragna says that step was pretty good, and asks where he learned it. With that much, Encred's ready to start the real basics. Ragna explains the 3-sword basics: cutting, stabbing, and slashing. For defense, use the blade's edge, and with a good sword even the sides can work. The shortest path between you and your enemy is the line of attack. Sword fighting is about shutting down your enemy's line while stretching out your own. Draw them in, then meet them with your blade. Back on the battlefield, the spearman thrusts, but Encred watches it slide past him, and he realizes his feet feel light now. He can dodge this easily. Then 4 more spears stab out at once, killing him on the spot. Still, he says the loops are changing little by little. In training, he even manages to parry Ragna's sword, shocking him. Ragna asks if he really just parried that. MC stays set on one thing. He'll keep going. Even if the progress is tiny, he'll keep repeating this cycle, and he follows up with a diagonal slash at Ragna. Ragna says that move doesn't need fixing anymore. He sounds surprised, but Encred says even baby steps can turn into huge gains. As he runs through the fog, Ragna shouts after him, only for the protagonist to die again, still smiling and saying that if he keeps improving, he'll die as many times as he has to. In training, Ragna lifts his blade and swings down. Encred ducks in and brings his own sword up, knocking Ragna's strike away. This is the 100th loop. Ragna stares at his sword in total shock, then looks back at MC, asking what the hell he is. He can't even read his own captain's moves anymore. Encred notices Ragna doesn't see him the same way now. He thought his talent had a limit, but as he runs forward again, Ragna calls out to him. He keeps moving, saying he's gone past his old level. He dodges the first spear and stays close to it, running right past the enemy without killing him because he has a goal, the path to becoming a knight. He pushes straight into the spearman's back line where they stab him again. Even as he dies, he smiles and says this is so fun he might really be going crazy. Back at training, Ragna calls to him, asking if he wants to learn the sword again. Encred says he'll do anything to become stronger, smiling like he's ready to die as many times as needed to reach that goal. Ragna says there's no way he should be this good, confused, and asks if the protagonist had been fighting badly on purpose this whole time. The protagonist says no, but Ragna goes on, saying he already has the basics and mostly just needs experience now. Back on the field, more arrows fall. Encred says this is now his 200th attempt. An arrow flies at his head, but he plants his heel, leans in, and ducks under it. Today he wants to see how far these techniques can carry him. The usual spearman thrusts, but Encred slips under it and swings back, cutting off the man's arms and head. He already knows where enemies will appear through the fog. He pulls a throwing knife and says that even if he can't see them, he can still catch a few, then throws it and drops another soldier. The enemy starts to panic. One soldier looks around through the fog, wondering what's happening, because he can't see anyone, and Encred slices off his leg. The crossbowmen start freaking out too, asking what's going on. One raises his crossbow to fire, and MC remembers Ragna telling him to watch closely, predict what comes next, and move his feet to match it. He ducks under the crossbow, then drives his sword through the man's chest. Encred starts laughing, saying this feels completely different, like he's a whole new person compared to when he didn't even know the basics. He charges deeper into the enemy line, wanting more and more foes to come at him. He gets farther in, but then several crossbowmen aim together. As they form a firing line, one tells him he did well making it this far, and asks how he plans to survive. Encred, breathing hard, steps forward and says he wants to settle it with swords, like men still testing himself. They call him insane and then ignore that completely, firing their bolts and killing him on the spot. Then it cuts to the boatman, who calls Encred an idiot for walking into his own grave. He asks if his mind is broken. The protagonist wakes up surprised, saying he hasn't seen him in a while, and wonders if the boatman really showed up just to trash talk him. Then Rem asks what he's doing after noticing him spacing out. Then Encred remembers something Rem once said. Back then, Rem called it a spell. On his last run, the enemy formation looked like it was protecting the flag in the grasslands, so MC asks Rem if he knows anything about spells. Rem wonders why he's asking now, and he says he just wants to hear what he knows. Rem agrees, then asks if Encred knows the difference between magic and spells. The protagonist says magic is more common. Rem says that's partly right, but spells need a medium. More than that, the medium is everything. Without it, a spell can't exist. MC thinks it over and realizes the fog came from the enemy's spell. That means the flag must be the medium. If it gets destroyed, the fog should disappear. He asks if Rem's tribe uses spells too, since spells came from the west, and that's where Rem is from. Rem smiles and says he's seen them before. Then he adds that true spellcasters are rare. Most are just hexcasters. Encred ignores that, and Rem asks where he's headed. He says he's going to train. Ragnazon says their training routes seem pretty similar. Then he asks if the protagonist knows the Unyuk sword style. He explains that 500 years ago, a once-in-a-million genius was born. As a child on a sword farm, he killed 12 bandits with nothing but a fireplace poker. After losing his parents young, he started sword training early, and later a noble took him in after hearing the rumors that prodigy was named Leona Sunyuk. But no matter how gifted he was also cursed. He began losing strength at 10 and was fully paralyzed by 12. Just like that, the great prodigy seemed lost to history. But Rem says that by age 20, even fully paralyzed, Leona still carved his name into swordsmanship forever. He studied every sword style in the land and sorted them into 5 types: the righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. Leona changed sword history, and because of that, the Unyuk family became the empire's greatest house. That influence still remains, since modern swordsmanship is built on it. Ragnazon says the northern heavy sword and many other styles, even eastern ones that use ki, exist, and the style he learned comes from the northern heavy sword. He tries to recall what Rem taught him, and asks if it was called the conscience of the beast. Encred corrects him, it was the heart of the beast. Then Ragnazon says what he's about to teach is even more useful. Concentrate on a single point. He tells MC to shut out everything else and focus only on his sword and the enemies, then takes his stance to demonstrate. He wonders what he's about to do. Then Ragnazon thrusts straight at him, grazing the side of his neck. Encred is shocked. It was even faster than Rem's axe. He almost died, and Ragnazon asks if he felt anything. From the side, Rem calls him a degenerate, asking if he's seriously trying to kill the squad leader. Ragnazon says people focus best when death is right in front of them. He's only helping. Rem snaps back that Encred can't learn if he's dead. He asks how long Rem thinks it took to learn the heart of the beast. Ragnazon says of course it took forever with a dumb barbarian teaching it, and the protagonist cuts in that both of them are terrible teachers. Rem fires back that his people live farther north, so that should make him the bigger barbarian. Ragnazon denies it, saying Rem is from the southern barbarian tribe. While they keep arguing, MC tells them that's enough. They should go, since he's waiting for the departure order. Before leaving, Ragnazon tells him to remember how sharp he felt just now, right before death. If he masters concentrate on a single point, everything else will vanish, and his sword will move exactly as he wants. Back on the battlefield, Encred says it's like the heart of the beast, but also totally different. The heart of the beast dulls your fear of death. This one sharpens you instead, and he needs real combat to grasp it. He needs more practice with it. He looks toward the field and spots the flag as the fog rolls in. The protagonist says he'll add one more goal besides gaining experience. He's going to destroy the flag. He pushes forward and takes a soldier's head, saying it'll be easy to get there with Rem and Raja. But he wants to do it alone and cuts down another enemy as he advances. He wipes the blood from his blade, excited to learn this new technique. And Encred says he's died too many times because he wasn't ready, which is why concentrate on a single point matters so much. To survive the assassin, he trained his hearing. To live through battle, he learned the heart of the beast. But this new method still doesn't click for him. Rajan thrusts his sword right at him again and stops just short of his face, asking if he gets it now. He says that if it worked, Encred should have felt the blade tip slow down or something like that. MC shakes his head and wonders if the heart of the beast is getting in the way, but he doubts it. Rajan tells him everything except the enemy's sword should fade, and he should be able to read where that sword is going. Then he asks if he has ever felt anything like that. The protagonist says using his fear of death might not be the right path for this, and asks how Rajan learned it. Rajan says he never had to learn. It always came naturally. The name says it all, just focus on a single point. Encred lets out a sigh, realizing he won't get a helpful answer from him and will have to solve it himself. Still, he can't rush it. He'll keep practicing on the side, but his main goal is bringing down one of the flags. He wants to cut losses for his allies and break straight through the enemy line. As the fog rolls in again, everyone starts to panic, but MC shouts for them to get down. This time, they obey at once, and he orders them to raise their shields. Arrows rain down, but the shields stop the volley while Encred takes command. He's gone through this loop more than 300 times. He knows where every attack is coming from, even without looking. The enemy is confused by the fog too, and he uses that to his advantage, slipping past one man and stabbing him through the side of the head, then following with another swing that drops 2 more. The enemy yells that he's just one man, they can handle him. But their allies keep dropping in the fog, and when another group closes in, Unkred draws his sword back and cuts them down. He only cares about one thing now, the flag. One soldier shouts for everyone to pull themselves together and stop him. He grins as he gets closer. He's actually having fun. He brings his sword down and an enemy blocks, sparks flying off the clash. Unkred powers through anyway, smashing down hard enough to break the blade in two. Then he grabs that soldier and slams him into the pole, snapping it. He says it took him 10 loops to reach this flag. As it finally breaks, he says that's all he wanted. But the fog doesn't disappear. The moment he hesitates, the enemy takes advantage and stabs him. One of them laughs and says Unkred knows a little about spells, but he got tricked. The protagonist finally understands. There's only one real flag, and the rest are decoys. He has to find the real one. The loop starts over. Ragna asks what he's doing, as MC rushes in alone. He says next time he has a 1 in 5 chance. Taking the lead, he shouts, telling everyone to get down and raise their shields, but he's too far away for them to hear, so they hesitate. Unkred turns and watches the arrows fly past, totally confused. He lifts his shield and blocks the shots aimed at him, but his soldiers get wiped out. He wonders why they didn't listen this time. Maybe his timing was off, or maybe they needed a moment to recover. He destroys another flag, but it's fake too. Again, it's the wrong flag. A second later, his head gets cut off. Now with 4 left, we see him break another one, and it's still fake. The enemy kills him again. That costs him 5 more loops. The 4th flag takes 7 more loops to reach, and even after he breaks it, he dies the same way. Only 2 flags are left. Now he says that if he has to trust his gut, one of them is the clear answer, because it sits farther away than all the others. And right beside it stands the robed man from the camp. Unkred kneels and orders everyone to get down and raise their shields. And this time, they listen. The arrows are blocked again, and he tells Rem to come with him. Rem asks if he's lost his mind as they charge through the arrows. Unkred says even if it's far, he can't waste all his strength before reaching the flag. When they hit the spearman, the protagonist doesn't even swing. Rem is with him and drops one with a thrown axe. MC says the plan is for Rem to draw their eyes while he slips through. Rem grabs a soldier and demands to know who cast the spell, but the man is already dead, his brain spilled out. So Rem tosses him aside and says he'll ask the next one. He keeps cutting through enemies while he notes it's been over a year of repeating this loop. He rushes toward the flag and raises his blade, saying this should be the end of the fog. But the second he swings, his sword is stopped. A familiar voice asks if this is a dream. It's Mitch, and he knocks Unkred's blade away from the flag. Mitch says God finally answered his prayers. He's wanted to kill the protagonist with his own hands, and he's been waiting for this chance. Unkred stares at him, not out of fear, but because he has no idea who this guy is. That catches Mitch off guard, and then he gets mad, asking how MC could forget him after only a few days. He's confused, because for him it's been way longer, so he just asks Mitch who he is. Mitch lifts his sword and says the protagonist will remember soon enough. Then he rushes in, saying maybe a stab will bring his memory back. Unkred sees the blade coming, and twists his body to avoid it. He pushes off hard and lunges in with a counter. Mitch hops back, thrown off by what he's seeing. In just a few days, Unkred has gotten insanely stronger. Mitch gets irritated that MC almost caught him with one step. While Mitch hesitates, he closes the distance and brings his sword down. Mitch blocks, and their blades spark. The protagonist realizes Mitch sticks to the basics with the righteous sword style, but also mixes in the flowing style to knock attacks away. Unkred's learning in real time. Mitch tries to force him back, but MC won't let him. He knocks Mitch's sword aside and reminds himself to keep every sense fixed on what's right in front of him. Mitch raises his weapon and thrusts. He knows that if his focus slips for even a second, the whole balance breaks. He has to forget the flag, the result, even the sword styles. Everything else needs to disappear until only the swords remain. They both strike at once, and the tips crash together. Mitch grits his teeth and shoves harder, knocking Unkred's blade away. The protagonist is caught off guard, and before he can answer, Mitch drives his sword straight through MC's chest. Coughing with the blade still in him, Unkred looks up and says he remembers now. He's the guy standing by the flagpole in the grass. Mitch gives his title, the Aspen Principality's Greyhound Squad Platoon Commander. He introduces himself, too, as the Nolilia Kingdom Squad Commander. Some soldiers ask Mitch if the protagonist is an enemy. Mitch says yes and says he's good at hiding. One of the men mutters that MC is a weird one, and when Mitch looks back down, he's confused. Why is Unkred smiling right now? He says Ragim is wrong. It wasn't fear of death that he needed. What he really needed was a strong rival, someone ready to risk everything and push him higher. Maybe he's just a freak, because he yanks the sword out of his own chest and says he's not trying to keep up with that. That takes him back to Ragna talking about focusing on one point again. Unkred glances aside and says he gets it, but Ragna thinks he isn't listening and might be giving up. Then Rem walks over and says they've been called to move out. The protagonist tells Ragna it's time. Ragna says MC actually looks more fired up than before. He's acting strange today, and maybe he should push harder during warm-ups. As the fog rolls in, Unkred shouts for everyone to get down and raise their shields. A volley of arrows rains in. Before Rem can say his usual line, he cuts him off and tells him to follow. Rem asks what he's doing, and Ragna says he's coming too. Rem snaps at him, asking if he got hit in the head, because both of them are acting weird. Ragna tells him if he doesn't want an arrow in his skull, he better watch ahead. The enemy is already there, while Enskrid slips right through their lines. Ragji and Reem don't have it that easy, and have to smash their way forward. The protagonist wanted to open the path like before so he could face Mitch again, and soon the two lock eyes. MC gives off total psycho energy, saying it's good to see him calling Mitch his friend and asking for a fight. Mitch asks if he really came looking for him, and he asks if this is his first confession because it was love at first sight. Mitch says he's usually the one who finds people. This is the first time someone hunted him down. Enkrid asks if that bothers him. Mitch just raises his sword and says, of course not. The protagonist admits reaching that state again where only the sword exists is harder than he thought, and then Mitch stabs him in the chest. Mitch says he didn't expect MC to go down this easily and doesn't know why he thought they could really fight. That's when he understands his approach was wrong. He can't force it. He has to fall into the fight naturally. As they clash again with each new loop, he decides to repeat this battle again and again until he finds that feeling. By the 18th loop, everything but the sword finally fades away and the feeling returns. On his 28th fight with Mitch, he can enter that state on purpose. By the 48th time meeting Mitch, Ragna is saying he'll show him the trick again and thrusts at Enkrid like always. This time the protagonist is fully focused, watching only the blade. As it nears his eye, the rest of the world fades, and at the perfect moment he lifts his sword and deflects Ragna's strike. Ragna is left speechless. Then he asks if MC really just deflected that by focusing on one point. Enkrid doesn't say it, but he realizes pure concentration means full control of both body and blade. He's far beyond where he was before meeting Mitch. As Ragna asks where he's going, he starts walking away and says it's time to meet the platoon commander. At last, he's going to beat this loop for good. Then it cuts to the ferry commander asking what he wants. The protagonist says he remembers seeing something about spells during scouting, and she asks what he means. He explains that the Aspen soldiers were calling a strange man their spellcaster. Now she's interested and tells him to keep going. Enkrid says he told her everything she might need to win, and then the fog starts rolling in again. He gives the same order to his men and charges ahead, leaving Rem and Ragna behind. Now all he can do is trust his commander to handle her part because his job is simple, focus on what's in front of him. And there's Mitch by the flag. Enkrid says his goal is to beat him. Mitch recognizes him, but MC says Mitch's name first, which clearly surprises him. He says he wanted this fight from the start, and today he's going to win. Then he charges. He brings his sword down, but Mitch slips aside. Mitch turns his hips and swings back across. Enkrid reacts fast, turning his blade sideways and bracing it with his arm to stop the hit. Mitch is surprised by how solid his guard is. The protagonist answers with a thrust, and Mitch barely gets his blade in the way before swinging hard enough to knock Enkrid's sword back. They crash into each other again, sparks flying. Mitch asks if MC was hiding his real skill. He says yes. Mitch asks his name and the protagonist gives it. Then they keep trading strike for strike. Mitch says he'll remember that name. Enkrid tells him not to worry, if he forgets, he'll remind him. Then MC locks in, watching only Mitch's sword. He sees Mitch's balance shift onto his right foot, a sign that a diagonal slash is coming. Enkrid steps aside, saying he learned this through all those loops and all that repeated experience. Now lets him read Mitch's moves. They both thrust for each other's necks, barely missing, but each leaves a cut. Mitch looks down and realizes he actually kept going with his swing, forcing Mitch to duck under it at the last second. Mitch thought this would be over in a few moves, and now he can't understand why he's struggling so much. Angry now, he grits his teeth and realizes Enkrid's righteous and flowing styles are great for parries, so he needs a real finishing blow. Mitch decides to use the ultimate technique he learned for exactly that. He stomps in and swings diagonally, starting low and carving up in a huge arc, the wheel cut. As Mitch sets up the heavy strike, Enkrid finally sees the line of it. He's died to this move so many times because he couldn't tell where it began or when it started. But not this time. As the blade rises, the protagonist smiles, glad he gets to see it again, and he actually parries the wheel cut. Mitch's heart drops. How did Enkrid see it, let alone block it? Then we get more on Mitch's family. It's one of the three great houses ruling the Aspen Kingdom. House Hurrier stood for pure force and took in anyone with sword talent. Mitch was brought in from a regional branch for that reason, and after taking the Hurrier name, he proved himself fast, beating 2 grown knights at 15, a town champion at 18, and becoming a whole city's champion by 22. Skill alone made him one of the Greyhound's top 3 fighters. Very few people could match his talent. Watching others train, Mitch wonders why they even work so hard. He used to wonder why anyone would swing a sword until their hand bled, when it only took him a few tries to get it. He was happy with that, and way too confident. That pride was his mistake. Mitch got careless for a second, and Enkrid took advantage. He lunges in and drives his blade through Mitch's shoulder, taking control of the fight. Mitch tries to recover, but MC yanks the sword free and gets ready again. Then Mitch bends forward and coughs up blood as Enkrid walks toward him. Mitch finally sees he misjudged him. He thought that attack would end it for sure. Even now, he says he still loses to him in power and skill. The protagonist agrees but points out he still beat him. Mitch clenches his teeth and knows he's right. Enkrid lifts his sword to finish him, saying he had fun. Mitch regrets being cocky and trusting only his talent, but then someone shouts for Mitch to be protected. Mitch watches MC's blade come down to end it, only for Greydog to block it. He immediately jumps back. Mitch's men rush in and start treating his wound, and Grey Dog orders them to get Mitch somewhere safe. He admits he didn't expect one man to create this much chaos, and raises his sword, promising Encred a painful death. The protagonist reminds himself that enemies are everywhere. Grey Dog in front, crossbows behind. His real goal is still the same: destroy the flag and break out. That's the wall he has to get past in this loop. His gaze sharpens and Grey Dog shouts for his men to fire. Bolts fly straight at Encred. MC charges right through them, knowing he can't dodge everything, so he pushes ahead anyway. Grey Dog lifts his sword, stunned that he would be this reckless. He brings it down and Encred blocks, but his sword cracks. He realizes Grey Dog's style is insanely heavy. If he wants to beat him someday, he'll have to die a lot more times. But right now, winning means destroying the flag, so he throws a knife at it, knowing even a little damage should ruin the spell medium. The problem is, the wind keeps shifting the flag. Grey Dog curses him and swings for his head, but Encred ducks and throws another dagger, this time aiming for where the flag meets the pole. It lands exactly where he wanted, snapping the top of the flag off the pole. The fog starts growing even thicker for a moment, and the fairy commander says she warned command about the spell and asked for help against it, but they did nothing. The kingdom is rotten, and they even sent a useless idiot to lead the front line. At this rate, they were going to be wiped out. Then she notices something beside her. The fog is starting to clear. The soldiers are confused, asking what happened to the flag. While they're distracted, the fairy commander stabs one in the back, saying this is their chance. With the fog gone, the enemy's been caught off guard, and the battlefield can finally turn. Her side surges forward with new confidence. She says things look much better now, but wonders who broke the spell. Could it have been Encred? He's still standing with arrows stuck in him. The protagonist realizes he messed up. After destroying the flag, he ran toward where he thought friendly forces, and maybe Ragna or Rem would be. Instead, it's all enemies. So where are they? Back with Rem. He's grabbed an enemy soldier and is barking at the others to take him to the spellcaster, or he'll kill the man. Ragna is having a different problem. He somehow ended up back at the allied camp, and everyone is staring at him like he's lost his mind. He pauses while his brain slowly catches up, then realizes these aren't enemies at all. The soldiers demand to know what's wrong with him, and if he wants to be executed. Back to Encred. The enemy calls him a rat and asks why he's still trying to live in that condition. One soldier steps close and tells him to give up, raising his sword to finish it. Before he can strike, a puma jumps in from the side and bites him. MC recognizes it at once. The same one from the tall grass fields. Their eyes meet. The soldiers can't understand why a beast is helping him, and they lift their crossbows. The puma doesn't wait and leaps at them first. It tears through their crossbows by snapping the strings, then stands in front of Encred like a shield. He tells it to run because the man in front of them is dangerous, and Grey Dog is furious. Then a familiar voice speaks up, a hand landing on Encred's back and telling him to stay back. It's Vincento. He steps forward saying he'll save him. The protagonist is confused, but Vincento charges in anyway. Grey Dog parries him right away and sends him flying. Vincento admits he didn't expect him to be that strong, so he yells for his men to just shoot instead, and they fire their crossbows. Grey Dog keeps charging, knocking the bolts away with his sword. While he's busy, the puma jumps in for a sneak attack, but Grey Dog reacts fast and slams it aside with his hilt. Encred locks in, staring at the tip of Grey Dog's blade. He can see the line now. Raising his short sword, he knows he can't stop that weapon with raw strength, so he has to turn Grey Dog's own power against him. He copies Mitch's idea and lets the force flow off his blade. It works, though the short blade still lets the edge cut his arm. Even so, Grey Dog is shocked. He recognizes Mitch's technique instantly and demands to know where Encred learned it. MC raises his sword and says Mitch's skills seem to work on him too. Then Vincento jumps in with another huge attack, which does absolutely nothing. Grey Dog glances over and spots reinforcements rushing in. He clicks his tongue and turns away, telling Encred he won't forget him. He tells him to do whatever he wants, and Grey Dog orders a retreat. Vincento runs over and says they need to fall back since he has no bandages for the protagonist's shoulder. The protagonist says to bring the Odin Pumre too, and picks it up. Vincento calls him insane and tells him to worry about himself first. Then while Encred is still carrying the Odin Pumre, Vincento helps haul him back and orders his men to move. MC's eyes grow heavy, and even though Vincento keeps shouting at him to stay awake, he's lost too much blood. The boatman asks if he finally did what he wanted, calling him one stubborn bastard, and asks what really drives him, while Vincento and his men fight to get him back alive. The scene shifts to a tent. People are talking about Encred, hoping he wakes up okay. He starts to come to, feeling something odd against his hand. When he opens his eyes, he finds the Odin Pumare curled up beside him. Rem asks if he's finally awake, saying he really thought he died this time. The whole squad is there watching him. The protagonist asks what's going on, and Jackson checks if he feels okay. Encred says he's thirsty, so Jackson gives him a drink, and tells him he lost a lot of blood. Luckily, the medic said there won't be lasting damage. Luck was on his side. MC says he must have passed out during the retreat. Jackson says he'll leave now that he's awake, and Rodna says he's going to sleep. The protagonist is just relieved he made it through another day. Rem stays quiet, clearly thinking hard, so Encred asks why he's staring like that and jokes if he wants to pet the Odin Pumre. Rem says no, he's not into beasts. Instead, he asks how MC knew it was a spell. MC knows Rem would never believe they're repeating days, so he thinks about lying but stops himself. Rem has always trusted him, and he wants to return that, so he says he once knew someone like Rem, a settler, and guessed it from what he learned back then. In his head, Enkred thinks that lie works perfectly, because he really did hear it from a settler. Rem sighs and says it's fine if he doesn't want to explain. He just shouldn't get too involved with spells. He says Rem is pretty sharp, even if he doesn't look it. Then he asks what Rem was doing during the battle. Rem says he went after the bastard who set up the flag, but didn't like his face, so he took his head off. The protagonist says that explains why he never saw the spellcaster. Kresa tries offering the puma food so he can touch its paws, but it hisses at him, and Enkred warns that it might tear him apart, and Kresa says it would still be worth 10,000 krona. He explains that its blue eyes mean it's a lake panther, a beast said to hold lake energy inside it. Each claw is worth more than 10,000 krona, and they grow back. MC figures that's about a gold coin, way more than he earns. After he collapsed, their side pushed the enemy back easily once the flag was gone. Still, the battle wasn't fully decided, and since then no one has marched out. Now he wonders if he could pull off that same parry again if he tried, but he's not sure. Jackson warns him he won't heal if he keeps moving, but Enkred says he's not pushing too hard. This is enough. Ragna tells him stretching is the most he should do for now, then keep resting. Rape asks if he's trying to pass his laziness onto everyone else, and tells him to stop blocking the walkway. Rajna goes to get his sword. Rape asks if he's seriously trying to fight, but the protagonist says he just has a question about it. He says he pulled off a move he never trained before and wants to know if that's normal. Rape says it's not that strange. With the heart of the beast, he can read an enemy's movements, so Enkred could have picked up their swing and how they use their strength. Ragna adds that since he already knows the basics, it should be easier. If he focused on one point, he probably saw even more. Though luck still played a part. MC accepts that, but to him that last day wasn't just one day. It felt like hundreds of days of struggle. He didn't grow stronger just by copying patterns. He earned it through brutal effort, and even with weak talent, he can still keep improving. Then he tells Rem and Ragna that he wants a duel. Rem says people call him crazy, but Enkred sounds even worse. Ragnar agrees for once and asks what he thinks he can do in that condition. With his body like this, a duel isn't happening. Then the fairy commander steps into the tent. She asks if he was the one who broke the spell. Enkred figured Command would ask sooner or later, but he didn't expect her herself. He admits he did it, and says he spotted it during patrol because he knew a little about that kind of spell already. She says there were 5 decoys and asks how he found the real one. The protagonist says he guessed. She still looks doubtful, then turns to leave and he asks if that's all she came for. She says she also wanted to see his face. Then she tells him she truly believes fate brought them together. After she leaves, Enkred wonders what she even means by fate. Rem laughs and asks if something's going on between them. Ragna says he didn't know MC was so good with women, and MC tells him to shut up. Kresa says he always knew him would be perfect for opening a host bar with him and promises him a great deal. He just wonders why she acts like that. Then Kresa brings actual good news. A squire from the Night Order has arrived. Enkred hears it's from the Scarlet-Cloaked Night Order. The battalion he's with is called the Cypress Division, named after a knight, and Cyprus belongs to the Scarlet-Cloaked Night Order. Knights are famous for their skill across the whole continent. That's why a Night Order includes more than knights. There are squires, servants, and knight trainees too. When a knight approves a squire, they become a proto-knight, and above even that are knights who've gone beyond normal humans. Squires almost never enter battle without their knight, so this one is likely close to becoming a proto-knight. Then someone shouts that it's time to head into battle. They figure maybe everyone had been waiting for the squire, but now it's time to move. The protagonist is told to stay back and rest, but Enkred's eyes are full of resolve, and Rem notices. He says he can tell MC wants to come along, though there's probably no stopping it. He badly wants to see the ideal he's been chasing this whole time with his own eyes on the battlefield. As the troops line up, he thinks he's finally about to glimpse a piece of that dream. When he arrives with the others, his eyes lock onto one man walking alone toward the enemy army. He keeps moving forward while the enemy raises their bows and starts to grow more and more uneasy as the tension builds. When he gets close enough, the enemy gives the order to fire. Arrows start flying all at once. The man glances up, and soon the sky is covered by a storm of arrows. As they fall straight toward him, he finally stops and drops to one knee, gripping his sword. A strange aura gathers around his legs, and Ragna says he used determination there. Wind surges upward around him, then he explodes off the ground, knocks the arrows aside, and crashes into the enemy front line. Enkred can't even speak as the man halts right before the front ranks. In one smooth motion, he draws his blade and cuts through them, sending half the bodies into the air with a single strike. That's when Enkred understands just how huge the gap really is. The enemy soldiers can barely believe what they're seeing. The man lowers himself again, then bursts left with a slash that throws a whole group away, dashes again and cuts right, tearing open the front line. To the enemy, it's like a disaster in human form, one man wrecking an entire army. Their commander screams at them to stop him, calling them idiots, but he reacts too late as the man jumps up and takes his head in one blow. Then he lands on the commander's horse, and Enkred can only stare in awe. Ram says the guy's the real deal. There's a reason they call him the war specialist. Ragna starts thinking that would be a fun fight. but Jackson says the enemy had at least 5 chances to stop him and their commander was a complete fool. Auden prays for the dead and Christ says this battle might end without their side needing to do much. Encred keeps studying the sword style, wondering if it's the righteous sword, then rejects that, saying it also has parts of the heavy sword and the swift sword. He recalls that the righteous sword is careful and precise, pulling the enemy into your rhythm. The heavy sword uses raw power to crush through anything and overpower the foe. The confounding sword tricks the enemy and strikes from angles they don't expect. The swift sword beats them with speed, and the flowing sword softly parries attacks before answering back. Encred says that even though the heavy and swift swords are total opposites, he can see both inside this one man's style. Then something clicks. Maybe the styles are different on the surface, he thinks, but they all came from the same root. If someone grasps what all 5 share and treats the sword like something alive, maybe that's the key to reaching even a decent level. A new understanding starts to hit him, and his eyes slowly close. Meanwhile, the main force charges forward. Raim and Ragna look at Encred and realize what's happening. Raim smiles and says their squad leader is about to break through something, so no one should disturb him. The others gather around to shield him. Lost inside his own mind, Encred says that understanding alone changes nothing. In that strange in-between state, he looks up and sees only a wall he has to climb. To him, it's there to show how far he still has to go. Even as the army rushes past outside, his mind stays fixed on it. He keeps wrestling with the idea, trying to truly grasp it. Then he starts climbing the wall, telling himself he'll see everything all the way to the top. The battle rages on, and Encred begins to see a light above the wall. At the same time, the Allied troops start driving the enemy back. As he crawls higher and higher, the Allied soldiers lift their hands and cheer in victory. Encred opens his eyes and says the war is finally ending, but winter and spring will be busy. Elsewhere, in the Principality of Aspen, we learn it is ruled by 3 great families. Aspen, the sovereign, Courier the mighty, and Atkins the administrator. The administrator says they're using the frog general as an excuse, and since the frogs must be dealt with every night, no one can really argue back. The king gets angry and says the Greyhounds will pay for this. Greyhound answers that things won't end well for their enemies. Back with the army marching home, Encred says that after the long war, the Aspen forces also pulled back, so his side had no choice but to return too. They head to Borderguard, the kingdom's far-off fortress city near Aspen. It's heavily militarized. 1 out of every 5 people there is a soldier. The city commander praises the Empire's heroes, especially the Nalalia heroes who led them to victory. Then he calls Encred forward and says he'll be rewarded for destroying Aspen's spells. As the protagonist steps onto the stage, people whisper, asking how a useless squad leader like him could have broken the spell. They call him weak and say he must be stealing credit from his squad. While the talk keeps going, Max steps up and tells them to shut it. Andrew backs him up, saying MC isn't someone they should look down on. Everyone who has shared part of his journey smiles as they watch him get rewarded, because they know he's far more than the crowd realizes. After taking the reward, Encred looks at the money and wonders how to use it. Kreisa asks if he wants suggestions, and he says yes. He wants a good shop, more than that, the best blacksmith in the city. On the way, Kreisa keeps talking, saying there's no way the protagonist plans to spend all that money on one sword. His current blade is fine, and there are plenty of swords left behind on battlefields anyway. Encred says becoming a knight takes more than skill. He also has to prove his strength. As he draws his sword, he tells Cray he's going to take the soldier promotion exam. His days as a foot soldier are over. Crazy says he thought MC didn't care about rank, but MC answers that he can't stay at the bottom forever, so he decides it's time to start making moves. The army uses a rank system to keep morale up. If you're stronger than the normal ladder, you get marked as special and treated by that rank. To move up, you have to beat 3 soldiers from the rank you want in front of other troops. For the soldiers, it's basically entertainment with gambling mixed in. Crazy starts taking bets and asks who wants to put money on Encred. His first opponent mocks him for jumping from the lowest rank straight to medium. He says one reward clearly went to his head, and it was probably his squad that did the real work. The protagonist figures this must be the first challenger, a skilled medium-rank fighter from a well-known mercenary group. Back with the betting, only one person picked MC, and Crazy wants to know which fool it was. Then he shrugs and says they won't know anything until the fight starts. And Crazy thinks about how he only got stronger by dying again and again. This time, there's no death waiting for him, so he has to make this one count. He tells himself to stay sharp and keep looking ahead, even if his skills still feel lacking. Still, he'll prove he knows how to work hard. Most of these men used to be way out of his league. Not anymore. He forces himself to focus and fight like his life depends on it. The opponent yells and rushes in. Encred decides to try the parry he learned in the last battle and use it to open the guy up. One swing, his enemy's sword is sent flying at once. As the weapon spins away, he notices the man's fingers are bent the wrong way. The guy starts panicking, screaming that he's finished. While he's distracted, Encred rushes in and slams the hilt into his face. The man drops, blood spilling from his mouth. The protagonist can only wonder why a medium-ranked soldier was that weak. The crowd erupts, shocked that the so-called loser won. They turn to Crazy and ask if he was the one who bet on MC. They assume he must have known how strong Encred was, but Crazy is just as stunned. He says he only placed the bet so the spot wouldn't stay empty. Someone tells him he should trust his own squad leader more. He figures maybe that guy got careless, but even then he starts wondering if every duel ends this fast. A older soldier steps forward and tells him not to get arrogant. He calls the first win pure luck, lowers his spear and says he'll be next. The protagonist recognizes him as one of the heavy infantry, one of the strongest men in that battalion. The man flicks his spear tip around trying to throw MC off. Then he suddenly thrusts. Encred moves on instinct and slices the spear tip right off. For a second he wonders why the thrust came from so far out, like maybe there was some trick to it. Then he realizes that's giving the guy too much credit, because the soldier looks completely shaken. Seeing the opening, he decides it's his turn. He drives a kick into the man's stomach and knocks him down. Henry and the rest of the crowd stare in surprise as Encred wins again. Twice in a row means it isn't luck, and now even the lowest rank has beaten 2 medium-rank soldiers. Crazy starts calling for the next challenger, but people hesitate. Losing to the protagonist now would be humiliating. Vincento calls them idiots and says they're all scared after talking down to him. His friend points out Vincento did the same, and he instantly shuts him up. Andrew starts to rise, saying that after his last loss, he trained with Mac every night and wants a rematch. Mac pushes him back down and tells him to forget it. Encred's gotten much stronger, so strong that even Mac isn't sure he could beat him now. Both of them keep watching closely. Raman nudges someone and tells him to get up there. The man asks who he's talking to, then freezes when he realizes it's Remen. Rem reminds him that he was just saying MC only got promoted by sucking up to the commander, so now he should go prove his own skill. The man insists he isn't scared. He realizes he got so used to struggling that he never noticed how extreme his past fights were. The knife-crazed freak from the first loop, the assassin after that, and even Mitch from the latest one, plus the squad mates he trained with every day. Compared to all that, his path has been brutal. His old teacher warned him never to look down on an enemy. Then the loudmouth finally steps up and asks if Encred is spacing out before the fight. The protagonist says no. He used to think that advice had nothing to do with him. He never imagined he'd be the one looking down on someone else. The loudmouth asks what's with that expression. Then MC wears a smug look, realizing he's finally become strong enough. He says he's just curious what it feels like to crush an enemy. He charges, and the loudmouth locks up. Encred slams his sword into the man's blade, and in Nolelia, strength earns respect. That's why it's called the Kingdom of Knights. He lifts his sword and strikes again, cracking the other man's weapon. The loudmouth looks up, terrified. Encred raises his blade one more time, then brings it down, stopping right before the man's head. The guy's eyes roll back and foam spills from his mouth. The protagonist says he's proven himself now. The whole crowd is stunned. Then someone blurts out that the guy even pissed himself. A voice calls Encred the Spellbreaker. Others agree it really was him who destroyed the flag, and he wasn't just living off his squad's fame. Andrew jumps up and shouts, calling him the Spellbreaker. MC wonders what he's doing as Andrew keeps yelling, telling everyone else to say it too. If not for Encred, at least half of them would have died. Soon the whole crowd is chanting Spellbreaker, and just like that, it becomes his nickname. He decides it could be worse while Kryes runs over and says he's officially medium rank now. The protagonist says it's too soon to celebrate. He still has to reach high rank. Kryes just stares, confused, and asks if he's really going to keep going. Then a man in the crowd stands and says this is getting interesting. As he steps forward, people notice the eagle patch on his arm. He's from the Border Guard, the elite troops that serve the crown directly. Everyone wonders why someone like that is here. The man addresses Encred politely and asks if he'd like another duel. The two lock eyes. Rem gets to his feet and says this one will be tough. Encred knows the Border Guard is basically Nolelia's answer to Aspen's Greyhounds, so this man could be as dangerous as Mitch. He wonders what happens if he faces someone on that level without dying first. Then he points his sword and tells the man to come. The Border Guard fighter smiles, amused. He says MC really isn't scared even standing before someone from the elite forces. After watching him, he admits he is far more interesting than expected. The soldiers start cheering, telling Encred to show them the Spellbreaker's strength. Their chant about infantry being the kings of the battlefield grows so loud it drowns everything else out. The man snaps at them, asking if they're stupid. They know he's infantry too, and this latest victory has made them cocky. He says he'll knock that pride down a bit as he gets ready. Then he bursts forward to close the distance. Encred locks in. He tracks the tip of the man's weapon and reads its path. With the smallest lean back, he parries the strike, catching the man off guard. The fighter notes that the protagonist wastes almost no movement, and that surprises him. Then he grabs MC by the collar and tries to slam him down. Encred catches his arm and raises his blade right over the man's head. A chill runs through him. If he doesn't move, he'll die. Encred drives the sword down, but the man slips aside and the blade hits the ground. He answers right away, drawing back and stabbing hard toward his chest. The protagonist doesn't dodge. He grabs the blade with his bare hand and smashes a knee into the man's stomach. The soldier steadies himself, and now the fight is even again. He rushes in once more, and Encred does too, pulling a throwing knife from his vest. Both of them strike for each other's heads, but the company commander steps in and knocks both weapons aside in one move. She tells them that's enough. Another second and they would have killed each other. Both men are breathing hard. Meanwhile, Vincento looks ready to kill somebody. And he isn't alone. The rest of the squad has gathered too. Robert grins and calls Encred a lucky bastard. The border guard man tells him not to get carried away. This was only a duel. He says he nearly had MC once he lost track of his movement and wonders how it would have ended if they kept going. Then he admits he came in with no expectations, but now he has to acknowledge him. He introduces himself as Torres, a platoon commander in the border guard. Encrid gives his own name and they shake hands. The crowd is shocked. A platoon commander means the protagonist just fought a special rank soldier. That makes him at least high rank now, and the soldiers finally start giving him real respect. MC glances at the cheering crowd and casually raises a hand like it's no big deal. Torres says he likes that attitude and expects they'll meet again soon. Calling him a high-rank soldier, he leaves him thinking he's one step closer now. Later, out near the barracks, a man tries again to recruit the protagonist into his company. He's Graham, commander of the 1st Company of Heavy Armored Infantry, the Turtles. MC notes this is the 3rd offer. Maybe it's because of his new rank or because he helped break the spell. If he accepts, he'll be tied to the army every month. It was a good offer, but he still turned it down and bowed to Graham in apology. Graham figured this was about the 4th Company commander and said he could talk to him, but he said that wasn't the reason. Graham says the protagonist really doesn't seem tempted at all. Even so, he'd still like MC under him. MC asks if he'd take Rem too, and Graham says sure, just not that lunatic. He adds that he lived through the last battle because of Rem, so he should stick with him. Crazy asks if that means it's time to pack up, but the protagonist says no. Crazy asks why he keeps turning everyone down when any unit would treat him well right now. As Encrid starts to explain, someone else walks in. They turn and see Torres asking MC how he's been. Torres gets straight to it. He wants Encrid and the border guards. He points out that the border guards answer directly to the crown, making this an even better offer than the Turtles gave him. Robert says this is the kind of chance the protagonist could only dream about before. Passing on the others was one thing, but rejecting this would be insane. Torres says he knew what he wanted the moment they crossed blades. He wants a real challenge, and if MC joins him, he'll put him through brutal training and crazy missions. That way, Encrid can bring out everything he's got. Rem thinks it's settled, and Ragna and the others do too. They're already acting like the choice is made. After a short pause, Encrid says if Torres means non-stop hellish training, then he's already in the perfect place. What he wants isn't to reach his limit, it's to go past it. Later, Rem is shivering in bed, whining that it's freezing and wishing he could chop the cold apart with his axe. He asks where he is going and tells him to bring back hot stones. He says now that the battle's over, Rem's completely useless. Odd says moving around will warm him up and invites him outside to train. Rem snaps back that he'll kill him. Odd then asks the protagonist to train with him too, saying it'll loosen up his frozen body. The protagonist says he has duty first and will do it after. Rem still yells after him not to forget the hot stones. As MC heads out, he notes how fast winter came. At the market, Encrid explains the border guard's main job is fighting. But since there isn't a war right now, they patrol the city instead. He's paired up with 2 men, Jack and Bo, and the 3 of them will patrol together today. He wonders if they're from the recon mission. Those names sound familiar. Jack says it's an honor to patrol with the famous Spellbreaker, and Bo adds that the protagonist even got promoted to high rank. Jumping from the very bottom all the way up there is incredible. Encrid just says he got lucky. Jack wants to test his strength and asks for a duel later. MC agrees and Jack says it's a promise. As the patrol goes on, Jack and Bo keep edging closer, complaining about having to work in this freezing weather. He asks why they're standing so close, since he's not big enough to block the wind. Then a robed figure starts walking toward them. Encrid notices something off just as the figure stumbles. He moves to help the kid, but a dagger flashes out, and before he can react, it's buried straight in his chest. Blood fills his mouth and he wonders what just happened. Jack and Bo quickly play it off, saying he drank too early, while shielding him from the crowd. That's when Encrid realizes they're all in on it. The robed assassin asks if he's shocked, then says a greyhound never forgets its target. The protagonist figures this half-fairy killer was sent after him for breaking the spell. The assassin yanks the knife from Encrid's chest, dropping him to his knees while Jack and Bo walk away. Jack says the mission's done and they should leave. Up in a guard tower, another man Rotten gives a nod. MC finally remembers them. They were the injured soldiers from the recon mission, the ones Krisa mentioned, the group that found a way to contact Aspen. As he collapses, Encrid realizes it's 4 against 1, and this won't be easy. A woman spots him, turns pale, and screams as blood spreads across the street. He thinks this might get interesting, then he jolts awake in bed and says good morning. Rem asks what his problem is, and Encrid says nothing. He just wants to start the day with energy. Rem once again tells him to bring back hot stones. The protagonist walks over to Odd, who pours icy water over his head and turns it to steam. Odd asks what his squad leader needs. MC brings up the body heating method Odd mentioned. Odd says it's called bare body training, and it's important in winter because it gets your body ready for anything. Encrid tells him to teach him. He remembers seeing the dagger come out but not being able to respond. His body had gone stiff from the cold. Odd tells him to start stretching. He says he should have known something was wrong. The second Jack and Bo crowded him, next time he'll drop those 2 first. But if he moves too soon, the assassin might run. Odd mocks him, saying his muscles are pathetic if he can't even hold the pose. And Encrid says they're already screaming. Soon he's introduced to Jack and Bo again and politely says it's nice to meet them. They ask if he's cold without his cloak. He says he was just training. Then they start closing in again, and the protagonist shows that his body still isn't at its best, even after odds training. This should be about when the assassin appears and Encred spots him in the crowd right on cue. MC instantly throws his arms back, smashing Jack in the face, but Bo slips under the swing. Bo asks if Encred figured it out and reaches for his weapon. He sees the assassin and knows he'll either rush in or flee, so he draws his blades and tries to finish these two fast. The assassin suddenly throws something that lets out a sharp whistle. The protagonist barely has time to wonder what that sound is before the blade punches into his chest. He looks down, stunned. Whatever it was moved too fast to see, and from that distance through a crowd, the man still hit dead center. His aim is terrifying. The assassin repeats that line. A greyhound never forgets its target. And Creed realizes the dagger pierced his heart before he even saw it. A blade faster than sound. The same woman as before screams that someone just died. MC understands he has to deal with close-range fighters and a ranged killer at the same time. He smiles at death and wonders how he's supposed to prepare. He breaks it down. When the half-fairy is close, he stabs from far away. He throws. That's simple enough. This wall isn't that complicated. He keeps stretching. He mutters about death, and Odd asks if that's a threat while sitting on his back. He says no. He seriously thinks he's going to die. Ragna asks if this is some kind of torture training, and Rem laughs, asking if it's really that bad. The protagonist tells Rem to come over and see for himself. Just then Jackson walks in for duty and finds everyone stretching and suffering, except Odd, who's grinning and saying this is his domain. Jackson looks confused, and Encred tells him not to make that face, they're just training. Then MC starts sketching in the dirt, saying he needs a way to block the dagger before it hits. Its speed and aim are on another level, and the shape is strange too. Jackson asks if it's a whistle dagger. He asks if that's the name, and Jackson says yes because of the sound it makes in flight. Used right, the target won't know what killed them, so the best move is staying far away from anyone carrying one. Encred says he'll remember that, but even a great thrower can't land the hit if the attack is blocked first. So the protagonist raises his hands again and swings at Jack and Bo. Jack gets hit again, but Bo avoids it. Bo asks if MC caught on, and MC grabs him by the robe and drags him in front as a shield, deciding these two idiots are his best protection against the dagger. The whistle comes too late. He gets stabbed in the stomach, and Bo takes one in the back. Jack also gets hit, the blade punching into his throat. The protagonist realizes the assassin threw 3 in an instant. This guy is insanely skilled. The assassin grins and laughs while people scatter, screaming about murder. Encred notes that he'll even kill his own side if they get in the way, or maybe he never saw them as allies at all. The assassin crouches beside him and says that was impressive. MC glares up as the man repeats his line about the greyhound never forgetting its target. Encred says that's actually a good thing, and the assassin asks why he's joking when he's dying. He pulls out the whistle dagger and calls him funny. He admits he underestimated all of this. As the blade is pulled free and blood pours out, he says a wall is still a wall. The killer asks why he's enjoying this, and says the protagonist should laugh while he still can, because the despair waiting at the end is what makes this a curse. Encred wakes in bed again and heads out, saying that to him, this isn't a curse at all, it's a blessing. He asks Jackson to explain whistle daggers. Jackson asks where he heard about them, but MC brushes that aside and asks for the details. Jackson says the weapon is made from several thin blades pressed together, which creates the whistle in the air. It used to be called the dagger you only hear because human eyes can barely track it. He asks how he's supposed to see and dodge one. Jackson says he can't. He then asks what if there are 2, and Jackson just stares, asking why anyone would need 2. The protagonist says he does. Jackson mutters that MC is being weird again and wonders where he even learned about this. He says watching a dagger after it's already been thrown is useless. You have to read the thrower's hand, because the path is set the second it leaves. He adds that a skilled killer can hide the motion, but once you know the trick, it's easier to catch. Encred asks if he can learn it too. Jackson tells him not with his current throwing form. He groans that he keeps getting roasted. Then Jackson asks if he wants to learn how to throw daggers properly. The protagonist is caught off guard that Jackson offered first, and Jackson says if he's not sure about it, he doesn't have to. Still, MC says he'll learn. Back at the market, Jack and Bo are tailing him again. Encred recalls that the instant a dagger is thrown, he has to loosen his whole body, then sharpen his focus as it leaves the hand. Seeing it and dodging it follow the same rule. While watching for the spot where the assassin usually shows up, he catches only the man's feet before pulling his sword. He instantly beheads Jack. When Bo reaches for his weapon, Encred turns and cuts through his stomach. The woman who always witnesses his death screams, yelling that there's been a murder as Jack and Bo collapse. The assassin starts walking closer, and Encred reminds himself to watch the enemy and shift from loose to focused. If he wants to live, he has to protect his heart. And he needs to read the very tip of the man's hand. A dagger slams into his arm at once, and he never even saw it. He glances at the wound, only to take another blade right in the chest. He curses, that was way too fast. It all happened in a blink, but he knows he caught something at the start. There was a flash in the assassin's hand, and he's sure of it. The assassin starts saying his usual line, but Encred cuts in first, finishing it. A greyhound never forgets its target. The man freezes and asks how he knew that. He just smiles and says he'll see him again, because after a few more loops he'll know every trick he has. On the next loop, Encred quickly draws his sword and stabs Jack through the throat right away. He kills Bo next, knowing he has to remove those two as fast as possible. People around them start screaming about murder, and the protagonist shifts his body sideways while searching for the assassin. He's done just wishing he could improve. Then he spots the flash in the killer's hand and tells himself hard work can get him there. The dagger flies toward him at once. Encred focuses on one point, tracks its line, and blocks the first blade with his metal bracer. The assassin spins another dagger, calling him crazy while a nervous sweat breaks out. MC reads it as a front attack and thinks he has to dodge sideways, but it was only a fake. The assassin is still twirling the whistle dagger on his finger. Encred realizes it too late and accepts what's coming, because once the real throw comes, the blade punches through his chest. Dropping to his knees, he mutters that the man can change his timing based on his target's movement, and that this dagger is actually pretty amazing as he yanks it from his chest. He stares at it and says he wants one too. Later, he's trying to spin a throwing knife on his finger and tosses it at a piece of fruit, but misses. Jackson asks what he's doing. Encred says he's practicing with a whistle dagger, and Jackson tells him that isn't one. He says he'll get a real one soon. While he keeps spinning the knife, the string snaps and it zips right past Jackson's head, leaving a long, awkward pause. Encred says this is the 8th loop. The whistle dagger comes straight at him, and he ducks under it, sure he won't get tricked by a delayed attack again. Then a sharp pain hits his back. He forgot Rotten was in the tower with a bow. On the 9th loop, Encred throws his own dagger and nails Rotten in the throat. The assassin mocks him for looking away, throws his dagger, and the protagonist dies again. Later, the fruit he had been aiming at finally gets pierced while Jackson is holding it, and it drops to the floor. Jackson stares at MC in shock as MC says the arm and hand only guide the throw. The whole body is what really sends it, so he asks what he's still missing. Jackson says this much should be enough, and asks if he has trained with daggers before. Jackson did teach him, of course, but the protagonist can't admit that, so he claims he once saw someone do it on the battlefield and copied it. Jackson wonders if he's some kind of hidden genius, then asks whether he's heard of the throwing blade technique. He says it was made by a man named Jorg, an assassin. The style was named after his weapon, the whistle dagger. Jorg wanted a silent blade made from one very thin edge, but that was too hard to use, which led to the whistle dagger people know now. Encred says it sounds like the weapon has a real past, and Jackson is surprised he hasn't heard of it, especially since his stance fits whistle dagger throwing perfectly. Now on the 10th loop, Jack asks where they're going, and MC says they're taking a different patrol route today. Jack reminds him they were assigned to the market and could be punished. Encred snaps back and pulls rank, saying he's the highest here, so they'll do as he says, and he'll take the blame. Jack and Bo whisper about what to do, and as they move farther from town, they reach a hill. He thinks the market was the assassin's perfect setup, and he's done playing along. Jack tells him they should head back, but the protagonist asks what they got for betraying their own side. Jack and Bo realize they've been exposed, and rush him with their weapons drawn. And Craig cuts Jack open with a horizontal slash and drives his sword straight through Bo, killing them both. Then he looks over as the assassin comes up the hill, with Rotten there too. Rotten looks shocked, and Encred tells them they're late. He already got started. The assassin throws 3 whistle daggers at once. MC plants a hand on the ground and lifts himself over them, saying the number doesn't matter as long as he can read the hands. Rotten tries to shoot him in the back, but Encred whips a knife into his skull. The assassin calls him an idiot for looking away, but he blocks the next blade with his bracer. Now the assassin starts breaking into a cold sweat as Encred slowly turns back and fixes him with a brutal stare. The assassin begins to shake and asks who the hell he is. The protagonist says he doesn't need to know, then pulls the dagger from his forearm. He asks how many whistle daggers the man still has. The assassin realizes Encred understands the weapon too, and wonders if he's an assassin himself. Then he admits he has 2 left. MC says he's jealous, since he only has 1. The assassin says joking right now takes real nerve, and that MC must be insane. He warns that the moment he throws that 1 blade, he's dead. He replies that there's only one way to find out, and they'll know when it happens. The man might hide his hand, but he can't hide the whole arm. Encred narrows his focus, deciding the assassin's posture is the real key to dodging the daggers. Right then, the assassin's arm comes into view. While one hand keeps twirling a blade, the protagonist realizes there are actually 2. The assassin throws them, and MC slips past both. He fires back with his own dagger. The assassin dodges, but his cape gets clipped. Encred keeps his eyes locked on him, guessing he actually has more. When he spots extra blades in the man's hands, he knows he was right. He raises his own, and the assassin is stunned because he thought the protagonist only had 1. MC dodges the whistle daggers and throws his own, which the assassin barely avoids too. The man accuses him of lying as he draws a blade and calls him a bastard. Encred says he did the same, and this is something he hasn't seen from him before. Looks like there's no rule saying assassins have to fight from far away. The assassin charges low, and he notes this is a new move. When the man lunges, Encred dodges and grabs his wrist, saying it doesn't matter. Now the assassin realizes he's in serious trouble as the protagonist yanks him in. He lifts his sword and says this is the end, then brings it down, splitting the assassin's skull and carving into his chest. He pants as the body drops when he pulls the sword free. Encred says it took 10 tries to get past this wall. He lets out a breath and looks up, saying this loop of fighting, losing, getting stronger, and finally winning feels way too good. Then he looks back at the corpse and wonders if there are more whistle daggers on him. He searches the body and finds several on the chest, then decides to keep them. Back at the commander's place, the beast commander asks if he almost got assassinated, saying she figured as much since he led them away. He says it was only a coincidence, while the whistle daggers are now tucked on his chest. She clearly doesn't buy it, asking if it's also a coincidence that he fought 4 people and came back with only a small scratch. Encred says luck is on his side, but she keeps staring at him like she doesn't trust a word of it, while he avoids her eyes. In the end, she tells him to go back to his post, so he heads back to the others. He opens the door and says he's back, just as an axe flies past his face. He dodges to the side and Rem is shocked he avoided the sneak attack. Encred asks if he's crazy and says he almost killed him. Rem answers that assassins are after him now, so he has to keep training. MC tells him to eat this and throws a hot stone at him. For some reason, Rem catches it bare-handed, and somehow already knows it's hot. Rem grabs the hot stone bare-handed and starts yelling. The axe had even shaved off a bit of his hair. So Encred asks Kryze what he charges for a haircut, and they start bargaining while Rem is still losing his mind over the stone. They agree on 8 copper, and Kryze starts cutting his hair outside. The protagonist still tries to talk him down more since they're on the same squad. Kryze tells him to find a barber in town if he hates the price. MC refuses, saying the city barbers are terrible. Snow starts falling, and Kryze mutters that it's seriously cold today. Rem calls snow the devil's powdered crap, while Odd says it's a test from God. Ragnar agrees, Jackson stays quiet, and he figures they're all out here to guard him. He starts thinking about how the assassin got into the border guard. Then his mind goes to Jack, Bo, and Rotten. Were they crooked before joining or after? Either way, someone else may be involved. So he asks Kryze if he knew the 3 dead men and where they came from. Kryze says Jack was drafted after getting caught stealing from people. Bo got in after insulting a noble, which Rem clearly respects, and Encred kind of does too. Then Kryze goes on. Rotten used to work as a mercs for a merchant group that collapsed. All 3 joined within the last year, and Kryze thinks they were part of the same guild. After hearing that, the protagonist says only one answer makes sense to him. The Thieves Guild. It's a guild in name only, really just a nest of criminals. And if one of them was involved, they'd know the city inside and out. He asks Jackson what he knows about the Thieves Guild. Jackson pushes back, asking why MC came to him, and MC says he just figured he'd know something. Jackson admits he's gotten too easy to read, then says this much. After the guild got rebuilt, his contact there went silent. That's all he has. Kryze finishes the cut, and Rim says his barber really cleaned him up. He notices his hair is shorter, then glances at the falling snow and says it's really piling up. Jackson says he'll be heading into the city tonight. Rem instantly calls him out, saying he's just dodging snow shoveling duty. That gets the protagonist thinking. He suggests they all take a mission instead. If everyone agrees, nobody has to shovel snow. The second he says that, they all jump on it. Even Kryze is in, and Kryde can't believe this whole group hates shoveling that much. He says he'll go ask the commander for permission, and Ragnar calls him lazy for not doing that first. They head inside, and even Odd tells him to hurry up and ask. MC can at least appreciate how united they are about hating snow duty, so he goes back to the commander and explains the situation. She asks if he wants permission to investigate the Thieves Guild, and Kryze says yes, if she'll allow it. She's still clearly suspicious of him, he keeps avoiding her eyes. Then she narrows in and asks if this is really just about getting out of snow duty. Before she's even done, he blurts out, no, he only wants justice. Inside, he's shocked she caught on that fast. After that, he rejoins the others and they ask where this whole Thieves Guild idea even came from. Kryze says he means the Gilfin Guild, and asks if Encred knows anything about them. He says no, and that's why they're going to find out. Rem, meanwhile, is freezing. The protagonist tells Jackson they'll wait at the inn while he figures out where the guild is hiding. Jackson asks how exactly he's supposed to do that, and MC tells him to work it out. Kryze can't believe that's the order he gave, but Jackson accepts it right away. Now Kryze starts wondering if he's the strange one here. They gather at an inn called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup. Kryze asks what they'll do if the Gilfin Guild turns out innocent. Jackson says innocent or not, they're still criminals. Someone needs to wipe them out anyway. Kryze thinks for a moment, then calls over the waitress, Lisa, and tells her to wait. She asks what he wants, and he leans in to whisper something to her. Kryde wonders what he's saying. But what stands out more is that Jackson still hasn't come back. Even for him, he's working with almost nothing. He starts to wonder if his order was too vague, and he almost feels bad for him. Meanwhile, Jackson is on a snowy rooftop, watching the area below. He stays completely still, letting the snow pile up on him. Then something catches his eye. 2 men are walking down the street. Back at the inn, the others ask Kryze how he knows Lisa. He says her father makes shoes, and her dream is to run an inn in the capital. They stare, and he shrugs. Pretty women become future customers. At last, Jackson returns, opening the door covered in snow, and saying he found their hideout. Everyone just stares at him, confused by how much snow is on him. Jackson stares right back, waiting for someone to answer. Encred finally pulls a drumstick from his mouth and tells Jackson to eat too. Jackson declines and asks why they're still sitting around. They should move now. Ram refuses, saying it's way too cold. Jackson says he'll warm him up with his own blood. Encred says he wants to go too, but the snow slows them down, so they need to be careful. They'll leave when it stops. Then he looks outside and realizes that won't be anytime soon, so he changes his mind and tells everyone to get ready. They point out he just said the opposite, but the protagonist says he's waited enough. Soon they're out in the snow. Rem is still freezing and whining that the inn was warm, so why did they leave? As they move through an alley, a beggar nearby pulls a hidden blade and glares at them. He's not alone either. More men rush in behind him. Rem tosses aside his blanket and greets the first guy with a grin. Then he throws out a mocking question, smashes another man in the face, and asks Jackson if this is one of his friends. Kreese says they're probably with the Gilfin Guild. Jackson says these men will lead them to the hideout, then points out a hatch. The beggars were guarding the entrance. The hatch is locked, but Odd tells everyone to step back from it. He pulls back his fist and says, knock knock, then punches straight through and breaks it open. After that, he jokes that they must have forgotten to lock it, so now they can go in. Rem calls him a brute, which is rich coming from him. Encred says he doesn't care how it happened, as long as the door's open. As they enter, Rem asks what they'll ask first. Encred says questions can wait. First, they use force. They move down a narrow hallway, but the people inside have already been warned. A group is waiting for Encred and his squad. Their leader says reporting failure would be annoying, so they might as well handle it themselves. One man worries this might go badly, but the others gather around him. The leader just sneers. Why fear a bunch of nobodies? The moment he says that, the door flies off its hinges when Odd kicks it in and jokes that this one wasn't locked either. Now the leader realizes he may have picked a fight that's too big for him. Rem says they can kill them now, but Encred says no. Start with the ones who never preyed on the weak, the ones willing to go to a cell, and anyone who doesn't want to die can throw down their weapon and step over this line. He draws the line on the ground and warns the rest, refuse and die. Rem asks why they aren't just killing everyone, and Encred says he changed his mind. Really, he's just thinking that sounded pretty cool. Rem only looks more confused. The leader laughs and calls him another low-rank grunt, asking if he really thinks he can command them. Odd says their minds are clouded by demons, and they won't listen unless force makes them. He lifts his blade and agrees. Then he asks which one of them is strongest. The leader grins and says this should be fun. He orders their best swordsman, Wyvern, to step forward. Mullet obeys and walks up. He starts thinking Encred probably can't even stop his sword after all. He's never lost. But before that thought is done, he lunges in with a sudden attack. The protagonist knocks the strike aside and drives his blade straight through Mullet's chest. He says that's the Volan mercenary sword-style talk while stabbing, and he's gotten very used to it. The leader starts sweating, and Encred asks if that was their strongest, because he'd like to see the rest. Mullet is still screaming on the floor. MC gives them one last warning, surrender or die. The others just stare at him. A few of them seem to be wondering if he's seriously trying to look cool right now. They hesitate, then some finally drop their weapons and surrender. The leader snaps, calls one of them a coward, and swings at him. The man turns toward the blade, but before it lands, a whistle dagger slams into the leader's forehead. Encred threw it to save the surrendering man. The leader drops to his knees and dies on the spot while the others stare at the body. Rao admits that was actually pretty cool. Odd and Chryseus seem to agree. Jackson does too. Ragnar just looks annoyed. He didn't get his own moment. Encred can tell they all thought that was amazing. The rest instantly fall to their knees, surrendering and begging not to die. Rem asks what happens now, saying it would be easier to kill them than deal with them again later. They beg for mercy, saying some of them have sick mothers at home. He shuts that down. None of that erases what they did. One bald man steps forward and says if someone has to die, it should be him, because he's Gilfin. Encred asks if he means he's the Gilfin from the Gilfin Guild. Then he points at the dead boss and asks, wasn't that guy in charge? The bald man says yes, but the protagonist says that should make him Gilfin. Nope, that's actually this guy. MC is totally lost. Craze explains the guilds use random names on purpose. If the law starts hunting them, they dump that person and run. Gilfin says the dead boss was a rotten bastard, but the others aren't like him, so if he wants blood, he should take his. The whole group breaks down, refusing to let Gilfin carry this alone. Turns out he's a good guy who looks after their families and helps everyone. Rame even starts backing them up, asking if the protagonist really plans to kill them after all this. The protagonist reminds him Rame was the one pushing for that first. Gilfin keeps begging, offering the guild's money and whatever else they own, if the others get to live. MC looks down at him while Craze just smiles. Gilfin says most of the money is locked in a safe, but the key was hidden by the dead boss. That doesn't matter much with Odon around. He just tears the vault open and reveals the gold inside. Gilfin can only mutter that it's his fault. Encred tells the others to go ahead, and they start taking what they want. Jackson picks a knife, Rem grabs some warm leather, and Rodna asks why nobody's taking the cash. He starts digging through the pile too. Then he finds something he likes, a leather armor set that's both tough and flexible. He says he's taking it, and Craze calls out to him. Craze says they should take over the guild. Encred asks if he's telling him to become a thief. Craze says yes, but a kind that doesn't kill. Even if they wipe this guild out, another one will pop up in a month, so Craze thinks it's smarter to keep Gilfin in charge and control the guild through him. The protagonist thinks it over and says this all feels way too neat. He starts wondering if it began when Craze was talking to Lisa, and Craig figures Craze must have told her everyone would gather here. Craze laughs and admits that was exactly the plan. He adds that if MC agrees, the guild can pay him every month and feed them useful information too. He says he doesn't really care that much about money. Still, extra money isn't a bad thing, so he agrees. Craze then tells Gilfin that from now on there'll be a thieves guild that doesn't kill. They'll weed out the worst members, hand them over, and slowly clean the whole group up. Gilfin warns that if they don't disband, they're all going to die. Craze asks why. Gilfin explains the dead boss worked for Aspen, and their collector, a man called a Frog, comes by every spring and fall to inspect the guild. If that guy finds out what happened here, he'll kill all of them. Craze says that won't be a problem. They've got monsters worse than that on their side, and he points at the others. Encred tells everyone that if they got what they came for, it's time to head back. Rem looks at him and asks if he really thinks they're done shoveling the snow. Encred instantly realizes he forgot something huge. He looks outside and sees it piling up with snow. Ragnar says there's still some unfinished business left here, whatever that means. Odon sits by the fire and says he's going to pray, reflect, and preach a little more. Jackson says he has something to handle too, so he'll be gone until morning. The protagonist didn't expect everyone to be this busy. As for him, he just lies down and the group gets ready for a big nap. The next day, Encred reports to the ferry commander that they found and destroyed the Thieves Guild. She asks if he enjoyed skipping snow duty. He plays dumb though. In his head, he's amazed she figured it out. Then she says she heard he never refuses a duel. He tells her that's mostly true. Pointing her sword at him, she asks for a spar. Encred agrees, confused why he's getting a duel instead of punishment. He thought she was mad. A second later, she sweeps his leg. He can't react at all and hits the ground. She tells him to stand up. The moment he reaches for his sword, she comes in with another sweep and flips him over again. Encred starts wondering what's happening. Her first sword has always been this thin, almost like a whip. She keeps ordering him up, only to drop him over and over again. Before long, he's flat on the ground, completely out of breath. Looking down at him, she says he used to react like he could see the future, but right now he looks blind. She says she still doesn't really know who he is, but one thing is true, he broke the spell and killed 4 assassins. Then she looks up, says it's snowing again, and warns that she'll be watching him. Encred can't believe she was really mad about the snow. He calls himself pathetic. He's trained with a sword, but never really with his bare hands. Now he sees what he's missing, something that uses the whole body, martial arts, and Odon is the one who can teach him. The scene jumps to Odon squatting with an entire tree. He tells Encred one basic rule of martial arts is building a trained body, then slams the tree down. Honestly, he's not wrong. MC thinks it over while someone in the background yells, asking who ripped out that tree. Odon ignores the question and says he has a training method. He asks about the tree, but Odon keeps going. This method pushes the body to its limit, and it's called the isolation method. Smiling, he says, it hurts so much, the protagonist should just think of himself as already dead. Death is something Encred knows very well, so he says that part is his specialty. Then training begins, with a boulder strapped to his back while he does lunges. MC says he's seriously going to die. Odon explains that the core of isolation training is overload. Tear the muscles down and they'll grow back stronger. As he starts shaking, Odon says he has to hold it for 10 seconds, and that he knows the protagonist's limits better than the protagonist does. The protagonist wonders how that makes any sense, right as Odon pushes down on the rock. Odon grins and says MC must regret not starting this earlier. He adds that he still needs to build his body a lot more before real martial arts can start. He cuts him off. He doesn't have time for regret. The past is gone, and he stays focused on the present. If he didn't, he never would have survived the first loop. He looks up at Odon and asks him to teach something else, while he's still holding the pose. Odon is stunned by how serious he is. Smiling, he says he respects his squad leader, and they move on to the next step. With even more rocks added in, Odon tells Encred he'll be crawling back to camp on all fours today. The leopard watches this whole murder session in broad daylight. Odon has the protagonist holding stones with both arms stretched out. He's obviously struggling, but he still refuses to quit, and the leopard just keeps watching. That night, Encred faceplants into the barracks doorway, and Rem asks if someone's bullying him. He wants to know why MC keeps coming back half dead. MC says it's just training, while the leopard starts trying to comfort him. Rem asks if he's keeping it, and if so, he should give it a name. He thinks for a second and says it's warm, so maybe heater. The leopard hisses. Then he tries Blackie Blue because of its blue eyes, and it hates that one too. Rim says those names are basically animal abuse, but Encred still thinks Blackie Blue sounds cute. In the end, he says he'll think about the name some more. The leopard curls up beside him as he falls asleep. Then he dreams of a flower field, and when he opens his eyes, he is startled to find himself walking around. The sky above glows with an aurora. He says it's weird to dream without seeing the boatsman, and this whole place doesn't feel like his usual kind of dream anyway. As flower petals drift through the air, he turns and sees a woman in a cloak walking toward him. When she gets closer, her eyes are the same blue as the leopard's, and Encred is caught off guard by how pretty she is. She speaks one word, Esther, and says that's her name. The protagonist looks down and realizes Esther is now lying in his bed. She starts sweating nervously, but it's the middle of the night and Encred has an arm wrapped around her. She blushes while he tells Esther goodnight, holds her close and falls asleep again. The next morning, Encrid heads out and Rem asks where he's going. MC says training. Rem calls that gross and asks if he isn't still hurting from yesterday. He says his body actually feels light. Esther says of course it does. She used magic on him. He has to free her from her curse, so she can't let him die throwing his body around like that. Rem asks if he met a priest last night or something. Encrid says no. He dreamed about some woman. Rem says he didn't take him for that kind of dreamer and asks what she looked like. The protagonist remembers Esther's face and says she was really pretty. Esther sighs, saying at least his eyes work. She explains that magicians naturally keep chasing deeper magic and mystery, but while seeking more knowledge, she got cursed, turned into a beast, and had her powers sealed too. One day, Esther followed the smell of a curse through the fields and it led her straight to Encrid. She keeps watching his training and Odon is shocked. Usually the soreness lasts a week, but MC is already hitting harder than yesterday. After finishing his set, he stacks the rocks neatly. He calls out to Blackie Blue. Esther hisses and he quickly apologizes, then asks how long she's been watching. Esther explains that names matter in magic. If someone keeps calling her the wrong one, her power gets even weaker. With the little strength she had left, she told him her real name, but she messed up in the process. That mistake is why she turned back into a human at night. It was embarrassing, though she's glad Encrid is too dense to make it worse. According to her, he's clearly under some kind of curse, but it still hasn't fully taken hold. Still, what he's carrying is far stronger than her own. The big curse slowly eats weaker ones nearby, so if she stays close to him, her power should come back with time. Later that day, Encrid spars with Odin. Odin drives in with a knee strike, and the protagonist slips to the side to avoid it. But Odin was ready for that. He reaches out, grabs MC by the face, and slams him into the ground. He tells Encrid martial arts need a body that's prepared. Just like swordplay. Grabbing his wrist, he says none of it matters if he's too slow. He is still slow as a turtle, Odin says, but his body is definitely changing. What stands out most is that he never quits. That's just how locked in he is. A full month passes, and green shoots start pushing through the snow. Encrid spends every day training, and now the whole squad is helping him. He thrusts his sword at Rem, and Rem grins, surprised by how much he's improved. Now he can actually fight. After that, the protagonist finishes eating and asks Ragna for a spar. Ragna tells him to wait until he's done eating, then beats him anyway, saying Encrid still lacks adaptability. His basics are solid for now, and his muscle memory should be able to handle them without thought, but he'll still need endless repetition. MC just sighs, smiles, and says that's exactly what he's best at. That night, he studies his blade and thinks training with the squad helps, but real field experience would help too. Then a rustle nearby makes him jump. Jackson rushes him with a surprise attack, but Encrid blocks it. Jackson says he won't die to an ambush anymore, and he really has gotten better. Crisey tells him to go outside if he wants to train. Jackson fires back, asking why Crisey isn't so early instead of out making money. Then Esther rises from the bed and Crisey thinks he's found his chance. He starts searching for a claw, sure one must have fallen off again. Free money in his eyes. Then someone knocks on the door. As Encrid gets out of bed, he wonders if Crisey is lazy or hardworking. The visitor is the ferry commander, and she tells the protagonist to come with her. He assumes it's because the snow is gone, but she says that's not why she's here. There's a new job and he needs to handle one listed on the mercenary soldier board. MC explains that this board works beside the normal soldier ranking system. It lets city people hire soldiers as mercenaries. They're cheaper than regular mercenaries, usually better trained and more polite, so the system is popular. He'd wanted to try it himself, so this is perfect. Nearby, a guy yawns, saying he's finally done with his duty after working non-stop and needs something else to do. Then he spots Encrid and the ferry commander. He asks how many people they need. She says 3 total, and he should bring one squad mate. She'll be the third. That shocks him. Why is she going herself? The guy passing by mentions hearing they dueled the other day, then wonders if they're actually dating. The ferry commander notices Encrid's face and asks if going on a mission with her makes him uneasy. The bystander instantly reads it as romance and starts spreading the story. Before long, the whole camp is saying the company commander and the spellbreaker are together and somehow already have kids. Later, while the protagonist trains, people keep talking about it. They can't believe he pulled a fairy with a face like his, but admit they look good together. And Crises has no idea what is happening with these rumors. The moment he gets back to the barracks, Rim shouts, "Papa's home," then asks how far along it is since he heard the baby is coming soon. MC says they got it all wrong. Everyone is misunderstanding the rumors, but Crisey tells him not to be shy. They'll find out eventually. He flat out says no. Ragnar says it sounds great, tells him to keep her close and keep training, and adds that even Odon is praising him now. And Crisey says just feels like bullying. Remy asks when the date is, saying being the third wheel will be awkward, but he'll do it for his boy. The protagonist asks if he's talking about the mission, then says Rem is absolutely not coming. Rem argues he has no one else to take, but MC points to Jackson instead. Jackson says he's ready, and they head out. Rem can't believe he chose the damn cat over him and asks if he got hit in the head. He says if Rem got mad, he'd probably try to axe the commissioner, so no chance. Jackson asks if he's only being picked because he won't cause trouble. And Crisey says no. Jackson does these jobs a lot, so he'd be useful. Jackson says he has one piece of advice, warning him not to give too much of his heart to one woman, or it'll come back to hurt him. The protagonist says he doesn't need advice about that. When they meet the commander, MC asks when the commissioner will arrive. She says soon. He glances aside, thinking she probably hasn't heard the rumors yet, and it'd be awkward if she had. Then she immediately brings up the part about them having kids together. Ankred blurts out no, while Jackson struggles not to laugh. He asks if he's laughing. Jackson denies it, but he knows he definitely heard. The ferry commander asks if her questions bother him. He says no. Then she asks if he's happy about it, and he says no, before quickly changing it to yes, getting more confused as she keeps teasing him. A carriage arrives and Jackson says the commissioner is here. The ferry commander clicks her tongue, saying it was just getting fun. She turns away and Ankred can't believe she was joking with such a blank face. The mission is to protect the child of a rich merchant while the rogue fried trading company decides which of two heirs will become the next head. Their job is to make sure the heirs don't hurt each other. Ankred expects some greedy little toad, but a beautiful woman steps out instead and introduces herself as Leona, heiress of the rogue fried company. She politely greets them all. Then they head into town. On the way, Leona whispers to a woman beside her, while the protagonist rides in the back. Since the greeting, she hasn't spoken to them directly, and even the little communication they get comes through her maid, who says they'll first take a room at the inn and wait for the others. So really, they're here just to escort her, nothing more. Ankred remembers Odon's lesson. Age, body, stance, position, and gaze all matter. Figuring out an enemy's plan is a skill by itself, so he starts studying the group. One guard is left-handed, her steps are heavy like she's carrying a lot of gear, and his sword sense tells him she's pretty strong. None of them seem to be on special rank level, but for now his read is good enough. Jackson asks if he's bored and suggests a sound game. Jackson calls out noises, and MC has to say where they're from. A rustling paper bag? MC says a woman at the food market. They keep going. Then Jackson asks about a tongue click. As he starts focusing, Jackson says he's too late. It came from a man near the shoe store. The game is about finding and identifying sounds fast, and it's much harder than it sounds. At the inn, a guard tells them Leona will take a room upstairs, while the rest wait below. The commander sits with them, says the game looks interesting, and wants in. The protagonist mentions that fairies have much sharper senses than humans. They continue. Jackson says a knife hit the floor, and before Ankred can answer, the ferry commander says it came from the second floor beside the stairs. Next, Jackson mentions a dagger being drawn, and she instantly says it was at the inn entrance. MC complains that he can't even join anymore. Then he notices the directions in the game are getting more serious, like this isn't a game anymore. Jackson asks where someone is secretly watching them from. The ferry commander answers, right behind him, as a man reaches for his blade. In the same instant, both of them move and kill the attackers behind them. Jackson says they're under attack, and she agrees. The other mercenaries panic as assassins appear. Another one comes at Ankred from behind, but he turns and cuts the man's throat. Then a scream comes from upstairs, and he says the commissioner comes first. He rushes up the stairs, but an assassin shouts and throws knives at him. Jackson blocks them with a frying pan like he's in PUBG, while the ferry commander tears through the assassins on the first floor. The assassins are shocked by how strong they are, but decide to win with numbers. Jackson drives a blade into one man's throat, while Ankred sprints upstairs. The ferry commander says every soldier in his squad is stronger than he is, yet they all follow him without question, and she wants to know why. An assassin rushes her with a scream, but she just smiles, calls it interesting, and kills him in one move through the arm and throat. Upstairs, Ankred pins an assassin to the wall with a stab to the chest, and says that after dealing with the one who targeted Krang and that half-fairy killer too, attacks like this don't shake him anymore. All his training has changed him so much that he barely feels like the same person. Even if Odon still says he's too slow, the protagonist can tell his movements are cleaner now, as he kicks another assassin through the railing and off the second floor. Then he sees the female guard get thrown out of Leona's room and slam into the railing. He rushes to the door and sees an assassin shouting, "Glory to Aspen," as he goes for Leona. Her maid jumps in front of her yelling no and telling Leona to get down. Ankred knows he's too close to stop with whistle daggers, and he's not even sure he can reach them in time. Then he remembers a way to close the gap fast. He's seen it once. Thinking back to that night on the battlefield, he knows he can't copy it perfectly at his level, but he still tries. Even doing a rough version should be enough, and he bursts forward to get there in time. The assassin's blade comes down and Ankred cuts in front of it. He takes the hit on his back to protect Leona. The blade scrapes across him, and the assassin freezes in shock. The strike didn't go through. MC's armor stopped it. Glad he got it from the Gilfin Guild, he tells the assassin they can continue this downstairs. Then he grabs the man, throws him over his shoulder, and crashes out the window with him, both landing outside. The assassin coughs hard, while Ankred gets up and says he softened the fall with the other guy. Leona looks out the window, stunned, and he tells her the second floor is clear. This assassin is hurting from the fall, but he still rises and pulls out a second blade. Calling the protagonist crazy, he asks if he's a border guard. The protagonist says no. That only makes the assassin more sure he can win, as he readies both swords. MC notices the blades are different lengths, but the man isn't thrown off at all. He wonders if this is the flowing sword style. Then the assassin says he'll kill him first and butcher Leona next. He asks if anyone's ever told him he talks too much. Annoyed, the assassin charges, and Encred admits this is his first real fight in a while, and this guy is strong. He shifts his back foot, settling into stance and thinking about what to test first. The assassin lines up one blade for a thrust and lifts the other high. Encred realizes both strikes will come together. It's a Valen duet. One blade goes for his head, so he slips left. The next swing follows right away, and he ducks under it. The assassin thrusts again, forcing the protagonist to step back. With space opened up, the man lunges in hard, but MC ducks past him to the other side. Now he's behind the assassin, and the man realizes he may have messed up some. Nobody just dodged everything. Encred tells him he's impressed. He could never learn that style himself because he lacks the talent, but from the speed and aim, this guy is around the level of that stabbing freak from his first loop. The assassin rushes back in, asking what nonsense he's talking about and calling him insane. He sharpens his focus, locking onto the twin blades, and then it clicks. Now he can read which line of attack is coming next. Encred lifts his arm and sends his sword forward in one smooth motion, driving it into the assassin's chest with no wasted movement. Even the protagonist is a bit surprised. He says he aimed for the heart, but missed a little. The man screams as Encred pulls the blade back out. He knows he still has a long way to go, and he needs more training with Ragna and Jackson. MC watches the assassin collapse while the others flee out the back, yelling that they need to retreat. He wants to go after all of them, but Jackson stops him. His fight already drew too much attention. Encred points out that they're escaping, and Jackson says that's fine, making him wonder why they aren't chasing. Jackson reminds him they weren't hired to hunt criminals. The enemies ran on their own, so the commissioner is safe. He agrees they need to stay focused on the mission. The ferry commander tells him he did well, and he asks if she's all right. She tilts her head, teasing that he must really care about his lover. Then she says her heart's fluttering so much she won't be able to sleep. Encred just stares at her with a blank face. Leona asks if they're together. He says no. She pushes further, asking if everything that's happened so far meant nothing to him. Still stone-faced, the protagonist wonders what is wrong with everyone. Leona asks his name, and Encred tells her. She thanks him for saving her and promises to reward him properly later. He says it's fine. He was only doing the job he was given. She looks like she wants to say more, but holds it back. Sometime later, MC explains that the assassins they caught were handed over to the army, and extra soldiers were sent in case another attack came. Sitting at a table, Encred thinks about who those assassins were. Some were clearly skilled, so this wasn't just a robbery. He figures the other heirs of the company are the most likely suspects. Leona comes downstairs and says he's awake early. Encred tells her he's on duty. She sits beside him and pulls her chair closer, then asks him to join her personal forces. Compared to that, the Rockfried Company leaves nothing to want. Its major partners include the Shepherds of the Wilderness from the Beastlands, the Black Leather Guild, famous for dragon hunting, and the Glacial Rangers, protectors of the permafrost. Even their company map with trade routes and local specialties is valuable enough to make someone rich for life. To him, that's too much to walk away from. Leona says the former owner's sons are idiots, and if she's going to protect and grow the association, she needs capable people. People skilled enough to save her when she's near death, and honest enough not to demand more after. Most would kill for a place in her association, and she doubts he's any different. Once again, she says she'll give him whatever he wants if he joins her. Encred simply says no. She can't believe he turned her down without even thinking, and asks why. Jackson comes downstairs and says that keeping at it after being rejected isn't a good look. The commander adds that it doesn't suit a merchant either. Leona bows and admits they're right. Then she says the other heirs will arrive at noon, so she has to get ready. After she heads upstairs, the other two walk over to Encred. Jackson says he somehow charmed a rich heiress too, and asks if hard-to-handle women are his type. He says no, but Jackson keeps going, saying he needs to stop seducing every woman he meets. He fires back that he never did that to begin with. Then the ferry commander calls him a two-timer and says that really hurts. The protagonist grits his teeth and says sorry. Maybe his taste just changed. Jackson is stunned, and so is the commander that he actually answered back. People nearby overhear and start saying they can't believe he's the kind of jerk who seduced another woman after asking out the commander. She just smiles, happy to take the win. Encred sits there full of shame for playing along with it. Later, Chrissy Allman says he heard that MC spent the night with the commissioner after just one night together. Everyone piles on, saying he landed a rich heiress and that he's not a spellbreaker, he's a heartbreaker. Jackson asks Chrissy Allman if he came just to make fun of him too, but Chrissy says this is about the Gilfin Guild, and he needs to stay informed. Encred says good because he needs a favor. He wants Chrissy to find the assassins who escaped and learn what they're planning. Then we learn that Reynos Roquefried, the former head of the Roquefried Merchant Association, was an honorable man and a sharp businessman. He wanted his stepdaughter Leona to succeed him because of her brains and good judgment, but he couldn't bring himself to cast aside his own son. So he died without naming a clear successor to lead the association. Elsewhere, a carriage rolls through town as the son is told the assassination failed. His men say he should have left it to them, and that they wasted a perfect chance. The son's name is Polid. The man across from him says they'll find another way, and their deal still stands. Polid agrees and promises a huge reward if he inherits everything. The third man in the carriage stays silent. Soon they reach the inn and step inside, Encride and the others look over as Polide says the place is filthy with dust and sneers that only Leona would summon him somewhere like this. His eyes move to the black-haired man, and he can tell right away from the way he carries himself that he's strong. That man looks down and meets Encride's gaze. Then he looks away like the protagonist isn't worth worrying about. Polide points at them and orders them to go get Leona. MC thinks bringing Jackson was a smart move because if it had been Rem, he would have taken that guy for a monster and smashed his head in. Then he notices Jackson drawing his sword and stops him. Polide snaps, asking what he's doing and telling him to move. Leona comes downstairs and tells him to quit yelling. It doesn't suit him and he's late. He fires back that he's not late at all, then tells her to train her bodyguards. Leona answers with a hard slap, and Encride thinks nobody around him is normal. He lets out a sigh, while Jackson still seems clueless that he's the weird one too. Polide shouts, asking if she's crazy. Leona says he's the crazy one, messing with soldiers hired by the border guards. Does he want to spend the rest of his life in prison? He quickly says he didn't know, and the man behind him clears his throat, making Polide jump. A little shaken, he says it wasn't him and asks who she's trying to pin this on. Then he demands how an outsider dares yell at him. Leona says yes, she was adopted, but he still can't read trade routes or handle basic money. He says that's what servants are for, and she shoots back that if not for the will, she wouldn't waste time on this. Leaving the successor to be decided after talks is too much. Encride figures the old head must have been too soft. By every measure, Leona looks like the better heir. Maybe he just wanted to give his son one last shot. Leona says Polide's only reason for inheriting anything is being blood-related. Polide asks why that matters, and she grabs his fat chin, saying that no matter how she looks at him, he's nothing like the former head. His stupidity and ugly face make her wonder who he even got it from. That makes him grab his sword, furious, and Encride reaches for his own too. Then he suddenly pauses when the man he'd noticed earlier reaches for both of his weapons. At once he shifts his footing as everyone gets ready for a full fight. He waits for the first person to move, while Polide starts panicking, and his guards step in front of him. Encride recognizes that stance. The man is about to use the swift sword. Now he wants to know how fast it really is, whether it matches Rim's axe or a whistle dagger. So he tells the man to show him his sword. As the blade starts to come out, Encride smiles and draws his own. But before anyone can strike, a voice orders them to stop. The one entering is Torres. He says he's with the border guards under the crown, and if they don't put their weapons away, it'll be treated as treason. Polide looks thrown off. The protagonist doesn't look happy either, then clicks his tongue. Jackson stares at him, remembering how Encride said nobody here was normal, and decides MC is the strangest one of all. Meanwhile, Torres says the assassins they caught were foreigners, so the border guards are taking the case. Those men admitted they were hired by a merchant association, so maybe Polide really did hire them over the inheritance fight. The man pulling Polide's string steps in, asking whether any of them named their specific merchant association. If not, then there is no proof. Torres says he talks too much. Does he really think they're that stupid? Leona says she has a proposal. Keep searching for proof and identify whoever is truly behind this, and until then, lock up both her and Polide. Polide immediately says he never agreed to that, and Encride thinks it's weird that the victim is asking to be imprisoned. Torres explains the people they caught were just underlings. They knew nothing and only kept saying their boss gave the order. Leona says there are still others to question, since some people escaped that scene. One of them could be the boss or at least know the details, so they need to track them down. Torres asks what happens if they still can't find the mastermind, and she says that's his problem to handle. Still, since it's not wise to keep arguing over the heir issue in front of the border guards, they'll return to the city as long as everyone comes back if summoned. Encride points out they won't be guarding her once they leave town. Her own guards can't stop Polide's side, especially the man with the rapier, so she'll die the moment she's out from under border guard protection. She has to know that, so what is she thinking? Then her maid hands her something. Leona says she's a merchant, she never asked for work without proper payment, and she'll give this to whoever catches the people who escaped. As she starts to draw it, Jackson is clearly shaken, and Encride wonders why. Leona says it's the fourth piece in the Carmen collection, Carmen's stiletto. She asks if that's enough to make them go after the fugitives. Jackson steps forward and calls to him, saying he's taking this job. Encride can't figure out why he's suddenly so fired up, or why that dagger matters so much to him. Even Polide recognizes it, and asks if she's out of her mind. Does she even know what it's worth? Leona says it's hers, so she'll do what she wants with it. The protagonist asks if it's really that special, and Jackson says he's shocked he hasn't heard of it. The weapon was made by the legendary smith Carmen. Carmen started life as a slave, became an assassin out for revenge, and fought with 7 weapons he made himself. The fourth of those was this stiletto. Some people would trade human lives just to get one of his weapons. Then Torres says, since everyone is here, they're all staying under watch, and nobody leaves the inn. Encride tells Jackson not to stress about the stiletto, because he already asked Crace to find the men who escaped earlier, so news should come soon. Polide gets angry, while the man with the rapier turns and looks toward MC. Encride turns too, and once again their eyes meet. This time it feels like the man finally acknowledges him before looking away. He keeps watching him go. That night, Polide says if this gets traced back to them, they'll be in trouble. The man guiding him says they can't act against the border guards, so they just have to wait. If neither side can settle who becomes the heir, the investors will decide, and that's what they need to use. Polite says that's fine because he already sent word. He promised rewards to anyone who backs him as successor, and if even half agree, he wins. The man with the rapier looks out the window and sees Enderkerd doing planks with stones stacked on his back. It's clearly rough, but the protagonist keeps at it. After finishing his training, Torres asks why he bothers with such dull exercises. MC asks what Torres wants, and Torres says this seems like the perfect chance to rest. Enderkerd says that would make sense, only if everyone's time had equal value. For geniuses and people like him, it doesn't. What they learn in a week takes him a month, sometimes even a year, so he has no time to waste. Then he picks the stones back up and starts curling them, saying he'll use every day he has to build a stronger base for the future. One of Torres's men says he is really strange, or maybe they're just lazy. Torres thinks about that for a moment, then gets up and tells Enderkerd to stop obsessing over getting stronger. He's already strong enough. Their last match was only a draw because Torres didn't expect that much from him. So what does the protagonist think would happen now? MC looks at him, then smiles and nods. That means they're about to fight again. Soon people are cheering as Torres launches in, and both men stop with their blades just short of the other's throat. Still, Torres would have won. The crowd cheers that it's his 7th win, and Torres says that's how it should be. Though they remind him Enderkerd has beaten him 4 times too. He tells him to go again. Torres asks if he's seriously not tired yet, calling him a monster since they've already fought 11 times. One of Torres's men says he wants a turn, and another joins in too. They all start yelling that they need to take the protagonist down, while Paulette watches and calls them barbarians for doing this so late. The next man steps in and throws Enderkerd to the ground, and the moment he lands, the rapier user is shown watching very closely. MC asks what that move was and tells him to do it again. The man calls him insane. The rapier user notes that losing doesn't wound his pride. Instead, he looks like a kid who found a new toy, and even when facing someone much stronger, he shows open hostility without hesitation. Still, after Enderkerd gets dropped again, the man says he keeps falling for the same move 3 or 4 times. He really has no natural talent for fighting. This time though, the protagonist knocks the man's hand aside and copies the throw, slamming him into the ground the exact same way. Torres cheers loudly, and the others do too, asking who's up next. The ferry commander watches and says Enderkerd is charming everyone around him, which makes him a bad man. Leona asks if they're dating. The ferry commander says no, so Leona asks if it was a joke, but then the ferry commander says they're married. Leona is stunned. The ferry commander adds that they never had a ceremony, but she thinks there's a child too. That only confuses Leona more, and MC wishes she'd just gone back inside. Then the rapier man speaks up and asks whether it would be alright if he joined them. Enderkerd turns and sees the guy ready to jump in. Torres wonders what he's up to, and the man admits his talent isn't anything special, but he still wants to teach him and can't stop himself. The one who taught the protagonist the throw says the rapier user is on another level and should just watch. MC refuses, saying he's been waiting for this. The man looks at him and realizes Enderkerd gets it, then smiles while Jackson watches from above. He says that even if the only thing in that man's hand is a wooden stick, he's still incredibly dangerous. He grips his blade and says he has to be ready. Enderkerd raises his own stick as the rapier man takes his stance. The two lock eyes, then the man lifts his wooden sword. He says the pressure is spreading through his whole body like he's back on a battlefield. Then the man thrusts, and Enderkerd sharpens his focus. By fixing his eyes on one point, he can trace the attack's line. There's a tiny feint in it, but it's aimed at his neck. He tries to shut down that path and strike first, but then it feels like his throat gets pierced, catching him off guard. Enderkerd couldn't move in time, and it's not just him, everyone else is shocked too. The man tells him he read it right, but he's too slow. The protagonist admits the swift sword lives up to its name. It's far faster than he thought. He believed he'd grown a lot stronger, but not enough. That man's level is so high it feels crushing. As the man starts to leave, Enderkerd laughs and calls after him, asking for one more round. The man smiles and says his spirit is remarkable. MC keeps losing again and again until Torres and the others fall asleep. The ferry commander still watches closely, clearly enjoying it. Enderkerd stumbles, and the rapier man says anyone who has used a sword knows the despair of meeting someone they can't beat. He drops to the ground and coughs, while the man says he's shown him a gap he can't cross. Yet the protagonist still won't quit. MC gets up again, and Jackson says his reactions are too slow to track and dodge everything. At this pace, he'll never break through that wall. So Jackson decides he'll have to teach him more about speed. The man says that's enough. They should get some sleep since Enderkerd is spent. Covered in sweat, he tells him he's amazing, and one day he'll learn the swift sword too. The man laughs and says the protagonist impresses him even more. Too bad he's just missing a little more talent. Later, Crazy calls out to Enderkerd and Torres, saying they caught the runaway mercenaries. The men are lying beaten on the ground in front of them. MC nods and tells him good work. Crazy brushes it off, saying it was just tracking down a couple of hidden men. Leona says they must be his squad and thanks him again. His armor is still torn from protecting her before. Torres asks who hired them and presses for names. Polite immediately tenses up, and one of the mercenaries answers, saying it was Aspen. He says a merchant group from there wanted to spread into the disputed lands. He doesn't know which one, he only got a letter, and payment was promised after the job. Leona says that may be true, but the border guards will decide what happens next. Torres says she seems happy with that, then asks if she wasn't hoping the ugly fool was behind it. She says of course she was, enough to offer her precious stiletto as a reward. Torres says crushing these bastards is their job, and the rope-fried people are free to leave. As everyone starts to head out, Jackson pulls out the stiletto. Encred tells him not to wave it around in public, amazed by how excited he is like a kid. Krisa warns the protagonist not to fall for Leona because she's scary. He says he isn't, and asks if Krisa's even listening. Then Krisa says something feels off. No matter how he looks at it, those men were hired by Polite, but they claimed it was Aspen. He had a run-in yesterday after they found them. In that flashback, a man enters the room with the mercenaries and asks if he's Krace from the 444th Squad. He says he serves Leona, which leaves Krace confused. Krace explains to Encred that they already knew where the mercenaries were and had the Gilfin Guild under watch. They planned to pay the army to release them and made them give that story. MC asks why, pointing out this puts Leona at a disadvantage. If Polite was exposed, that would have helped her more. Right then, Leona says she's relieved he wasn't behind it, because that would stain the last leader's record. Encred realizes she did it out of loyalty to the former leader. She says he probably doesn't care much for matters like that. He asks if she'll really be okay, since she won't have their protection once she leaves the border. And if Polite attacks again, she'll be in danger. She tells him it's already handled, so he doesn't need to worry. A large group of troops is waiting at the gate. At their front stands a knightly man with his unit behind him. He introduces himself as Mattis, commander of the Rope-Fried Merchant Association Guard Corps, and says he has come to escort their new leader, Leona. They all bow to her. Encred realizes she stalled them on purpose while getting the shareholders to vote. She has loyalty, quick judgment, and information. She's truly a frightening woman. Leona says asking again would be beneath her, so she won't tell him to come with her, but people naturally end up cheering for him. She hopes they meet again someday as friends. Encred looks at her hand and shakes it, saying, of course. Polite jumps from his carriage and demands to know what Mattis is doing, calling him a traitor and asking if he forgot how kind his father was. Mattis tells him to stop shaming his family name and flat out calls him an idiot. That scares Polite badly. The puppeteer says the plan was a failure, and the rapier man replies they still gained something. At least now they know the new head of Rope Fried is very cunning. He adds that he also found out about an unusual soldier. In a flashback, the rapier man tells Encred to lower his sword. He says he respects the protagonist's effort and strength, but without talent it's just painful to watch. MC says he hasn't heard that in a while, but he never listened to it in the past either, and he got this far by pushing through. The rapier man can only wonder where that drive comes from as he walks away. The next day in the city, Encred tells Rem to get up. Rem grumbles that he only wakes him to go train with that cat-like jerk, but the protagonist says he needs Rem's help. Rem instantly lights up and Encred starts practicing the swift sword with him. He says the first step is choosing the best line. Focusing on one point, he prepares his thrust and says the second step is mastering explosive movement. Every strike has to be efficient. Then he draws blood from Rem's neck and MC is shocked as it runs down. Rem looks at it, surprised too. Encred realizes that with this he's now faster than Rem, his repeated basics, flexibility and muscle strength all working together to make this new power. Rem says that caught him off guard and he finally learned how to swing fast. Now it's Rem's turn to speed up for the first time in a while. Encred wonders what he means but barely blocks Rem's next attack and knows he was serious. The impact is heavy enough to make his hands sting. Then he sees an axe flying straight at his head and barely ducks under it. Realizing Rem was always fast, but now he's even faster. Rem comes in with another swing and Encred charges in to meet it head on, knowing he still has a long way to go. That night he keeps training and senses something intercepting an attack from Jackson's dagger. Jackson tells him his eyes and ears are doing well now, so he doesn't need more training there. Encred asks if he came all this way just to say that. As Jackson walks off, he only says, for now. The protagonist sighs and says that's why Rem calls him a cat-like jerk. Then Jackson suddenly appears behind him and cuts his throat. MC grabs at it with a scream, but Jackson is already far away, saying that's called murderous intent. It's the killing will a person gives off. If Encred can't read attacks with sight or hearing, then he'll have to sense them. That means detecting something beyond the five senses, the sixth sense. Jackson says he'll teach it to him as thanks for the stiletto. He is thrilled there's still more to learn and says even more fun is waiting for him. The next day, Jackson explains that the sixth sense is close to instinct, so the protagonist can't depend only on perception tied to the usual five senses. Direction, movement, hunting skill, those are all tools predators use on prey. They all come from instinct. If he keeps fighting with every sense sharpened, he'll eventually start to detect hostile intent too. Encred spins and says he can feel Jackson behind him, but Jackson tells him this won't come easy right away. If he keeps working at it, his sixth sense will open up too. That night, Rem says MC feels a little different. Encred jokes that it's because he got more muscle, but Rem says that's not it. Odd cuts in, saying he smells more rotten. Ragna says that's not the whole thing either. Craze figures he's even crazier than usual. Rem agrees, and the others back him up. He says he's the only normal one in this pack of lunatics. That's just how they see him. Jackson meanwhile wonders when he will realize he's the maddest one there. That night, when they get ready to sleep, Esther crawls onto Encred's bed. Rem asks if he smells like food since she always ends up sleeping with him. Esther ignores him and thinks about how the protagonist pushed his body too far again. Curling up on his chest, she notes he trains hard enough to die every day. Without her magic, he would have fallen apart already. And if he dies, she'll never break her curse. So she sets a paw on his armor and fills it with her magic. The next morning, Encred stretches and says that just like these repeated loops, he'll keep training again and again. He'll never get sick of it, and just knowing it makes him stronger is reward enough. Then he feels someone turn and says Jackson is over there, but he's wrong. He tries again and is wrong again, and the others all watch him. They all seem to be thinking the same thing. Rem says he wants to take back what he said before. Encred hasn't changed at all. Odd says it only felt strange because MC got so much better in one day. Rodna says he thought that made him a genius too, but maybe not. Jackson says if he still doesn't improve after all this practice, then sure. But Rem argues that nothing beats real experience, since the Aspens will be quiet for a while. He says the protagonist should take a beast hunting job or something like that. The next day, Encred stands in front of the request board and says all 4 of them are pushing him toward real combat like they're testing him. Still, he gets it. He's stalled out. Then a man says if MC can't find anything good, he could handle this one for him, and hands over a paper. It says he wants someone to inspect a shoemaker's basement. He asks why he'd take this when it sounds like a job for a recon team. The man says a recon team won't cut it because the shoemaker claims there are undead in the basement. That gets Encred's attention. He says there's no way undead are hiding in the city. It was probably just rats, but he does need experience. The man begs him to take it, calling him the spellbreaker. Nobody else wants the job, and while the shoemaker has a bad temper, he's a decent man. His wife also went missing recently, so he's on edge. The man asks the protagonist to at least check it out. Encred says he's sorry, but this request is too much, then caves instantly and accepts it anyway. When he arrives, a woman tells him if he's here for the request, he needs to get to the basement fast, because the man just keeps digging. MC mutters that he did hear the shoemaker was short-tempered, and then the shoemaker calls him over, saying this is what he meant. He points out the ground and shows him the tunnel he found. The protagonist is shocked there's a tunnel under the middle of the city, and says this definitely wasn't made by a rat. He lights a torch and heads in, saying it looks man-made. It's wide too, which means there really could be monsters down here. Then he stops when he sees several paths ahead, 6 in all. He says the place was built like a maze. The shoemaker tells him to listen. A strange rattling echoes through the tunnel, and he says maybe there really are undead down here. MC tells him not to come any closer and says he'll go first, so the man needs to stay back. The moment MC steps forward, the whole tunnel is hit by a blinding blue flash. A wave of heat crashes over them, and he wonders what this is, as it rushes closer. The light swallows them completely, and both of them are burned to ash on the spot. Encred's eyes snap open with Esther still on his chest. He says the second he felt that heat, he was dead. He didn't even get another step in, and that had to be a magic trap. Against magicians, the smart move is to run. Right then, Rem says he and the others talked and decided the protagonist needs real experience. MC keeps thinking, if you die fighting a magician, you're lucky. If you live, what comes next can be worse, and that goes for traps made by magicians too. He wonders how anyone is supposed to beat something like that, because he doesn't even know what skill he needs to train. Then the man at the board tells him that if he still doesn't see anything good, he should take care of this one. The shoemaker's request again. Encred says this needs a magic expert or help from higher command. This isn't a wall he can smash through head-on like the others, and the ferry company commander would probably hear him out. But before that hot-headed shoemaker goes down there alone, he realizes he barely made it in time last loop. He takes off running, gritting his teeth. He can't be late. He races to the shoemaker's house and kicks the door open. The daughter jumps in fear. He asks where her father is, and she says the basement. Encred dives into the hole without hesitating, because this time he took a little too long to accept the request, and the father is already gone. As he slides down, he realizes he's too late. The shoemaker is already ahead, walking down the center path, and Encred runs after him, shouting for him to stop. The shoemaker turns, startled and confused, but his foot has already gone too far, and that bright blue light starts to rise behind him. The protagonist yells out, and both of them are turned to ash again. In the waters of the afterlife, Encred says he needs a faster way. He has to reach the shoemaker first and keep him out of the basement. The boatman says it may have lasted only a moment, but MC still felt his flesh burn away through his whole body until he became ash. Even so, he still plans to walk back toward that flame. Encred says the pain was just like he said, like a million needles tearing through him in one instant. But even that doesn't hurt as much as standing by and watching an innocent person die. To him, that's what being a knight really means. He jumps right out of bed and starts heading out. Rem asks where he's going, saying they need to talk, but he says he's off to save one annoying old shoemaker. Rem just stares, wondering if there are leather boot monsters now and why Encred is running to a shoemaker. This time, the protagonist gets there early enough to catch the man still digging. He thinks he can stop the shoemaker and make him stay away, but he still can't leave something this dangerous alone. He tells the shoemaker he's going in alone and not to follow. The man protests that it's his house, but MC shuts him down. This isn't up for debate, and the shoemaker gives in. He says getting a magic specialist would take too long and they might not even listen to the request. What they have is a strange trap, and he at least knows a little about it. If someone explores this place blind, somebody's going to die. That could even happen to him and his squad. So he needs to learn everything he can. One of these paths has to be trapped, and he wonders if the only way to know is to walk them himself. Then he says relying on repeated loops alone is the easy way out. There has to be a better method. If he can find even one clue that tells him where the trap is, he might be able to solve this. Then he starts wondering how many times he's died and what he felt each time. He thinks about every helpless moment, when a blade cut his throat, when an enemy knocked away his sword, even when he first met that pervert, and could feel a killer's intent on instinct. Jackson's words echo in his mind. It's the presence of something that wants nothing but your death. Something glints in the dark and rushes toward Encred, and this time he senses it. He stops dead and says he actually did it. Then he steps forward saying he really felt it just now, right before the trap slices clean through him. The cut is so perfect, his blood is still spraying before his body even falls apart. Even while dying, he grins. He really did sense the trap's killing intent. The next day, he heads straight back to the shoemaker's place and says, "Today's wall is learning to detect the trap's murderous intent." Standing before the entrances, he says he can't just rush in. Instead, he needs to move back and forth until he gets a real feel for it. With each slow step, he stays focused, saying he still hasn't placed his foot on this path, and he doesn't feel anything yet. He wonders if this is the right one. He slowly lowers his foot, then quickly turns saying this is where the blade came from. He steps toward it again and pictures the blade shooting at him. But nothing comes, and he admits he didn't really sense it. He only remembered what happened. The shoemaker asks why the protagonist keeps pacing around and jokes that he should just go take a leak. The protagonist reminds him to stay upstairs. He says he still hasn't gone down this route before, so he'll keep at it until he can sense the trap. He keeps testing it, stepping in and out until night falls. The shoemaker finally asks what he's doing down there, without even eating. MC says he'll be back tomorrow morning, and warns him not to come in. There are traps all over the place. The shoemaker begs him to help, saying he can't even sleep because he's scared he'll lose his daughter too. Encred asks if he has any clue where his missing wife might be. The shoemaker says a lot of people have gone missing lately, so no one really dealt with it. Then he says that if he sees a brunette with freckles and this wedding ring, he should tell him right away. The protagonist says he gets it. That night at the barracks, MC sits there deep in thought, with Esther resting on his lap. He suddenly turns, thinking he felt Jackson, but the presence is actually from the other side. Raim says he's acting weird after spending time with that idiot shoemaker. He tells him to get some sleep. He then realizes this is the first loop he's ended without dying. He starts wondering what happens if the day just ends normally. Will it move on to the next day or reset anyway? He figures he'll find out soon enough. Then he takes one more step back into the boatman's realm, the waters of the afterlife, and wakes up the next day. Remsam then mentions they talked it over yesterday and think the protagonist needs more experience. That's when the protagonist realizes he's back on the same day and starts wondering what happens if he doesn't sleep at all. So he stays up watching the moon sink while the sun rises. His eyes grow heavy and he starts drifting off only to wake up in bed again. He says he only blinked, but somehow he's back in his room. Rem repeats that he needs more experience, and Completes realizes he can't get past this loop without breaking through that wall. Still, he's fine with that. He was never planning to face it before he was ready. 10 days pass, then 20. Encred says this isn't just plain fear. He has to truly feel it. As he lowers his foot toward the path, he says that brush with death is something he needs to get used to. He keeps lowering his foot little by little. By now it's been 40 days. He tosses the torch aside, and by day 50 he's still at it. On day 60, he starts getting closer. By the 70th day, he sees hands from buried corpses reaching up through the ground, grabbing at his clothes and trying to drag him under. He stops before taking the next step and smiles. Now he finally has a rough idea of what the trap should feel like. That night, Jackson launches a surprise attack, but Encred dodges it. He turns toward Jackson, and Jackson asks if he really figured it out in only a few days. Now it's day 72, and MC has his whistle daggers and all his gear ready for battle. Rem asks if he's seriously going to war at the shoemaker's house, and Encred says he won't be back until he's cut through 10 boots. Rem has no idea what that means, while Esther watches closely. He says there are 6 paths, and he first thought one of them had to be safe. But whoever made this tunnel is twisted. Every single path is trapped. There was never a safe choice to begin with. Even so, there is still a way forward. He just has to avoid setting the traps off. On the first path, one bad step turns you to ash. He lets out a deep breath and lifts his foot, moving ahead slowly. The moment he feels the trap start to react, he stops just before touching down. He realizes this is how he'll need to move the whole way through. Keeping his foot in the air, he starts sliding it to the side, then plants it down with confidence. This time, the trap doesn't react at all. He stays completely focused, trusting his senses and telling himself one step at a time is enough. He just has to keep that slow rhythm, tiny steps, full focus, no mistakes. As his senses sharpen, he starts to feel the safe route open up ahead and moves forward as naturally as breathing, guided by that sixth sense. Then he steps into a lit area. When he opens his eyes, he sees torches ahead and says he's broken through another wall. A ghoul lunges at him, but Encred cuts it clean in half and sends part of it flying. He grins and thanks this cycle for the amazing gift it's given him. As more ghouls rush in, the protagonist says their claws carry a strong poison. Even a small scratch can turn serious. Usually it takes several soldiers to bring down one ghoul, but Encred charges straight in, slicing through a whole pack. He spins through the motion, driving with his hips like a baseball swing, and cuts the group in front of him in half too. And he's still not finished, gritting his teeth. He drops his blade and brings it down in a huge overhead slash, carving through more ghouls. Then he leaps with his sword pulled back and slashes forward, splitting one ghoul in half and taking the head off another behind it. When he lands, the bodies start dropping. Now he's breathing hard. He says he fought pretty well just now, and his squad should have seen it after the way they've treated him lately. Then he hears barking and more creatures rushing his way. One look over, and the things are pure nightmare fuel. He first calls it a demon wolf, then notices it's mixed with other beasts and monsters, making him wonder what's waiting deeper ahead. At the same time, Esther moves from roof to roof, saying Encred seemed off today. She wonders why he would visit a shoemaker while carrying so many weapons, and figures it'll be bad if he gets himself killed doing something reckless. Then she feels an energy coming from the shoemaker's house and says it smells like a spell. Even she looks cautious about getting closer. Back with Encred, he drives his sword into one of the wolves and stands there panting. Then he hears strange breathing from deeper in the cave. It's weak, like it could stop at any moment. He wonders if it's another demon or the one who dug this tunnel. But what he finds next stuns him. The area is packed with corpses. He looks over them and says he's spent enough time on battlefields that normal dead bodies don't shake him. But this is nothing like that. Then he hears a woman begging someone to give her peace. She begs him to kill her, and then he notices the wedding ring on her finger. It's the shoemaker's wife. He remembers being told she was a brunette with freckles, and Encred is instantly furious. A man speaks up saying he heard noise and looks like he just got fresh new material. He doesn't know how MC got here, but that's fine. Now he can make a friend for Bamillo. He asks if all these corpses are his work, and the man says who else would it be? Then he says those bodies are just failures, while the child behind him is Bamillo, his true art. He adds that he'll make something beautiful out of Encred too. The protagonist realizes the man is a magician, and his instincts scream at him to run. He knows fighting a mage is bad enough if you die, but surviving can be even worse. Even so, MC is beyond caring. He says he'll kill this man, no matter if it takes tens of thousands of lives. He pulls out a whistle dagger and throws it first, aiming right for the man's head, but it bounces off a barrier. Encred rushes in at once, sword pulled back, but then something slams under his arm and into his side, blasting him backward like he'd been hit by a bullet made of air. He lands safely, never taking his eyes off the mage. From the corner, Esther watches and says she knew it. He really is fighting a magician. She hasn't gathered much power yet, but if she pulls everything together, a nobody like that won't matter. The man lifts his fingers, aims at Encred, and fires another air bullet. That thing moves faster than sound. He dodges at the last second, though it still tears his clothes. He says he can't see or hear it, but he can feel it. What he feels is the magician's killing intent, and the mage is shocked. He dodged it all. As Encred closes in again, the magician fires 4 more blasts at him. The protagonist remembers asking his squad what to do against a mage, and Rem's answer was simple: shoot him with an arrow. Again, MC barely avoids the attack, though his clothes get cut. Jackson's advice was to kill the mage when he isn't looking. Odd said the answer was getting in close and beating him down. The next 2 attacks come flying in. Ragged had said anything that breathes can be cut, and nothing is exempt from that. Now the magician finally starts to look worried, because Encred is already above him, sword raised to strike. He says the mage has an invisible shield around him. If the whistle daggers can't break it, then he'll smash through with raw force, and he pours everything into the blow. The magician just smiles and tells him to try. With Encred fully committed and no room to pull back, the mage fires a counterspell. Esther watches as it shoots straight toward the protagonist's chest. She says he's won. The spell hits the vest Esther blessed the night before, and the magic is erased on contact. The room flashes and the mage's barrier shatters. Fear fills his eyes at once as Encred's sword keeps coming down. The mage tries to block with his arm, but it does nothing. He's cut clean in half. The strike has so much force that MC's blade keeps going straight into the floor. What a beast! Encred starts breathing hard. Then his sword chips and he mutters that at least only the blade took damage. That hit was strong enough to rip him apart, so he can't figure out why he's still fine. For a second he wonders if his armor is really that good. Then he looks back at the shoemaker's wife. She's not moving anymore, her weak breathing has stopped. Even after sharpening his 6th sense and killing a magician, all he feels is bitter inside. Leaving the mage's body behind, Esther steps in and calls him an idiot. He lost because he never used his creation, a flesh golem meant to boost a magician's body. She says it would wake up with a few touches, but she'll be taking it. She lifts her paw, but before we see more, it cuts to the barracks, where Encred speaks with the ferry commander. She wants to confirm what he said. A magician's tunnel was hidden under the shoemaker's place, and a civilian was kidnapped and experimented on right in the middle of the city. If that gets out, people will panic. He says it should stay secret. She asks why, since his part in this would never be known. He answers that the townspeople matter more. He also doesn't want the shoemaker learning that his wife is dead. While the men fill in the hole, bystanders ask what happened to the shop. They're told Thieves Guild members dug the tunnel. The shoemaker says he's shocked it was thieves, then offers Encred a gift. Seeing how worn his shoes are, he wants to fix them. That eases his mind a little, and he says he just hopes his wife comes home safe. The protagonist looks at him quietly, while the shoemaker says he knows Encred has already done a lot, but he still hopes he'll find her. MC tries to hide his face and with a strained voice says he'll do what he can. Later, as he watches the sun come up, he wonders if lying to the shoemaker was wrong. Maybe the truth would have been better, even if it crushed him. He thinks that if he becomes a knight, maybe he can stop things like this, though he's still not sure. He plants his sword in the ground and walks off, leaving it like a gravestone for the man's wife and a reminder of a regret he won't forget. Sometime later, demon dogs rush the group. They cut them down easily, holding a shield wall while the men inside finish off the wolves. Encred says that right after killing the magician, they took a monster hunt job. But compared to what he's used to, the fight feels slow, with the wolves going down one by one at a crawl. It's so dull Rem is almost falling asleep, and Encred says this won't make him any stronger. He figures this is normal for everyone else and says maybe he should have gone alone. Rem can tell that's bothering him, and says he'll fix that. He pulls out his weapons, drops the shield, and runs ahead while the others stare like he's lost it. Rem starts shredding wolves with ease, and one soldier tells the spellbreaker to control his men. Too late, Encred's already gone, and they grumble that his squad of maniacs rubbed off on him. He charges in with his sword drawn back for a heavy strike, then cuts through two wolves at once. Remom says they've got it backward. They're the ones who picked up his madness. Encred asks if the craziest one there should really be saying that, and Rem wonders why he's catching the insult. The protagonist grips his sword tighter, and he and Rem start tearing through the monsters together. The other soldiers can only say neither of them is right in the head. After the fight, MC wipes down his blade, and the men admit that crazy or not, they're amazing at the job. Even so, Encred still looks unsatisfied, and Rem points it out. The soldiers tell him that if he wants real action, he should join the armored units. He asks if they're facing strong monsters, and one says they went after a whole herd. Then the scene shifts to chaos as soldiers scream for the archers to help, but nothing comes. Something suddenly swoops in from off-screen and one man looks up in horror to see a harpy diving at them. The soldiers get snatched up one after another, forced into a circle, as the harpies lift them into the air and drop them, killing some and badly wounding others. Robert just says that looks painful. Encred spots the harpies and remembers that, back when he was a mercenary, his group was wiped out by them, people he truly cared about. He starts drawing his sword, swearing he won't let anyone else die today. He and Rem sprint straight at the harpies. One harpy screeches, making the regular soldiers cover their ears. Encred explains that a harpy's cry throws you off. As one dives in, he says it still hurts less than dying, so he powers through by force of will. His sword slashes into its wing, and he keeps going until the wing is cut clean off. Robert shouts that he's doing great while hanging on to another harpy's leg, then says they should bet on who kills more before smashing it into the ground. Another harpy rushes Encred, coming right for the back of his head. He says they're not here to play around, dodges the hit at the last second, and kills that one too with a swing. The other soldiers are stunned. They knew Rem was strong, but they can't believe the spellbreaker is matching him. Robert goes after another one, and the harpy tries to block with its claw, but his axe punches through and drives it into the dirt. Encred follows with an upward diagonal slash, splitting another harpy in half. Torres says the protagonist has gotten stronger. His men ask if they should really just sit there when they came to back him up, even as he stays planted on the ground. He tells them they aren't needed anymore. A few harpies make one more pass, and one knocks Encred's sword out of his hand. Now there's space between him and the blade, so the harpies screech and dive in like they've already won. A whistle dagger suddenly buries itself in one harpy's forehead. With only one left, it charges while Encred rushes too. Now it's a race to reach his sword before the attack lands. Right when the harpy is on him, he grabs the weapon, then swings up and splits the creature in two. Only then do they notice the last harpies screeching, circling overhead, and retreating. The soldiers can't believe the harpies fled, and say that if these two scared monsters away, then they must be monsters too. Encred says these aren't the same harpies that killed his mercenary group. He remembers a man saying those people died saving him because he was weak, that it was all his fault. Those words stayed with him, and now he says he'll be the one saving others. Torres says the harpies are gone and asks if they should head back. His men argue that returning empty-handed would look bad, so they should at least kill some dogs. MC and Rem are told support has arrived and they can leave. Robert asks MC what he wants to do, and he says it's too early to go back. At that point, Torres and all his men decide he's completely insane. Back at camp, people are talking about how he helped the heavy armored corps. While the protagonist does his lunge squats, they keep talking about how much he's changed and how hard he trains, enough to make them think they should do the same. MC grabs another request from the board, and a guy asks if he didn't just finish one yesterday. MC says he'll wrap this one up fast and do another tonight. The guy asks if he has clones. Later that night, he is still there, practicing swing after swing. A man sees him and says he trains every day. He wonders how anyone lives like that, then thinks maybe he should try too. So Encred keeps training through the whole night. The next day comes and goes, and that night 2 people are training. Then it happens again, and the next night there are far more than 2. A whole group going hard until morning. When the ferry commander shows up at dawn, she looks them over and says everyone seems different lately. One man says they're following the spellbreaker and it's turned into a trend. She says she can't ignore it anymore and walks over saying they had a long meeting about him. These orders came from above, so he better listen. His squad, the 444th Regiment, is now being promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th Company. From now on, he's the platoon leader. Encred points out that he can only have 5 men, so that doesn't sound like a platoon. She says she'll assign more men the way he asked. He says being a platoon leader sounds nice, but handling all the lunatics in his squad will be a pain. Then she adds that if he takes the post, he'll be free from the boring chores and have more time to train. He stares right at her and folds instantly, saying he'll do his best in the new role. She says it's a shame to end it there and asks if he wants a duel. She lifts her hands and says those will be her weapons. She wants to fight unarmed again. Encred says that ever since he lost to her last time, he's trained like crazy with Aura. He drops his sword saying this is perfect, and now it's time to see how much stronger he's gotten. As they face off, he remembers Odon saying hand-to-hand fighting is all about closing the gap fast, and simple beats fancy moves. The ferry commander rushes in, throws a strike, and Encred blocks it. That was exactly what Odon had been teaching him. While forcing her arm back, he remembers to use his bigger frame against her. Once he gets the advantage, he drives her down to the ground and plants an arm on her chest, saying he won. She asks if he's sure, joking that for a human, his proposal is pretty aggressive. Encred can't believe she's doing this again. Then her leg hooks around his side, and in a flash, she flips the whole thing and ends up on top. She says reading an enemy's weak spots and using your own strengths was smart. Then she praises him for calling himself her fiancé and says he should keep that up. He snaps back that he's not her fiancé and tells her to get off. She lets him up. As they brush themselves off, she apologizes. Encred asks what she means and she says she couldn't stop it. That only leaves him more confused. As winter faded, the battlefield started heating up again. An all-out war was coming. The Aspens were mobilizing, desperate to erase their shame from the last defeat. A man steps up to the podium to speak. Since Aspen was getting ready for war, Nalilia did the same. The man introduces himself as the new battalion commander, Marcus. Chrysus says that with this guy here, they might really finish the war. This is Marcus the Warmonger. He's one of the top officers under the Cyprus Division, and unlike the last commander, he's skilled and experienced. Marcus thinks the Aspens aren't weak at all. The real problem is that his own army is full of weaklings, aside from the heavy armored corps and the border guards. Out of everyone else, the only one who caught his eye was that platoon leader, the Spellbreaker. After all the things he did in the last battle, Marcus wants to know if it was luck or real talent. Now Encred has to prove he's worth using. Later, Rem asks if they're really being sent to scout near the Pennonal River, and if the order came straight from the battalion commander. The protagonist says this must be what the ferry commander meant. Chris starts talking about the area, but a familiar voice cuts in. Henri. He says it's near Crossguard, Aspen's fortress city. It was built for military use, much like the border guards. Good thing Henri managed to join them. He adds that if they head out now, then Creasy finishes it for him. They're only going to gather intel. Robert says MC shouldn't go, but MC reminds him he can't refuse the commander's order. Robert sighs and says he'll get ready too. Then another familiar voice shows up. Andrew. He says the battalion commander ordered them to follow the new squad leader's commands. Mac is right there with him too. Robert walks up and slowly licks his blade like a total maniac, asking why there's an insect among them. Andrew gets nervous, saying he's the new squad leader, and they need to listen. Okandan says he can feel the kids shaking from over here. Ragna asks if this little brat is really their leader. Andrew says if anyone has a problem, they can settle it in a fight. He volunteered because he wanted to stand beside Encred, and he's not backing out. Rem lifts his axes and says the bug's got some spirit. Okandan cracks his knuckles too, saying he'd like to loosen up a bit. Jackson says one finger should be enough. He tells them not to go too hard on him, but Ragna says he should worry about his own match. Mac begs the protagonist to stop Andrew, but he says they seem to be getting along fine. He even says if Rem is offering a duel, that means he likes you. Mac asks if Rem really isn't trying to kill him, and says MC needs to explain more. Then he drags Andrew away while the kid keeps provoking Rem. Henry asks him if he knows anything about the Panhandle River. He warns that the place is dangerous and offers to tell him what he knows before they leave. The protagonist tells him to go ahead, and that night, outside the barracks, Encred heads out looking way too clean for a mission. Torres asks if he's heading out for duty. He says he's been seeing MC around a lot, and he heard about the promotion too. After congratulating him, Torres says they're the same rank now. Encred says he can't compare himself to one of the king's best, but Torres tells him to relax. It's not that serious. Then he asks his age and he says he's 30. Torres is shocked the protagonist is older than him and asks why his face looks so young. MC just wonders why Torres looks so old. Torres says he's the only one aging here. He tells him he did say to relax, then asks what the mission is. Torres explains that the two of them will cross the Panhandle River first, and he'll explain the rest after they meet the others. But the boatman still isn't here, so they'll just have to wait. Encred says fine, then instantly draws his sword and starts training. Torres tells him to rest, but the protagonist says this is rest. Torres says MC really never stops. He trains hard, people respect him. He looks young, he's handsome, and on top of that he's humble. At this rate, Torres might just drown him. Encred feels the killing intent and turns, only to find Torres tearing up. He asks why he's making that face. Torres lets out a sigh and asks if the final score was 14-6, saying at least he's still the better fighter. Encred reminds him that was a long time ago. Torres says he's not the only one getting stronger, and he says he's glad to hear it. Torres swings first. The protagonist blocks it, then fires back with a deflection. The two start trading blows on the spot. Torres says he noticed it back when Encred fought the Harpies. MC has become way stronger than before. Gritting his teeth, Torres bears down and slams his sword toward the ground. Right after that, he pulls back his fist and punches at Encred's face. The protagonist keeps watching carefully and notices a hidden blade under it, so he slips aside just in time. Even so, blood flicks from the blade. Seeing the cut on his cheek, MC asks where Torres got that weapon. Torres says it's his secret hidden knife. Encred is left speechless, and Torres asks if he's about to complain that it's unfair. Instead, he says it's awesome, and asks how to use it. Torres says he's even crazier than he thought. He tells the protagonist to practice with flat stones first and use a quick snap of the wrist while showing him, though he's a terrible teacher and can only explain it as a bam kind of motion. Then the bosun finally shows up and asks if they're crossing or not. On the way over, Torres keeps teaching him the whole ride. Once they reach the other side, Encred asks where the meeting point is since they're supposed to link up with the recon platoon there. Torres says they should wash up first. No point starting like this while covered in sweat. MC takes a sniff and admits he's probably right. They strip down and jump into the river. Torres warns him the water's freezing and tells him to hurry in, only for something to leave him completely stunned. He calls him greedy and says he's lost the will to compete. He says he still wants to fight, but Torres groans that he doesn't mean with fists and calls him an idiot. A woman shows up and says they came looking because the two were late, but instead they're wasting time bathing. The protagonist is shocked and wonders how long she's been there, since he never sensed her. She says they need to get near Crossguard by today, so they should get out now. Torres asks how they're supposed to do that, while she's watching, and she says there's nothing worth seeing anyway. Encred steps out of the water, and her expression changes in surprise. She quickly says she takes that back. Torres says her stare is way too dirty. She answers that she's only looking at MC's abs. Torres protests that he has great abs too, and she introduces herself as Pin, captain of the recon platoon. Pin says she leads the recon platoon. She shakes Encred's hand while Torres stares down at his own body, suddenly losing confidence. After getting dressed, they follow Pin. Before talking about the mission, she gives them a briefing. Their spy in Crossguard is named Kitten, and there was supposed to be important information passed along. They should have heard from Kitten 4 days ago, but she never showed at the meeting point, and is still missing. He asks if something happened, and Pin says that's exactly why they're here. Their job is to sneak into Crossguard and rescue Kitten. Crossguard sits right next to monster territory, so enemy patrols are light. They let the beasts do the guarding. There are 3 ways in. First, a smuggler tunnel the guards usually ignore. Second, climb the walls at night. It's exhausting but probably the safest. Third, go in disguised as merchants. That means using the main gate, so it's risky, but it takes the least effort. Her platoon will move first in case Kitten is just late and head to the contact point. Only the 3 of them will actually enter Crossguard. No matter what route they choose, it'll be tough, so she leaves the choice to them. Encred says she makes it sound easy, even though she knows better than anyone how hard this will be. Torres says she should decide since she knows the area best, and Pin replies, in that case, they decide to move out tomorrow and use the first route, the tunnel. That night, while everyone rests under a rock ledge, the protagonist keeps practicing a wrist flick. He uses small stones, so he doesn't mess up his hand. It goes terribly, and Torres asks how someone this bad at it even fights with a sword. Still, Torres says he'll get it eventually, and should keep practicing. Pin walks over, asks why they skipped dinner, and wants to know what Encred is doing. He says it's training, and she hands him some food. Pin tells him to eat first. One of her squadmates wants to be a chef, and the food is actually really good. Once they try it, both of them admit it's amazing. Pin says they can have more, and adds that the cook's parents run a shop in Border Guard, so they should visit sometime. Then she points near a tree, and tells Encred not to train there. Before she can explain why, MC says there's a viper under it. That catches her off guard. She asks how he knew, and he says a hunter in his platoon taught him. Pin says he's better prepared than she expected, and that she likes that. Then she asks if he wants to train with her too. Adult training. He just stares, clearly not getting it, so she spells it out. She's flirting with him and asks if he's dumb. Pin says she's actually being nice here, while Torres wonders why she's doing this right in front of him. Encred flat out turns her down. She asks if he's already seeing someone, then says she did hear rumors about him. The rumors are apparently everywhere. As Pin starts to leave, she points at Torres and says if the protagonist talks casually with him, he can do the same with her. He says that's fine if she wants. She tells them they're heading to Crossguard tomorrow, so they should sleep. Torres only gets acknowledged at the very end. Encred falls asleep, and deep in that sleep, the boatman appears again with his lantern. MC snaps his eyes open at once and says he hasn't seen that guy in a while. He figures the boatman is trying to warn him about something. Then he remembers the ferry commander, apologizing. Encred smiles, even as a chill runs through him. This mission is going to be rough. The next day, they start moving out. As they near the tunnel by the town, he says he can already feel this is going to be another huge wall to climb. Torres asks why they're moving in daylight when night would be safer. Pin calls him an idiot. The guards may ignore this place, but they still know what goes on here. Encred agrees they'll be less ready for people coming through in the daytime. Pin says she expected someone handsome to get it. Torres just wonders why he keeps catching stray shots. Pin says she'll take point now, that's a ranger's job. The protagonist explains that rangers work as scouts, so they have to move quietly and carry as little as possible. As Pin goes ahead, Encred can barely hear her at all. He admits that fits a ranger perfectly, and wonders if he could move like that too. When he steps forward himself, a man suddenly calls out that they've got them, mocking them as little rats. It was an ambush. Pin is shocked and shouts for everyone to fall back, but the guard says there's nowhere to run. Crossbowmen are already behind them too. Then he orders his men to kill them all. Pin yells that they'll have to fight their way out just as the crossbows fire. Encred charges in and cuts down everyone he can reach while Pin blocks a bolt with her arm. She rushes a man, slices off his arm, and moves to finish him. Torres drops another one right away. Encred realizes both of them struggle in this kind of fight. Against a bigger group, they can't use their full strength. Then one enemy gets behind Pin to kill her, and another does the same to Torres. Encred can only watch as both of them are killed right in front of him. As the enemy closes in, he says this really is a tall wall, but he's not dying that easily. He throws several whistle daggers, killing 2 crossbowmen on the spot. Then he rushes in and slashes another man's throat, before moving straight to the next and cutting him in half. The guard shouts for everyone to surround him. One soldier kicks Encred hard in the chest, knocking him down, and the others pile on, stabbing him over and over. Even while collapsing, he drives his blade into one of them, and his eyes still burn with pure resolve. But with that many enemies on him, there isn't much he can do. In the next loop, Encred says a force that large didn't just happen to be there. They were waiting in advance. That means the enemy expected them. He wonders how he missed them, then decides they must be skilled. Pin asks why he isn't getting ready to head into the tunnel. He says he has a bad feeling about it and wants to scale the walls instead. Torres backs him up, saying Encred can sense danger well enough that it's worth listening to him. The protagonist says it isn't really a gut feeling, it's based on what he lived through. Pin just goes sure, but she points out they'll have to wait for night, which costs them time. MC asks if she wants to go around and she blushes, saying she can't believe he wants to do that in broad daylight. He quickly explains he means a duel. She says fine, but no weapons. He agrees to a bare-handed match and she grins, clearly into it. As the others gather to watch, Encred says if the enemy already knows they're coming, a fight is likely no matter which route they choose, so he wants to see what his team can do and get some training too. He offers her the first move, but she tells him to go ahead. He charges with his fist pulled back, aiming at her head. She ducks under it and drives a knee into his chest, but he manages to block. As the impact starts to push him back, she pivots with the same motion and whips a roundhouse at his head. He barely slips away from it. Encred decides to use the same trick as the ferry commander, win with size and strength. He grabs her, slams her to the ground, and plants a hand beside her head. Pin says that was the wrong move. She grabs his wrist and wraps her legs around him. In the next second, she locks in a triangle choke and starts crushing his neck. Torres calls the match there and gives her the win. Encred says she may be small, but she's all muscle, and now he gets why she likes fighting barehanded more than with swords. She asks if he understands he lost. He says she's exactly the kind of person he needs to train with, and asks for another round. She smiles and starts blushing, so Encred quickly says he means sparring. She asks how he knew what she was thinking, and Torres tells them to quit doing that in front of him. As night falls, Pin asks the protagonist if he's really climbing like that. He asks what's wrong. She says he's carrying too many weapons and will collapse from exhaustion before getting halfway up. Torres asks about him, and she gives him one look and says he can do whatever he wants. He starts whining that his feelings are getting hurt. Encred says he can handle the climb with this much gear. Pin just sighs and calls him naive. They aren't only climbing a wall. First they have to scale a huge mountain just to reach it. Torres says that's insanely high. MC admits the climb alone will be hard, but none of his walls have ever been easy. Before they start climbing, Encred recalls that after coming back from the magician's tunnel under the shopkeeper's house, he sold the loot he picked up to buy a new sword after his old one broke. Carissa was shocked by the magic tools, saying even one of them was worth enough to buy a full new set of gear. He told him to bring the best swords he had. To someone who lives and dies by the blade, their sword is their lifeline, so going out without one was never an option. With that in mind, he starts climbing. At the top, Pin reminds him she told him to leave the sword behind, even if he dropped everything else. That blade alone would wear him out. Encred admits it really is dragging him down, but he keeps climbing anyway, saying worked muscles only get stronger. To him, this is just more training. As he keeps pushing upward, he's already hit and broken through countless limits. By the time he nears the top, he says this still isn't enough to stop him. He finally pulls himself up and lets out a long, exhausted breath. Pin says he's only making things harder on himself, and Torres wonders why he was so stubborn about bringing the sword. He guesses maybe it was for training, then decides Encred can't possibly be that crazy. Then wolves start howling, and they look down to spot a whole pack, but these aren't normal wolves, they're werewolves. The protagonist calls them lycanthropes. Torres says it's rare to see so many moving together. Pin says that means they need to stay sharp, and then she spots the wall in the distance. Hiding nearby, she says there's barely any cover as the guards make their rounds. She explains that with 2 full moons out, it's so bright the guards have gotten lazy. The moment one guard turns away, she says now, and they sprint forward straight for the wall. When they get close, the guard turns and looks down, but they're already out of his sight. They've made it directly below him, and Pin says that's why nights like this are easier. And Crid thinks he made eye contact with the guard and wonders if he imagined it. Pin rubs ash on her hands and says the slums are right past these walls. If they hide there, no one will find them. Before they go up, she tells MC to drop the sword. This wall will be even harder than the mountain. He refuses. Without extra weight, it doesn't count as training. Torres just sighs. He knew Encrid was nuts. While climbing, he admits she picked the safest path. If they get over the wall, sneaking into crossguard should be easy. That is, if the wall itself doesn't stop them first. He remembers the greyhounds in the tunnels and figures there's a good chance another ambush is waiting on top. Pen reaches the top first, and the protagonist asks himself what's going to block them this time. Then someone steps up, and a woman says they worked hard coming here so late, but now it's time to rest. She snaps her fingers and vines burst out of the ground at them. Pen shouts for everyone to duck. They barely slip under the vines. She orders them to run back down to the base of the wall, then throws her axe. The magician stops it with vines and crushes it to pieces. Encrid didn't expect a magician here. He admits it's one heck of a trap. MC rushes in, trying to get close, but a vine shoots up from the ground and blocks his attack. He tells himself he beat a magician once before by trusting his sixth sense, so he lines up a thrust and strikes. The blade flies at her, and he thinks he has her, but she keeps staring right at the sword tip. Then he remembers Jackson's warning. Trust your senses, but don't rely on them too much. Strong enemies, especially magicians, can fool them. Her vines slam into him, throwing him into the air and wrapping him up tight. Halfway down the wall, Pen and Torres see it. Pen curses him out, calling him an idiot for staying up there. The vines creep down the wall, then pierce Pen and Torres through the chest, killing them instantly. And Crid struggles to break free, but the vines are too thick. He can't escape. The magician praises him for having the nerve not to run. He only grits his teeth and glares at her. She names herself Richa of the Rose Vines and lifts her hand. Her fist tightens, and Encrid knows this life is over. Then a huge magical blast erupts inside the vines. The protagonist realizes magicians aren't all the same, just like soldiers. He got cocky. He let his new strength go to his head, and rushed in without reading his enemy. The boatman asks if he understands his place now. He calls Encrid a freak, someone using loops to grow stronger instead of suffering properly. Against a wall this huge, he's just an ant. MC thanks him, saying that speech lit the fire in him again. This is exactly the kind of wall he needed. The boatman says he's already looking forward to the third wall. Later, Pen asks if he really wants to sneak in disguised as merchants. He says the other routes feel wrong. She agrees and says they'll enter with the regular traders. He asks when, and she says tomorrow morning. That makes Encrid pause. If it's tomorrow, how does that work when he can't let the day pass without clearing the wall? He wonders what happens then. Torres says they'll just wait another day, while Pen says they should use the time and enjoy it. She tells one of her men to bring out everything they have, and the protagonist wonders what she means. Then they haul out piles of meat and alcohol. Encrid can't believe she brought drinks out this close to the enemy and asks if she's crazy. He says relaxing this much is dangerous, but she argues that being too tense is worse. If he stays wound up, he'll miss the bigger picture. She tells him to drink too. His shoulders are stiff as a board. MC admits he's always pushed himself past his limits and thought that was the best answer, but she's right. He got tunnel vision and started thinking the only way past the wall was head on. He steps forward and says he wants to think this through calmly. Drawing his sword, he says forcing his way through isn't the only answer. He decides this moment will become part of him and starts training. Pen asks why he's working instead of resting, and Torres says this is rest for Encrid. She watches with interest as he starts sweating from all the swings. Pen jokes that he's nice to look at. Torres calls that harassment, and she shoots back that it only counts if she's ugly. As the 2 moons overlap and night settles in, they camp out. Encrid says he had a big realization today, and that alone made the day worth it. By now they would have reached the wall. The greyhounds are in the tunnels. A magician waits on top of the wall, and he wonders what's coming for them this time. Then the lycanthropes start howling, the same ones they saw below the cliffs before. Pen is stunned, and Torres is too. Encrid tenses up and says he knows those howls. These are the same lycanthropes from beneath the cliff. Then the whole pack charges. Pen yells for everyone to run, but the werewolves cut them off and trap them on all sides. Torres says it usually takes at least 10 men to bring down one, and there have to be around 20 here. With only 6 of them, they're basically dead. Pen swears there weren't any monsters nearby, and Encrid says he didn't sense them either. That reminds him of Recha. Something fooled his senses again. The wolves howl even louder. The protagonist says he promised not to keep charging straight into every problem, but he's not going down this easily, so he rushes in. He uses every sense he has, trying to feel where the attacks are coming from. He spots another one and jumps back to avoid it. Their attacks come from all directions in no pattern, and there are too many to handle by focusing on one point. A werewolf leaps at him with its jaws, and he blocks it with his sword. That's when it clicks. Focusing too narrowly is the problem, so he widens his awareness. But all that does is make him hear and see everyone being torn apart. The slaughter is brutal. Torres gets ripped open from behind, and Pen dies almost at once when a werewolf tears into her throat. Encrid knows none of this will matter once the day loops. But watching them die like this still hurts. He shoves one wolf back as it bites his sword, then slashes its throat. Blood sprays everywhere. He lifts his sword high, changes his grip, and drives it down into another wolf's shoulder. Then a larger wolf with a scar on its head slams a fist into his stomach. Encrid spits blood and realizes this one can think and fight smarter than the others. It has to be the pack leader. It grabs for his arm and with its huge strength swings him up into the air. Encrid looks down at the pack below and takes one last look at the corpses around him. The boatman speaks again, saying every wall MC chooses is still impossibly high. As long as the loops continue, he'll be trapped repeating this forever. Does he still think this is fun? Encrid says it definitely isn't ideal. Back in another loop, Torres and Pen stare at him and ask if he's lost his mind. He says there's no reason to give up. He's fine, and they should keep going. No matter how high these walls are, there has to be a way past them. Still, he hasn't found it yet. Pen and Torres can beat greyhounds one-on-one, but once they're surrounded in that cramped tunnel, it's over. So the answer is to avoid getting surrounded at all. If he can use his sixth senses to find where they're hiding, that might be the first step. Then the guard calls out again that he found some rats, and crossbowmen instantly surround them, sealing off every exit. Encrid says his senses caught nothing, and then the spearmen pile onto him and kill him again. He starts wondering if magic here is blocking his senses too. He goes after Recha once more. Slipping under a vine, he asks if she's the one who cast the magic in the tunnels. She's surprised he figured that out and says someone named Roger must not be doing his job right, so that was probably the greyhound leader. But once again, Encrid dies to the vines, still working on that wrist snap technique. He wonders why the rock won't come out, and Torres tells him he's terrible with his hands, but the protagonist keeps thinking. If a magician is involved, he can't escape the ambush with his senses alone, and even if they do, there's still the threat waiting beyond it. There was no way to avoid all of them, and the same was true for the lycanthropes. When the few are up against the many, he'll keep struggling unless he finds a way to close that gap. He starts charging in again, then suddenly stops, realizing he's rushing straight at the problem and narrowing his focus too much. Back in the cave, he swings his sword, knocks a spear aside, and cuts off a man's arm. Then with Richa, he reminds himself not to rush. This is a rare chance to train without end. Then it's back to the lycanthropes and another death by spear. Richa is still the fight where he seems to be improving the most. Actually, scratch that. He's also making progress against the lycanthropes, beheading one after grabbing its head. He vows not to waste this chance to grow stronger, and gets killed right after. The boatman's lantern sways as he asks how long Encrid plans to keep messing around. If he doesn't want to stay trapped here forever, he needs to choose a wall and climb it. MC says that after repeating all of this, he knows each of the 3 walls is excellent, almost too good to pick just one. In another loop, morning comes and Torres wakes up to find Encrid already training. He throws a punch, snaps his wrist, and the hidden blade shoots out. Torres stares in surprise. He couldn't do that yesterday. When did he learn it? He says about 30 days ago, leaving Torres confused. The protagonist explains that now he's finally strong enough, and this is the 79th loop. This time he's getting over the wall and reaching tomorrow. He says they still have time before entering the tunnel, and asks for a simple pouch made to fit around his wrist. The man says that's easy enough. Then Encrid notices the inside of Pen's boots looks unusual. She smirks at his curiosity and takes them off, explaining she lined them with fabric to soften her steps because a lot of monsters nearby have sharp hearing. MC tells Torres they should do the same. Torres is surprised, and when Pen says they probably won't meet those monsters, he insists anyway. Once he tries it, his steps get so quiet that Pen asks if he used to be a ranger. He says no, and she points out that even with the fabric, moving this silently is hard. That's because he's gone through this loop again and again. To survive the smuggler's tunnel, he has to spot the enemy first and make an opening. In the dark, it's hard to guess where an ambush will come from, but they do have an expert with them. He asks what they should do if enemies are waiting inside. Pen says it's unlikely, but if it happens, they can run. Then he asks what happens if the exit is blocked, wanting to know the tunnel's size and whether there are side paths if the main route gets shut off. Torres asks if he's scared or sensing something bad since he's asking way more than usual. Encrid asks if they're armed because if they are, and they're waiting for them, they're basically dead. She tells him that if he's scared, he can stay behind. That would be better than hearing all this grim talk. He says he's only telling them to be careful, and she can tell he means it, even if she doesn't know why. Encrid realizes that if he wants his teammates to move the way he wants, Rank won't let him force them. He has to convince them. Krang proved that back at the infirmary tent. With enough pressure and a firm voice, he got his point across better than 100 words could. Pen admits he's right, she's been too relaxed. The mood changes, and once she gets serious, she starts noticing things. Looking down, she says something's wrong. The footprints were blurred on purpose. Her face hardens as she realizes it's a trap. They need to turn back right now and secure the exit. Then men finally start approaching from behind with crossbows in hand, aiming right at them, while Torres and the others take cover. Encrid suddenly runs toward them, shouting that he's a messenger from their boss, Roger, the same commander Richa mentioned. In the dark, they can't make out faces or clothes well, and he keeps yelling about the city and monsters. They ask if he means Commander Roger and demand an explanation. He realizes that just knowing the name makes them think he's one of them. Still calling out Roger's name, he closes in and draws his blade. Up close, they'll know he doesn't belong. But by then it's already too late, and he kills one of them instantly. The others shout that there's an intruder. A man orders everyone to fire, but Encred grabs his uniform and uses him as a hostage, telling them to shoot if they dare. The captive quickly orders them not to. The protagonist mocks them, saying he thought Roger's dogs were trained. One man has them all frozen. Do something. Torres and Penn both wonder what he's doing by provoking them like this. Penn warns that if more enemies are nearby, this will get ugly, and she needs to check. But Encred keeps yelling, asking if their crossbows are just decorations and if their heads are empty, pushing them harder and harder. Then Penn finally understands. He keeps shouting Roger's name again and again, while she slips behind one guard and knocks him out with a cloth. Torres catches on too and kills another one. Now Penn sees it clearly. He made the perfect opening for them. Calling him a genius, she cuts a man's throat. The soldiers realize they're being attacked from both sides and start shouting about enemies behind them. One asks where, and Torres drops him before he gets an answer. Alcrest keeps bellowing nonsense about the moon, darkness, and a new dawn, and one soldier looks terrified while raising his crossbow. He aims at MC, fires, and hits his own ally instead. They curse at Encred and rush him. He says playtime is over, but even that isn't enough. He throws 2 whistle daggers and blinds 2 men with shots to the eyes. Penn shouts that they need to reach the exit. Then they hear more soldiers coming, and he turns to see Roger's main Greyhound force. So this man wasn't Roger after all. He shouts that he's a messenger from Richa. The captain freezes and asks how he knows that name. Encred just yells for everyone to run. The man finally realizes he was played and orders his troops to chase them. As they rush for the exit, they finally burst out with soldiers right behind them. Penn asks if the chase will keep going and wonders how to lose them. Maybe by heading for the creek or the cliff. But Encred says they need to go to camp. She asks why, and he says there's no time. She decides to trust him and tells the others to follow. The protagonist says sunset is close and it's almost time to call them. He remembers Henry mentioning flat-colored stones near the Panhandle River. Dangerous vipers hide under them. He hooks his sword behind one, flings it back, and a snake tail flashes out. One soldier knocks it away, saying Encred's tricks won't work. Then a viper bursts out from the broken stone, and it isn't alone. MC keeps throwing rocks, sending the soldiers into a panic. Penn asks what he's doing. If they make this much noise, the monsters will hear them. Encred says that's exactly the point. With ears that sharp, they won't miss it. As they keep running uphill, he says night belongs to monsters. Soon the werewolves start howling below them. He says monsters don't care who's in front of them. They only want flesh. And then he tells Torres and Penn to keep going without him. They ask if he's seriously telling them to leave him behind. They refuse. He shouts that he has a plan, and if they stay, they'll just get in the way. Then he cuts his speed and turns back toward the guards. The captain orders his men to split up and go after them. Encred thinks that with the Greyhounds and the Lycanthropes all in one place, he can make them tear each other apart. This is the turning point, and he has to draw all their attention so Torres and Penn can escape. He lets out a killing intent so heavy that no one can focus on anything else. A red aura pouring off him. The captain instantly turns toward him, a chill running through him, and the werewolf Alpha reacts too. The captain grits his teeth knowing what has to happen, and orders his men to kill Encred first. The werewolves start climbing the cliff below, leaping up behind him while the soldiers close in from the front. Encred turns, uses his senses, and slips past the attack, saying friend or enemy doesn't matter anymore. This place is about to become total chaos. Exactly what he wanted. As Torres and Penn run, Torres says he doesn't know if this will be okay, and thinks they should go back. Then they hear the werewolves howl and turn. They turn back and freeze. Encred is alone, surrounded by a full-on bloodbath. Torres says they have to go back right now. Then he spots something that leaves him stunned, so shocking he rubs his eyes to make sure it's real. Someone curses, asking why Encred is so hard to hit as a spear barely misses him. The protagonist says that even in this chaos, some can still feel his killing intent and come at him. So instead of locking onto one target, he watches everything at once. He reads their attack paths and slips past them with the smallest moves. He explains that he had to retrain his senses, spreading his focus to places he can't even see. In a fight like this, one tiny mistake means death. But he says that mistake won't happen. Then turns with a grin. The captain shouts for the Greyhounds to form up. Encred knows they're elite soldiers, and once they set their formation, the Lycanthropes will start losing. For his plan to work, the chaos has to keep going. He remembers something he learned in an earlier loop. During one clash, a soldier called him a fool for challenging Roger, the man who never removes his helmet. So the captain's name is Roger. Encred keeps wondering why Roger hides his face, so he decides to find out and knocks the helmet away. As the helmet hits the ground, the soldiers suddenly look uneasy. Now MC sees why Roger never took it off. He says there's nothing shameful about being bald, but Roger is furious. Encred has figured out that he's deeply embarrassed by it, so he loudly tells Roger to take the helmet off for real, mocking him and saying he should reveal that empty scalp. Roger tries to keep his cool, telling himself not to fall for such childish bait. Then Encred runs his fingers through his own thick hair, making the insult even worse. Looking down at Roger, he asks if this is the hair he wishes he had. Torres is speechless, and Penn mutters that the protagonist has lost it. Roger takes the bait completely and charges, swearing MC won't die easily. Encred just smiles and tells him to try. Their blades crash, and he knocks Roger's sword aside. Roger instantly follows up, but the protagonist catches it with his own blade. Then Encred thrusts for Roger's eye, and Roger barely slips away. MC says it's time for Roger to meet his hair again in the afterlife. Roger looks up and realizes too late that he messed up. A huge hand suddenly reaches in, and the Alpha tears Roger's head off before he can finish him. Roger's head tumbles away, and Encred locks eyes with the Alpha. The soldiers scream Roger's name. The protagonist notes that the Alpha struck while everyone was distracted. Smart move. Then it rushes past him and dives back into the crowd. Encred realizes it's hunting by hiding inside the chaos. Watching it move, he knows the Alpha is a bigger threat than Roger ever was. Its brains and raw power are why he had to repeat this loop so many times. The Alpha comes from behind, fist pulled back, and MC spins to meet it. This time he says he'll end it, then deflects the blow with his sword. Sparks burst out as he drives forward with momentum. The Alpha does the same. Encred lifts his sword high and brings it down, cleanly chopping off the Alpha's arm. He follows with a slice across its chest, making it howl. When it swings left, Encred ducks under and lunges in. He says this ends now. His blade shoots forward and pierces its chest. Just like that, the Alpha is dead. While the fighting still rages, Torres and Penn can only stare in shock. They almost feel bad for the werewolf as it drops dead. The win was way too one-sided. Encred finally exhales. He's done what he came to do. Penn says they should go to him, and both start calling out. When he glances over, she yells that he needs to get out of there. He runs for them as the soldiers shout for the others to chase him. But the werewolves don't let them move at all. They're too busy getting overwhelmed. Penn asks if he planned this and knew the werewolves would show up. Encred says he just got lucky. Torres says fine, but when did he get this strong and how did he know the enemy leader was Roger? The protagonist can tell they're confused. They don't know about the loops and he can't explain that now. Instead, he says something more important matters. The mission still isn't over. He looks up at the cliffs and says they need to climb the wall. At the top is Regression, the final obstacle in this run. A moment later, they're already climbing. Encred still has the pouch strapped under his wrist, and as they watch him move, Penn asks if he really isn't a ranger. Torres says he isn't, which only makes her ask how he's this good. MC says he doesn't even know what he's supposed to be anymore. He was meant to become a knight, but right now his instincts aren't focused on Regression herself. He already knows where she'll be. She never changed that in any of the loops. Once he reaches the top and ducks behind cover, he gives them signals to warn them. There's an enemy ahead. He'll go first, leaving Penn confused as he sprints along the wall. Regression turns in surprise just as his sword shoots for her throat. She summons vines that coil around his arm and fling him back. He cuts through part of them and she demands to know how he got here when her children were already moving. Encred says they're busy fighting the greyhounds and adds that maybe she didn't train them well enough. Furious, she sends more vines at him. He dodges what he can and bats away the rest. Encred says that as long as he keeps up this rhythm, that's all he needs to do. Some vines start spinning, so he focuses on cutting the thin whip-like ones while pushing forward. Penn can't believe he's fighting a mage this well. Torres wonders if they should help, but she says they'd only get in his way. More greyhounds arrive, shouting that they need to help Regression. One of them is dropped at once, and Penn says she won't let any of them get near Encred. Regression grows angrier, and roses begin sprouting from her vines. Calling them worthless, she fires the roses at him. He says he's already figured out how to beat her. In the end, she's still human. Stab her or cut her and she dies. He just needs one opening, and he has exactly the tool for that in his pouch. He charges again, fully focused, dodging the projectiles and cutting through the vines as before. When he slices through the ones shielding her directly, she hesitates. She starts raising a barrier, and he thrusts his fist right in front of her face. He says his trump card was fixed using the hidden knife. Earlier, when Kryde asked what to do with the leftover magic tools and whether they should be sold, and Kryde said to keep them, they'd be useful someday. Now the pouch opens, and with a flick of his wrist, he sends one straight at her face. He reveals they're the magic devices from the cave, and they burst with a blinding blue light, bright as sunrise. Even Penn and Torres have to cover their eyes. Down in the slums, people look up and see only that intense light shining from the wall. Rakia screams in pain, and Kryde swings, cutting through her vines and across her side. He says that once he learned to relax his shoulders, he realized he didn't need to choose just one direction. All three walls had something worth learning from. As Regression collapses onto the stone, Kryde lets out a long breath and says he built his own style by combining all three. Torres cuts down one of the soldiers. When Penn starts to ask what just happened, Torres cuts her off. They can ask later. First, they need to leave before more people come running to that light. Soon, guards are moving through the slums with torches, searching everywhere. Kryde says they've made it into Crossguard. If they save Kitten and escape like planned, this loop can finally end. Penn leads them to a house and says this was the last place Kitten stayed before disappearing. Inside, the signs of torture make it clear the enemy learned Kitten was a spy. Penn says that settles it. Kitten must be dead. Kryde says the enemy is already coming and the informant they were meant to meet is gone. That means the whole plan was an Aspen trap. The letter from Kitten about urgent information was probably fake, made to lure them in and kill them. Torres realizes they were set up just as nearby guards ask each other if they found anything. One says no, but they still need to keep searching. Penn says they should escape now, but Torres warns it's a huge risk with guards everywhere and asks if there's any way to distract them. And Cried says he knows a method that already worked before and asks if they want to try it. One of the houses suddenly catches fire. Soldiers rush over to put it out, and the protagonist says nothing pulls attention better than a blaze. He's done this enough times to learn a few tricks at this rate. He jokes, he'll become an arsonist instead of a knight. That's why he plans to train with his sword even harder once he gets back. The group finally gets over the walls and ditches their robes. Now they just need to head back to Border Guard. From above the wrecked house, one man watches the scene. Another reports that the intruders escaped after starting the fire. The man says every trap failed, they took a serious hit, and he can't believe Richo died that easily. The plan should have wiped out their rangers and spies while crushing morale. Still, he decides it's not over. There are plenty of moves left, so he tells the soldier to leave. It's time to prepare for the next step, and this is Aspen's genius strategist, Abner. Later, they ride back by boat. Penn and Torres are out of breath while Encred looks fine. He even says he wants one more duel after they get off. Torres calls him insane. They already fought more than 10 times on the trip. Even the boatman wonders why they're always sweating. Soon the boat reaches the dock. Torres says the mission is over and they should rest, then remembers this somehow counts as rest for Encred. MC asks Penn for another round and she shuts him down, saying his charm won't work on her. At the gate, a man is begging to see the platoon of lunatics. Torres asks what that bald guy wants. He says they should report in first since he knows him, and it turns out to be Gilfin. Gilfin runs up and blurts out that Guildmaster Craze is in danger. When Encred asks what happened, Gilfin says the frogs are here. He explains that when the Aspens took over his guild, their boss got paid by them. Every spring, the Aspens sent someone to inspect the guild, and those inspectors were frogs. Now one has finally shown up again. A flashback takes us to 4 days earlier, when Craze says this should be enough. They're getting ready to leave soon, and it's been about a week since he last visited camp. The higher-ups got goods because of him, so he figures this much will slide. Then Gilfin comes in with a report. An innkeeper is panicking, saying she may have seen an Aspen spy. Crazy says the boys can check, and if it's real, they'll handle it. Now that the Gilfin Guild is helping the night guards, they cover the back streets the Border Guard reservists don't watch. That raised the guild's name and their income, and with the citizens acting as his eyes and ears, Christ gets far more information. He even thinks that if he raises taxes now, the guild's reach will grow more. In a year, no, maybe half a year, he could control all the back streets. A guard stands outside the door, while another hooded figure waits down the hall. The guard starts to ask what he's doing there, but the stranger closes the gap at once and smashes him through the door in front of Cricey. From the silhouette alone, it's clear this isn't human. Cricey freezes, and Gilfin realizes the guest has already arrived. Cricey mutters that it's a frog. The figure pulls back the hood, showing its face. Cricey notices the frog didn't kill his men, which means he can still talk this out. Even so, he gets nervous and politely asks the frog to come this way. The frog finds that funny and starts laughing. He says that's an interesting reaction and asks who Christ thinks he is. Christ dodges the question and asks if he's eaten yet. The frog says that's not what matters right now. Then he backhands Gilfin and instantly closes in with an uppercut for Christ. Christ is launched into the air, and as Gilfin drops to the floor, the frog grabs Christ by the clothes. He says humans only listen after getting beaten first. That's what he's learned. Christ says he would have answered either way and asks what the frog wants to know so badly. The frog laughs at him for still smiling and asks where the last guildmaster went and where Christ came from. Christ answers that the former guildmaster is dead. The frog asks who killed him, and Christ says it was the Border Guard reservists. Then the frog asks for a name. After thinking it over, Christ gives him Ragna's name. The frog licks his lips and orders Gilfin to bring him this Ragna. But Christ says he should bring the real guildmaster instead. Gilfin realizes what he means. Any of those guys would do and runs to find them. Since then, though, he hasn't found any of them because they were all reassigned. And Christ says Christ thought that through pretty well. Just waking Ragna up is hard enough, so the message must have meant anyone in the squad strong enough to kill the frog. The protagonist says Christ probably never expected every one of them to be away on missions, especially since they usually only listen to him. Then he asks Gilfin if Christ is still alive after 4 days, and Gilfin says yes. And Craig follows with another question. Does he still have all his limbs? Gilfin is confused, so MC asks if he's being tortured. Gilfin says no, he's fine. He says he's wounded werewolves, fought the commander of the Greyhounds, and even killed a mage. He's far stronger now, but he still remembers how easily a frog beat him before. This time, though, he thinks he can win. More than that, he wants this fight to see how much he's grown since then. Recovering from the crossguard mission should take about a day, so he tells Gilfin to let the frog know Ragna will visit tomorrow. Christ won't die just from waiting one more day. That much Encred can tell from the frog's behavior. People think frogs are simple, but just like humans, they're all different. This one is keeping Christ alive on purpose and waiting for something, and that's not the move of an idiot. The protagonist goes to report in. The officer says he heard the rest of his platoon is already out on missions and asks if the protagonist will join them right away. MC answers that he's exhausted and will go after 2 days of rest. That night in the barracks, he decides that if he might die fighting the frog, he'll face it in the best shape possible, with Esther curled up beside him. He eats well and starts training right away. Looking at his whistle dagger, he says he couldn't recover them all, so only 2 are left. There has to be a way to get more. Esther walks over meowing, and Ankred says she's extra friendly today while petting her as she purrs. He asks if she got bored alone and wonders if she wants to come along. If she does, she'll have to stay back because he's really looking forward to this. He finally gets a chance to fight a frog. Back at the hideout, the frog says he's waited long enough. He warns Kreis that he better be telling the truth about someone arriving today, and Kreis quickly says yes, for sure. Before that, Kreis offers him another bowl, saying this one is fresher and should fit his taste better. The frog says Kreis isn't half bad, and they might even regret killing him. Kreis laughs and thanks him, but inside he's desperate for anyone to show up before he dies. A little later at the Thieves' Guild, the frog is eating again, waiting with his feet up on the table. Kreis complains that they're late and curses those lunatics for taking so long. He'd go drag them here himself if he could. The frog just tells him to bring more, holding up an apple core. Kreis agrees, all while thinking this crazy frog never stops watching him and barely sleeps. He just has to hold out a little longer, because once one of the lunatics arrives, they should beat this thing. At least that's if even one of them actually comes. Then Kreis starts down the hall. He gets his whistle daggers ready, and the frog reaches for another bite before sensing his presence. Kreis bursts through the door, sending debris flying. He lifts his whistle daggers, while Kreis just stares in shock and yells, asking what he's doing there when he's the weakest one. The protagonist throws both whistle daggers, the frog dodges, and they slam into the chair. He lands on the desk and Kreis draws back his sword and slashes, but the frog avoids that too, jumping over him, drawing his own blade and striking back. MC slips under the attack, and now the two are even. The next moment will decide who takes control of this fight. They rush each other and trade blows fast, sparks flying with every clash until the whole room is filled with the sound of steel. Kreis can't believe it. He wonders if this is really the boss, because Ankred is matching a frog strike for strike. He knows a beginner would keep blocking against the frog's insane power, but if he keeps that up, his bones will break. The frog comes in with a thrust, so the protagonist raises his sword and knows he has to use the flowing sword to parry. He guides the blade aside, sparks trailing down to the tip, and realizes the only thing he should aim for the frog's one weak spot, its heart. One solid stab there might stop its healing, but the frog slams a kick into Ankred's chest and sends him flying back into a pile of boxes by the wall near Kreis. Kreis winces, saying that hit was brutal. If MC passes out like last time, they're done. The frog mocks him for going straight for its heart, and says beings like him are called skill readers. They can spot talent right away, but he makes no sense to him. He says he should have hit his limit long ago. As the protagonist pushes himself back up, the frog wonders how he keeps going past the talent his body was born with. MC grins and says, even a frog's kick doesn't hurt that bad anymore. That only annoys the frog more, so he decides to kill him now. It brings its blade down from above, and Ankred answers with a thrust. The frog realizes he's targeting its heart again, and while they both commit to the attack, the frog's strike looks like it'll land first. He knows the only way to stop its healing is to shut down its heart, but he also knows he needs an opening first. So he changes course and cuts off the frog's arm, sending it spinning away. He presses in right after, thinking it won't regrow an arm fast enough during the fight. If he hits the openings now, this can work. The frog sneers that one arm is still enough to kill someone like him, then finishes the swing it started before. Ankred tries to parry, but the blow is too strong and knocks his sword from his hand. The frog closes in at once, lifting its blade for the final strike. The protagonist wonders if this is really how it ends again, telling himself he'll just challenge it again in the next loop. But when the frog swings down to finish him, the blade stops right above his head, the force alone stirring his hair. The room goes silent except for the frog's low riveting growl, and Ankred wonders why it stopped. Turning away, the frog says it can feel something, a terrifying spell coming from Esther, who's glaring it down. It says that beast is giving a warning. Kill this human and your life is in real danger. As Esther slowly steps into the room, the frog's throat swells as it holds back its croaks and admits it really wants to kill a human who broke past his limits. Since Ankred is unpredictable, he's exactly the kind of human they should get rid of early. Still, when it lifts its weapon, Esther sees that it's not attacking, it's putting the blade away. Staying alive matters more. Before leaving, it tells Ankred to remember this. Then we learn its name is Merlun, and next time he plans to kill him. MC honestly wanted to keep fighting, but Merlun walks out. The moment he's gone, Chris starts getting up and asks if it's really over. He says they survived and thought for sure he was dead. He can't believe he got strong enough to fight a frog like that, but he says he still wasn't enough. The frog's last blow hit his wrist and made him drop his sword. It's already badly swollen. He tightens his fist and says 3 more loops would have been enough. Then Merlun would have died. As they head into town, Croesus says none of the others showed up. He never thought all those lunatics would willingly be off on missions. The protagonist says that surprised him too. Crazy is just glad the frog left, but the protagonist can't stop thinking about why, because Merlin could have killed both of them any time. He looks down at Esther and asks if she's the reason. She meows and Crazy stares, asking if he's really talking to animals now. Then the first company commander runs over, asking where he's been, and notices the bandages on his arm. Encred says he got into a fight. She says the timing is awful, but they don't need him fighting right now. His company commander asks for him to come along. MC wonders what she wants. Looking over the battlefield, she says she finally gets why people call these men lunatics. Reem is tearing through enemies with a bored look on his face, and after killing only 3, he just walks off saying that's enough for today. Even when someone shouts there are more, Reem says that's all he agreed to. Later, Ragnar stumbles into camp covered in blood and carrying a man's head. Everyone thought he died after vanishing in the last battle. Ragnar says they should have told him if the camp moved, then drops the head into someone's hands and says he's going to sleep. The soldier blurts out that the camp never moved, then freaks out after realizing he's holding the enemy commander's head. They can't believe Ragnar broke into the enemy base and came back alive. Aura is bullying soldiers nearby, saying they're too loud and need some manners. Then he grabs a man's arm and crushes it with one squeeze. The others panic, shocked he snapped it that easily. As for Jackson, no one can land a single hit because he dodges everything. He doesn't even feel like trying without Encred around. When he starts to leave, one soldier drops to his knees and begs him to at least hit him once. The first company commander watches all of this. Later back at camp, Marcus asks if she really managed to bring those uncontrollable bastards here. She says getting them here was the easy part. She told them she wants them to fill in for their missing leader. Andrew says they'll get ready to move out. Rem replies that she took away their squad leader and now she wants them to do his job too. She tells them a leader answers for the actions of their men, then asks if they want Encred punished for their disobedience. Rem glares at her, but he doesn't want that, so he says 3 a day, he won't kill more than that. With that, the others get ready too. She's thankful the lunatics are helping this much, but the higher-ups don't see it as a good thing. Marcus says their unit is the spearhead of this war, and whether they win or lose will shape everything after. She asks if the Aspens are still provoking them into one-on-one duels. Since they lost in open battle, they've turned to tricks. The method is dirty, but they only send skilled fighters, and her side hasn't won once. If they keep losing like this, the soldiers may start thinking the whole war will be lost too. Marcus says morale will keep dropping, and all they need are strong fighters. If those lunatics would handle it, that would be perfect. She says it's already hard enough just to get them onto the battlefield. Ask for more, and they may refuse to fight at all. Marcus says men that skilled are far too disobedient, but throwing them away would be a waste. As she leaves his tent, Marcus mutters that those Aspen bastards are getting crafty. They were never this clever before, but lately there have been reports of a young genius strategist in Aspen, and Marcus thinks this is his work. That night in the barracks, Andrew talks with the others and says he's the man who will rebuild his house someday, but right now he's leading a bunch of lunatics and trying to keep them under control, while Encred is gone. Henry asks about his eye and tells him to stop dueling Rem for a while. Andrew asks who else is supposed to handle Ram's killing urges, saying Ram would paint the ground red with their own men's blood. Besides, every fight with him feels like dancing closer to death, and somehow that makes Andrew stronger. Mac admits it's annoying, but it really does help. He got beat up too. Henri says at least the other lunatics mostly keep to themselves and don't start fights. Right then a man is yelling at Rem to do his job properly, saying everyone here is risking their lives and asking if Rem thinks this is a joke. Andrew says that's the new platoon commander, and wonders if the guy wants to die. Andrew steps in front of Rem and says only their own commander can order the independent platoon around. The man snaps back, asking if they're really going to slack off in plain sight and calling them bastards. Rumman says he'd feel better if he tore the guy's guts out, and his killing intent starts spilling out. Andrew decides he has to save this idiot, and tells the commander that if he's got a problem, they should settle it in a fight, and whoever wins gets obeyed. Then he asks if the man is scared. The commander gets angry, saying a squad leader dares challenge him, and drags Andrew off to crush him. Rum watches them go and sighs, saying this is boring. He was about to rip that asshole apart, but the kid took him away, and now there's nothing fun left to do. Back at his tent, he looks at his bed and starts thinking about quitting the army altogether. And he's not the only one. Aura and Ragna look just as down. Ragna says there's still no news about Encred and wonders if he's dead. Aura says maybe he's gone back to the Earth, and without him, there's no point staying. Jackson says staying would just be inefficient. He's already gotten what he wanted from the army, so there's no reason left. They all agree if Encred doesn't return by day's end, they'll leave and accept that he's dead. But of course he's not. He is already walking through camp. The first company commander says it's time for her fiancé to return to his platoon. Right behind him, Andrew is still fighting that platoon leader. Then the protagonist walks into camp while Andrew is busy with the guy. He faces the group and tells the boys he's back. Rumman starts to call him boss, but Andrew rushes into the tent, already crying. He shouts at Encred, asking why he took so long, then grabs his waist and says he's been waiting forever while dealing with non-stop crap. That makes Rem grin, and he lets out a small laugh, asking why Andrew is cutting in front of him. Soon the others pile on too, saying Encred is late and calling him boss. He starts to answer, and the whole thing turns into a warm reunion. Later that night, MC says after looking around, it's clear they brought him here to handle these lunatics, so they should listen to their superior once in a while. Rem answers that he'll do that only when he feels like it, but he replies it's not like he can really force them anyway. Ramen says that's beside the point. What matters is this: did he get stronger? Ragnar also taps his sword on the floor, saying he wants a duel too. Kreise tells them to calm down and points out that Enkrid's wrist is hurt. Even so, Rum and Ragnar start arguing over who gets to fight him first. Odan laughs and tells them not to brawl over it. Since it's been a while, he says they should warm up first. Enkrid tells everyone to quit making noise, and Kreise says it's about time he made them settle down. But the protagonist, being a total battle addict, says he'll fight each of them one by one. Kreise protests that he's injured, yet MC says the wrist isn't broken and can still move a little. Jackson cuts in, saying even small injuries matter and wants to see it so he can put medicine on it. He admits he can't put full power into it, but he thinks he can still hold a sword. After fighting the frog and the one from Crossguard, he knows he's grown again enough to face Merlune and hold his ground. Of course, he says he's still nowhere near a knight. The level he wants is still far away, but he's climbed a long way already, and that progress matters. Now he wants to show them how much stronger he's become. Jackson warns him not to push too hard, though if there are side effects, he'll deal with them. Enkrid smiles as the boys head outside, ready to throw down. Rem goes first. He says the protagonist looks pretty sure of himself, and he wants to see if that confidence is real, as he charges in. His axe comes straight at Enkrid, but MC tracks the swing and strikes back, knocking it aside. Rem immediately notices that something about him has changed. There's no hesitation now. He moves like someone who knows he's improved. Rem laughs, excited to see more. Enkrid raises his sword again as Rem attacks a second time. Jackson says they were apart for only a week, yet he has changed more than he had in a long time. Odin says his patience is running out, and for once his eyes are wide open and clear. Ragnar tells Rem to hurry up and end his turn. He's not the only one thinking that everyone is staring holes into Rem's back. Rem feels it and says he wouldn't be able to wait either. A while later, after all the duels are done, Jackson tells Enkrid to explain what happened. The protagonist shrugs it off and says he just fought a frog before coming back. Andrew snaps that this is definitely not just anything. Then Rem says he heard MC went to Crossguard and asks if the frog was there. Kreise jumps in, saying they met one at the Thieves Guild, and the injury happened only after MC came back. Odin asks how the mission went, so Enkrid explains they walked into a trap. There were greyhounds, lycanthropes, and even a mage waiting for them. Andrew just stares confused. He says he's been trying his hardest too, fighting these maniacs every day, but he still can't catch up to him. The others point out that he survived even with everything against him. He only says he got lucky, while Esther sleeps on his chest. He adds that today's duels taught him a lot. Still, he could tell they were holding back because of his wrist. He wants to heal up and face them at full power, and he's already thinking about how much stronger this platoon can get. Rasmus says he doesn't want them losing to a frog again. Ragnar agrees there's still a lot to learn, and Odin says the answer is more training. Jackson adds that he can still see openings in Enkrid's fighting. The protagonist says he'll win next time, and Reem laughs at how confident that sounds. Little by little, the boys start drifting off to sleep. Just when MC is finally starting to doze, Reem says they'll fight again once he's healed. The others keep adding advice. Fix your bad habits. Keep training. Use your other senses more. Enkrid agrees they can do it after he recovers, while Esther covers her ear because they still won't shut up. They start nodding off again, but the talking keeps going, and both she and him are amazed these idiots are still at it. Rem says the protagonist only needs to block first, then crush the enemy's head, and keeps coaching him. Ragnar says he needs to learn more about heavy sword fighting, while Oden says he just needs better muscles. Jackson warns him not to get arrogant, because that leads to mistakes. Finally, Enkrid tells them all to sleep, and they instantly lie down and say goodnight. Honestly, getting them to be quiet might have been the hardest battle yet. By morning, MC sits up and says he overslept. He hasn't slept this late in a long time, and it looks like Esther slept in too. When he wakes up, Kreise asks if he's ready to go. Enkrid asks whether the men are at the front, and Kreise says everyone who can fight is already there. Only guards and the logistics platoon are still in camp. He starts doing planks and feels the pain in his wrist. It's worse than yesterday, so he knows he shouldn't have fought, but they were all so fired up, and he couldn't turn them down. Thinking about it just makes him want to swing a sword again. Then he notices a sword on the rack and goes to pick it up, saying he's supposed to use both hands. Still, he's handled a sword with only his right before, so maybe training his left could work too. But the moment he swings, it's clumsy and awkward. He calls it a pathetic sword path like when he first started, but that also makes it the best way to review everything he's learned. The next morning, Enkrid is still training with his left hand. Starting over is hard, but thanks to the isolation technique, strength isn't the problem. Vincento watches him and says that even injured he's still training. He must be insane. The protagonist thought Vincento went to the front, but Vincento says his platoon is on defense duty. Enkrid then notices the strap on his sword is loose. Vincento says both the sword and its owner are a mess, and there's no way MC can fix it one-handed. While tying it for him, he says Vincento used to pick fights with him all the time, but now he's being nice. So what changed? He ends up asking why Van Sunpo hated him before. Van Sunpo looks up and says it was because of Genos. The protagonist just blinks and asks who that is. Van Sunpo tells him she's the herb merchant. Encred is totally lost, so much time has passed for him that he barely remembers. That only makes Van Sunpo mad. He shoves the sword back at him, says he's done, and stomps off. MC calls after him that he was never interested, and then it clicks. She ran the herb shop near the border guard post, and he used to visit a lot because her stuff was good. He figures she must have started liking him. But Van Sunpo liked her too, while Encred only cared about the products. Van Sunpo says he knows that he only cares about swords, not women. He was just jealous. Genfritz never looked his way, but fell for the protagonist's face instead, so he curses him and clicks his tongue. The protagonist wonders what his problem is, and Van Sunpo just tells him to look after his sword before heading to work. Encred can only wonder how this guy's mood changes so fast. Seriously, he's weird. Back in the tent, Esther is stretching hard, and MC says she looks worn out, asking if she's sick. She glares at him and says it's his fault. He kept fighting while injured, and she pushed herself too much trying to ease his fatigue. Now she won't be able to use magic for a while. Encred tells her to rest. Outside the barracks, some guards head out toward the lake. One of them notices the water acting strange, and keeps staring. His friend asks what he's looking at. He says he thought he heard something, and then an arrow hits him in the head. Bells ring out, and Encred and Esther snap awake. Van Sunpo shouts that the enemy is attacking. They can't let their supplies fall, so they have to hold this place. He only asks where the attackers are, and Christ tells him to stay inside because he's basically crippled right now. Then soldiers start climbing out of the water, and Encred stares, saying he never thought he'd run into that man again here. It's Aspen troops, and leading the Greyhounds is Mitch. The protagonist says he didn't expect to see him, and Mitch looks over, spots Encred too, and realizes they're face to face again. Mitch says God answered his prayers. He's wanted this meeting for a long time. Encred's so surprised Mitch still remembers his name. Mitch says he made him see how arrogant he was, and because of that, he's reached a new level. Now he wants to kill Encred with his own hands. The protagonist yells at Christ to take Esther and leave. As he draws his blade, he lifts it high and swings to meet Mitch's strike head-on. The moment their swords crash together. But because of his injury, MC can't match Mitch's power, and his sword gets knocked away. Mitch asks if he's hurt. He says that's a shame, then lifts his sword to end it. The blade comes down, but Vengeance jumps in and blocks it, shouting. He tells Encred to run. Then he rushes Mitch, but he warns him to stay back. He's no match for him. A second later, Mitch's sword cuts right through Vengeance's skull. The protagonist freezes in horror as Vengeance's head flies through the air and drops beside him. Encred turns and sees it, while Mitch coldly says weaklings should stay out of this. Esther rushes forward, and Kreis yells for her to stop and come back. Encred tries to stop her too, because if she goes in, she'll die, and she's already leaping straight at Mitch. He swings, cutting her down in one hit. Encred runs to save Kreis, but Mitch closes in too fast. It's too late. He reaches out helplessly and watches Mitch stab through his throat, killing him instantly. Encred can only watch as everyone gets slaughtered. Mitch says it's disappointing. If the protagonist's wrist were fine, he could have shown how much stronger he's become. Then he slices through MC's head and sends it flying. This was brutal. Encred wakes up back in camp and gently pats Esther's head, saying he couldn't save anyone because his wrist is injured. He stares at it, trying to figure out what to do. Outside, Kreis says he's glad he's awake. He answers that there's no one he can rely on for help. The Greyhounds will attack before afternoon, so he's already outside training, working on his sword with his other hand and searching for a way past this wall. He remembers someone telling him that weak, pathetic losers are why people die protecting them. As sweat drips down, he wonders if that's exactly what he is right now. Vengeance walks over and asks if he's training with his left hand because the right one is hurt. He says training this hard feels like a sickness, and asks if it's even doing anything. Encred says he'll make sure it does, and this time he's saving everyone. Vengeance just stares at him, confused, when the protagonist suddenly apologizes about Jenny. Vengeance is shocked he knew, and says it wasn't on purpose. Encred tells him to cheer up because some girls don't care about looks. Vengeance asks if he's trying to die, accusing him of bragging about being handsome, and MC laughs. Then the bells start ringing, and when the enemy attacks the camp, he steps forward, more ready than before. He faces Mitch, who glares at him. Encred knows Mitch is strong, always above a special rank soldier, and now he's sharper than ever. Mitch blocks the opening strike and drives the protagonist back, taking advantage of the injury. Encred jumps away, realizing he's lacking power because he can't use both hands. Mitch lunges with a thrust, and Encred tries to knock it aside with his sword, but he doesn't have enough force. Mitch breaks through and slashes his throat. He drops, coughing. Mitch asks about his hand. The protagonist admits it's hurt, and Mitch calls that a shame. As he raises his sword, he says he wanted to fight him at full strength before driving the blade into his chest. Encred realizes that no matter how much stronger he gets, there's only one answer now. He has to build up his left side. That means fixing everything. His grip, swing, stance, all of it. From the basics he learned as a kid, to Ragnar's heavy sword, to the core of every style he studied, he starts rebuilding it all with his other arm. Mitch shows up again, and Encred loses again. Still, he keeps training, saying he's already walked this road once with his right side. Again, he loses. He keeps drilling on a dummy, cutting through it, but Mitch still handles him easily and stabs him through the chest. Encred keeps practicing, saying at least he learns fast. Maybe this time that's actually true, since he's done it before. But even after 40 loops, his left-hand swing is still off. He wonders why, while Vengeance watches him train. Something clicks for him, and he calls out, asking Encred for a duel. MC notes this never happened in the earlier loops and wonders what changed. Still, one look at Vengeance tells him he's completely serious, so he accepts. They take their stances, and Vengeance rushes in, warning he won't hold back. He brings his sword down, and Encred blocks, thinking Vengeance is still a platoon leader, strong enough that taking him head-on with just his left is tough. The protagonist redirects the blade, then sweeps his legs out. Vengeance crashes forward and eats dirt. MC says he won. Vengeance admits he didn't expect him to fight left-handed, and MC says that's exactly why he's been training it. Then he asks why Vengeance wanted the duel. Vengeance says he doesn't know. Watching him made his blood boil. He says he's only been doing the basics, but Vengeance says that's the point. Watching the protagonist reminds him of when he first picked up a sword, the drive to get stronger, the thrill of every swing. But when he looks at Encred now, something about his sword feels strange. MC asks what he means, and Vengeance says it feels like a dead man's sword. He asks what that means, but Vengeance says it's hard to explain. The protagonist starts wondering what he could mean. Maybe he's still not strong enough. But Vengeance snaps, asking if he's even listening. Then Encred figures it out himself. He's been copying the path of his right-hand swings without thinking, even though the left and right sides work completely differently. So he decides to test that idea, saying he needs to find a path that fits his left hand. When he swings again, the dummy's arm comes off cleanly. The cut feels right, and even the sound is different from before. He smiles, thanks Vengeance, and says he finally found a way forward. And Encred says he needs to wake up that feeling in his left arm. That's the key. So he starts by changing his habits, while eating with his left hand. Craze asks if he's always done that. MC says his right arm needs rest. Craze says he's taking it too far, especially when he drops food and even hits Esther with it. But Encred says eating, dressing, training, he'll use his left arm for everything. After training, he plants his sword and says that to speed things up, he'll also practice the move Torres taught him as well. He flicks his wrist to throw the hidden knife, but it just drops to the ground. Even so, he says that knife could be a huge help in the fight. This is already his 50th loop when Vengeance asks if he wants another duel, and then sends him crashing to the ground. Vengeance says Encred fights well with his left arm now, but his sword still feels off. The protagonist agrees he still has that dead sword, so he'll keep going until it's gone. In the next loop, he and Vengeance duel again. MC blocks the sword. Then the loops start flying by, past 60, then 70. By the 80th loop, he can knock Vengeance back with ease, and now he's also practicing the hidden knife. This time the wrist flick is perfect, and later he knocks Vengeance's sword from his hands, sending it spinning into the ground. Vengeance can't believe how well Encred fights with his left arm now. He notices him staring and asks what he's thinking so hard about. Vengeance says once he gets out of here, he's going to train harder than ever. The protagonist notices he doesn't talk about the dead sword anymore, so he tells him to keep it up. Maybe Jenny will finally notice him soon. That instantly pisses Vengeance off. He demands another fight and says he'll beat MC's ass. MC laughs at how easy he is to rile up and says he still has to live long enough to confess to Jenny. To make that happen, he heads to the lake alone. There, he reflects on talent, realizing it isn't something simple. Training the body is one part, but true focus without getting thrown off is part of it too. He thinks back to learning swordsmanship as a kid, falling in love with the blade one swing at a time. Now gripping his sword in his left hand, he draws it. For the first time, Encred feels what talent might be like. In just 100 days, all that left arm training has stacked up enough to catch the 30 years he built on his right. This is now the 112th loop. Mitch rises from the water, and the protagonist is set on breaking past this wall, named Mitch. Vengeance shouts for everyone to defend the camp and drive the enemy back. Craze tries to pull Encred back while holding Esther so she can't rush in, but MC keeps walking forward. Mitch thanks him, saying he wanted to meet him again. He says he felt the same, and Mitch says the protagonist woke him up from his slump. Now he'll destroy him and climb even higher. Encred admits he almost feels bad because he's already seen Mitch at his best over and over, and he knows he can't beat him in a straight sword fight. So when he charges, his opening move catches Mitch off guard, but Mitch still manages to block it. As he slides back, Mitch plants his feet and starts forcing Encred back with raw strength. MC grabs the hand holding the sword and snaps Mitch's thumb, making him drop the blade with a scream. Mitch answers with a kick to Encred's chest. He jams his sword down to keep from falling. And with Mitch's weapon on the ground, Mitch curses him for fighting so dirty. The protagonist says that through all these loops he's only beaten Mitch with the sword, but his left arm won't get any better by repeating this again and again. The blade duel was fun, but now he has to go past it. Mitch says this won't save him anyway. He picks the sword up with his left hand and warns that he can fight with either arm. Encred says he can too. That's exactly what he trained for. Still, if he wants to beat the next wall, a sword alone won't be enough. He has to use the move he saved for a desperate moment. It's the peak of the veil and mercenary sword style. Pulling his arm back, Encred hurls his sword as hard as he can. Mitch blocks it with his own, confused, but MC rushes in and grabs his throat, saying the only way through is an all-out brawl. He throws a punch, and Mitch barely slips past it. Mitch calls him a bastard and tries to bring his sword in, but Encred gives him no room. He grabs his waist and drives him down. He just needs to get close, no matter what. Both crash to the floor. He pins Mitch's wrist with his knees so he can't use the blade, swearing he'll win no matter what, even if he has to bite through flesh. From the mount, he raises his fist and starts pounding Mitch's face. He says victory means using every method he has. Mitch reels from one hit and Encred slams in another. This is what a real brawl looks like. Mitch sees the next strike and knows what to do. He kicks up and flips the protagonist over him. MC hits the ground and Mitch charges, shouting for him to fight seriously and use his sword like a man. He wants a real duel. He brings his blade down and Encred doesn't dodge. He takes it on his shoulder. Mitch is stunned, but he had armor there for exactly this. The protagonist tells him he is dead serious. Mitch attacks again, but Encred slips in the hidden blade technique and slices across his face while dodging the punch. The strike catches Mitch's left eye, and blood pours down half his face from the hidden blade. Mitch lets out a wild scream and shoves down with all his strength, cutting through the shoulder plate into MC's shoulder. Then he follows with another swing, carving a deep wound. Encred thinks his wrist was bad enough and now his shoulder's hit too. If this keeps going, he loses. So before Mitch adjusts to fighting with one eye, he has to use that opening. Mitch charges in, furious, and the protagonist flicks his wrist, sending the hidden dagger flying at him. Mitch lifts his sword to block, but the dagger drives right into his hand and Encred rushes in for another tackle. He uses that opening, and as they crash down, Mitch's sword is knocked free and skids away from them. Mitch spits out another curse, and MC grabs his leg, locks the ankle, and snaps it in one move. Mitch screams and starts punching, trying to force him off. Encred switches to the other leg and breaks that ankle too. Mitch realizes he's crippled now and lets out another raw scream from the top of his lungs. Everyone around them is left wondering what just happened. They remember Mitch as the lazy genius, a man blessed with talent but content with what he had. But after returning from the last battlefield, that fire came back to his eyes. He stayed on the training grounds until his talent and hard work finally made his sword shine. Still, it ends like this, crawling toward his sword with both legs broken. He can't understand how it came to this. Encred reaches the sword first and stands in front of it. Mitch looks up and calls to him, while he looks down, not fully happy with this either. Even so, he says Mitch was a huge wall, and both times they met he gave Encred a harsh wake-up call. Mitch says this isn't the kind of fight he wanted. As that wall starts to break, Mitch crawls forward and begs for a proper fight. He only wanted a real clash of blades, and reaches out toward the protagonist. Encred picks up the sword and tells him he wanted that too, but this is a battlefield. In the end, it's war. Then he drives the sword through Mitch's neck, killing him and pinning him to the ground. Even as Encred says this, he doesn't feel good about it. He's a swordsman too, and he truly respected Mitch. Mitch's men start rushing over, shouting his name, while Vengeance yells for his soldiers to fire and wipe out the Aspen troops. They get pushed back and can't reach Mitch's body. Encred gives him one last look, knowing that wall is finally gone. He takes a few deep breaths, his eyes already set on the next wall. Then he tells Mitch it was fun. It didn't end the way either of them wanted, but Encred will use this to push past his limits and climb higher. Back in the barracks, Kratos says it would have been a disaster if they lost this place, and headquarters saved them by sending archers just in case. Vengeance walks in and says he only made it back because MC bought them time. Then he tosses over a sword he found, telling him not to leave it lying out there. Kratos says he thought Encred already had his sword, but when the protagonist checks it, he draws the blade and says it's Mitch's, the enemy he just fought. Vengeance says it's a fine sword, and Kratos wants to inspect it. The blade shines light blue in the light, so Kratos says it must be made from steel from Demp. MC asks what that is. Kratos explains it's a famous Aspen iron mine, and the metal costs more than the Valerian or Noir steel Encred's been using so he could sell it. But he ignores that and asks Vengeance if he's heading to the front. Vengeance asks if he wants to come too, but the protagonist says he can't leave his men alone that long. Kratos asks if he'll use Mitch's sword now, and Vengeance says he should stick with the blade he knows, but MC grabs it and says there's no reason to choose just one. He wants to use both. Back on the front lines, the squad is there while Rem whistles. He says the boss is ready for the next step, and he can't believe he started liking someone from the mainland. And Cred might even go further with Heart of the Beast and learn that secret move now. Odd is thinking the same thing. His muscles are built up, so now it's time to work on his joints. After that, his posture and whole body can change, making him harder to break with joint locks and heavy hits. But doing everything at once would be too much. Better to build him up step by step. Lost in thought, Odd suddenly slows down and Rem walks right into his back. Holding his head, Rem complains, while Odd turns around and Rem asks what happened to his feet. He needs to keep moving. Odd says it looks like Rem still hasn't grown much, and the two are about to start fighting when Ragna steps between them with a yawn. Odd says laziness isn't a reason to cut between them, and both of them call him nuts. Ragna says Encred needs to start training his body to fit the sword. He wants the protagonist to swing more freely and control the tip like it's part of his body. But first, he needs sleep. Then Auden adds that teaching MC how to walk better could help. He won't move like an assassin, but he can waste less motion and fight more efficiently. Still, Auden wonders why he's even bothering with all this. While he's looking over the squad, Rem grabs Ragna to stop him from wandering off, calling him an idiot for always getting lost. Ragna shoots back that he's still more normal than Rem, and as they start yelling, Auden says he can't let Encred turn into idiots like them. He'll keep him on track. The ferry commander is there too, and she notices something, then tells everyone to stop. A moment later, Aspen soldiers step out from the bushes. She wonders if they're about to start a fight, but a man named Oyul steps forward and asks if anyone will face him one-on-one. She says, here it comes, their usual cheap trick to force a duel. It may not look like much, but they keep losing these matches and morale keeps dropping. They can't ignore him either, or people will think they're scared because they can't win them. She can't step up herself since they'd call that cowardly, and one clean win would boost everyone's spirits. She remembers Chryse saying to use the lunatics. Encred is back so they'll be in a good mood and listen for a while. She looks over and asks Rem if he wants to go. He has no idea what she means, then looks toward the soldiers as they start talking trash about him. He says he'll take the duel to kill his boredom. The men burst out laughing, mocking them for sending a barbarian. Then Rem chops the man's head clean off. Before the others can move, they look up and the severed head drops back down, spraying them with blood as they scream. Rem laughs like a madman and asks who's next. The soldiers call him insane but admit he can fight. When the Aspen side starts begging for mercy, the ferry commander figures that win should raise morale. But her face twists in disgust when Rem keeps beating the man even after he surrenders. He doesn't stop and even their own soldiers turn away because it's too brutal. She finally orders him to stop. One Aspen soldier begs Rem to quit, but by then he's already hacking at a corpse with his axe and gets called a monster. Rem ignores him and keeps mutilating the body. He just laughs and says he can't hear him. Everyone watches in horror, saying they don't even want to share a side with him. The ferry commander sighs that morale dropped all over again, so the whole thing was pointless. The only person who can rein them in is Encred, and he's on his way. After camp is set, he finally arrives. Jackson asks how he got even more hurt after being told to rest, and Rem says he's not allowed to fight until he's healed. Then the ferry commander walks in, joking that her fiancé really does play rough. Encred greets her. She tosses him a small vial and tells him to use it. He asks what it is. Jackson recognizes it right away. The ferry's medicine isn't something money can buy. He even says it's better than his ointment, and Ram teases that she really does care. The protagonist thanks her, but asks why she's giving it to him. She says they promised a future together, and she never gave him anything before, so this is a small engagement gift. He still can't believe she's keeping the joke going, but she just says welcome back and tells him to rest. The three of them watch her leave, and Cray says they should sell it. Encred tells him to get lost. Ram jokes that MC is smoother with women than with a sword, and Rania agrees. He, though, is just stuck wondering why she still keeps up the engagement act. A few days after they reach the front, the Aspens keep starting small clashes while avoiding a real battle. Because of that, his wounds get time to heal while he trains. Odon notices him early in the morning and asks if his body feels better. Encred says the fairy's cream helped a lot. Odon asks if he's trying to get himself beaten up again, and the protagonist says maybe. Then we cut to the result of that fight. Odin checks him over, his right wrist, shoulder, and bruises all across his body. He says Encred shouldn't be pushing himself like this yet, but if battle starts, he'll join anyway, right? MC answers that if he can still move, then yes. Odin glances around to make sure no one is watching, then calls him closer. He asks what he wants, when a warm feeling suddenly spreads through his body. Odin begins glowing with a bright golden light that runs through Encred. The protagonist realizes this is divinity. As Odin keeps working on him, a huge beam of golden light falls over both of them. Then Odin pulls his hand back. The light fades and Encred stares in shock. Odin warns him not to tell anyone. He promises to stay silent too, and swears it on their lord's name. MC understands he must have his reasons, so he agrees. Odin walks off, saying the morning fog is God's blessing. Divinity is the mark of clerics who serve God, and miracles like this can heal the wounded. Even though Odin always prayed, he'd never used divinity before, so no one knew for sure if he was really a cleric. Now he's begging his lord for forgiveness. Encred figures there must be some rule against it, because it felt like Odin broke one to heal him. As Odin leaves, he thanks him. Odin says that if anyone learns he used divinity, the Inquisitors will come. He left the church under heavy restrictions, and they bound his body so he couldn't use divine power. Even with the pain stabbing through his chest, he couldn't leave Encred like that. Odin says the Lord always watches over them, but never answers. After meeting the protagonist, though, he started to believe those words live on through people, and he'll do what he thinks is right. After the meal, Chryse asks MC if he needs help with his wound again, and offers to apply more ointment, but he says he's fine. It's not fully healed, but close enough. He also can't let the others see if he wants to keep Odin's secret, so he has to be careful in battle. Then he asks when the real fighting will start, and Chryse says both sides are still testing each other. Marcus leads their vanguard, keeping the enemy from circling around while the main force waits at the Green Pearl. Since the Aspens broke the usual rules before by bringing in sorcerers and casters, both sides are likely ready for full war now with whole night orders prepared. Ram complains they should have been there, and these little one-on-one duels are boring. Chryse says this can't go on much longer. Soon enough, things change. The troops start moving, war horns sound, and both armies line up against each other. Encred and the whole squad are there too. Their commander stands with the ferry, while 3 enemy men step forward and start insulting them like a bunch of spoiled brats. Rem wonders why they keep yapping and asks if their swords are only good for cooking. Kreis explains this is a war of words. Without a knight-level force to tip the balance, both sides are evenly matched, so the Aspens are trying to win the mental fight first. One arrow could kill those loudmouths, but their morale is already shaky. If they attack first, they'll lose more. Meanwhile, the Aspen side keeps mocking them, saying they'll die before ever touching a woman. Kreis says their commander isn't moving because he knows that too. Marcus says he had a plan, but can't use it here. Sending the lunatics to win that duel only made things worse. All they need now is one victory. Kreis hopes for the same thing, just one moment to turn morale around, while the enemy keeps calling them virgins and laughing. And Kreis tells Andrew to calm down. He says Andrew will get his chance to let that anger out later. Andrew just looks confused and asks what he's talking about, so the protagonist tells him being a virgin isn't a big deal and to save that rage for battle. That only leaves the nearby soldiers even more confused. Andrew insists he's not angry, but Enkrid tells him to calm down anyway. Then Henry and Max start laughing, and even Rem joins in. Odin says if Andrew's come this far, maybe he should just walk the holy path. Ragnar says he'll probably get his chance later, while Andrew wonders what he did to deserve this. The other soldiers whisper about him, asking if the taunt really got to him and how a guy his age who looks normal is still a virgin. Andrew snaps at them to shut up and says he's not mad, which only makes them laugh harder. They even offer to introduce him to a shop when they get back, and he refuses. Jackson says MC was mean for teasing him on purpose. MC says Andrew is still young and might have taken it personally, so he was trying to keep him steady, but Rem thinks it's hilarious. Kreis can't tell if he is joking or dead serious, and he grins. He says the protagonist really is an odd one, and tells him to answer the enemy. MC says he has nothing to say, but Kreis offers to feed him a few lines, and Kreis says that won't be necessary and steps forward. Kreis says his sharp tongue can lift their morale and whatever he starts will spread through the ranks. The protagonist walks up and the enemy immediately notices him and shouts that he's coming out. Kreis is sure this will lead them to victory. He told Enkrid to show nerve walk into the enemy archer's range and provoke them. Vancento asks what he's doing up there. MC says Vancento has bad luck if he's still stuck in the vanguard after coming back. Vancento tells him to shut up and warns that if he keeps walking up without fear, arrows will fly. Then he demands to know what he is trying to do. The Aspen soldiers sneer, saying they can't believe another loser walked up. Enkrid stares at them and remembers Kreis telling him to just get closer first, since he never knows what to say until the moment comes. That kind of trash talk just comes naturally to him. So the protagonist asks one of them what's wrong with his face, why his head looks like a ghoul's. The man instantly gets mad and demands to know what he means. The others start laughing and Vancento realizes Enkrid did it on purpose. The insulted soldier tries to defend himself, saying he knows he's handsome. MC says he's right, he judged too fast. After all, maybe only his mother was a ghoul. That sends the guy into a screaming rage. Odin says God will punish Enkrid for that, but Rem laughs so hard he cries. Even Ragnar wonders if that guy is human with a face like that. Andrew joins in too, saying no woman would want him looking like that, so he has no right to taunt anyone. Mac figures this must have bothered the guy for a long time. The furious soldier screams for him to come closer so he can cut out his tongue. The protagonist figures if the enemy took the bait and wants a duel, then all he has to do is beat him badly. He reaches for his sword, but Rem blocks him with his axe, and even Ragnar steps in. They're not letting him go. Jackson reminds him his wound still hasn't fully healed. Enkrid knows he can't reveal that Odin already treated him, so they just exchange a look. Rem says Andrew should handle it and finish the guy off. Andrew says he spent his whole life living for his family, so he never cared about pride or shame. Still getting mocked and called a virgin really makes his blood boil, and he pulls out his sword, swearing he'll make that ugly bastard pay. Ghoul refuses the match. He wants the one who insulted his face and asks if Enkrid is scared. Andrew snaps at him to shut his mouth because he's about to rip that ugly jaw apart. He rushes in with the first strike, but Ghoul slips aside. Marcus warns that the Aspen troops who stepped up first are veterans, the kind who can carry a whole line, not easy opponents. Then Ghoul swings and knocks Andrew's blade offline, catching him a little by surprise. For a moment it looks like Ghoul has the upper hand, but Rem says Andrew isn't losing this. Andrew roars and charges again, forcing Ghoul back on defense with a hard swing. He sets up the next attack, working himself up as he goes. Then he starts shouting his full name. He, Andrew Gardner. No matter how hard things got, no matter what stood in his way, always got back up for his family. As he drives forward, his blade pierces Ghoul's throat, ending the duel. Andrew says a guy like this is nothing compared to his resolve. Maddie says Andrew was always gifted, it just stayed hidden because of the people around him. Then the soldiers start yelling about the virgin. Enkrid says he can tell Andrew's one of the crazies, and the others pick it up too. Now he's Andrew the lunatic, and he lets out a huge victory scream. He yells for everyone to admit they saw that like he finally proved himself. Mac cringes while Rem laughs so hard he can barely breathe. He calls Andrew lame, but Odin and Ragnar still clap for him. Even Enkrid cracks a small laugh. Kreis says MC didn't fight, but things still worked out for them. Marcus says that's enough and orders his men to break the Aspen formation. Then Torres and his squad come in from above, cutting down the soldiers right in front of them. The Aspens turn and realize the border guards are hitting them from the side, but by then it's already too late. They start getting ripped apart. With the enemy busy dealing with the flank, Marcus orders the archers to get ready and fire. A wave of arrows fills the air. Encred and the others charge in under that cover. Just like that, the battle starts turning. Marcus calls the Aspen soldiers dogs and says no cheap mind games matter if you can't win the actual fight. Even as the others finally move in, they still keep Encred out of it. Then the enemy commander is brought up too. It's the leader of the Greyhound Company, the Grey Dog. He says their preparations are done and they can begin. The commander smiles and says finally, since the Aspens are retreating, it looks like the fight is theirs. Cressy doesn't buy it. This feels way too easy. Even Marcus senses something is off. His men want to chase them, but he says they'll hold position because the enemy is clearly planning something. That night, the Grey Dog heads to a tent where the commander is waiting with 2 others. The commander asks if he passed along the order, and he says yes, but they still can't show themselves. They're staying far off, and they doubled the old one guerrilla 100-men setup. The commander says Nalea fights the same way as always, border guards to disrupt, heavy infantry to break through. But Abner's plan is different. The knights already proved that a small elite unit can control the battlefield, but that kind of force doesn't have to be made of knights. This time the Aspens will win. The next day at the camp, a coin flips through the air. It's Creus, saying they've been stuck waiting 2 days since coming back from the field. He expected another battle right away, but this feels like the quiet before something big. The Aspens only have 2 choices now, pull back or bring in another force. The commander said he was ready for another spellcaster, and even after doubling the scouts they found nothing. Kreese can't figure out what the enemy is planning or why everyone else seems so calm. And Kreese is stretching with Jackson and Ragna nearby. The ferry commander asks if he's ready to move already. He asks why she's here, and she wonders if it's strange for a commander to check on her troops. He says most company commanders don't do that themselves. Uncringes steps forward, saying enough time has passed that he'd have healed on his own, and he should be fit enough for a duel. Ragna asks what he's doing. He says Ragna held back last time because he was hurt, but that won't be needed today. Ragna says he had no plan to go easy anyway. Then he swings straight at the protagonist, who blocks it but gets pushed back. Uncringes says Ragna's swordsmanship is clean, almost pretty, while his own is rough and messy. But that's the style he's built until now. He rushes in, using what he's learned, dragging his blade through the ground to kick up dirt and fling it at Ragna, who guards with his sword. Ragna recognizes it as the Valen technique, and Krall says this is the road he's walked, then comes down with a hard overhead strike. Ragna steps back and says that's the technique he taught him. MC says it's also time to try something new. He grabs his other weapon with his left hand and draws it as Ragna comes right in. And Krall's thrust at his head, but Ragna reads it and slips aside in time. He asks why he is using 2 swords. The protagonist answers that this is the path he's chosen to move forward. Ragna says that's interesting and attacks again, and Krall catches it with both blades. Ragna tells him to do better. The match still isn't over, and MC smiles. Their swords crash together again and again. Nearby, Rem bites his nails, saying Ragna's serious today. He hates that stupid bet and wishes it were his turn already. Jackson says he doesn't like going into battle, but he'd gladly fight Encred. That thought makes him stop short. It doesn't sound like him. O'Don is deep in thought, saying next time he'll be bolder in training, even if he ends up breaking his joints. He's not quite there yet, though he almost sent him to meet the Lord already, and that makes him laugh. Christ stares at them and says they're all insane, then admits they've always been like that. The ferry commander says they're like kids waiting for their turn to play. She points out that Ragna and the others only get this fired up around Encred, and wonders what it is about him. He has a strange pull, even on her. She says she'd like to test her sword too, and Christ sighs, asking if she's a freak as well. Remy finally snaps, yelling that he can't take it anymore and that it's his turn. He even says he'll kill her if she cuts in line, commander or not. She asks if that's mutiny, and Encred says everyone here is so strong. They've never really shown him everything, but now he can finally see a piece of it, because they're all hungry to win. As they all stare at him, waiting for their shot, the protagonist says that ever since he came back from the recon mission in the tall grass field, these were the faces he wanted to bring out. If they have time to talk, they have time to fight, and he won't rest until he's dueled every one of them. Later that night, he gets tossed face first onto a bed. Andrew tells him to wash up, but Rem says he's dead tired and should be left alone. Kreese says they fought so many times, even though Encred had barely recovered and could have opened his wounds again. Rempel asks if he wants to get hit, while MC sinks into deep sleep. When he opens his eyes, he's in a forest. Confused, he wonders what kind of dream this is. There's no boat and no flower field like before. This place is new. The animals start running from something. Then he hears a man yelling for everyone to fight. Encred realizes this is from his past, back when he was a mercenary fighting harpies, and he sees himself running too. Someone is hiding in the trees, smiling. He knows at once this is the man who said they all died because of him, and he's stunned. Another memory hits, one of his comrades telling him to get behind him, right before a harpy attacked. Encred says those mercenaries were good people. They accepted him even when he was useless, except for the one man who stabbed his own allies in the back. The protagonist couldn't believe it, and the wounded man asks why. Then the harpies tear into him, and another mercenary calls to Encred, only to get killed too. They realize they're in real danger, shout that they need to retreat and call him Enki, but that man betrays them too. He was the strongest of them all, and he used that strength to murder the people who trusted him. He tells Encred there's no escape. He dies here. MC asks why, and the man says he got a better offer than this trash mercenary group. He doesn't want any loose ends. He says it also annoyed him how untalented they were while still talking about friendship, then spits on a corpse. He charges him, but his sword gets knocked away. The man slams him to the ground and says he'll let him live because he'll never become anything anyway. Then he pats Encred's cheek and calls him pathetic. The protagonist says he was strong, or maybe MC was just too weak. He could only watch his comrades die, and the worst part was that the one spared by that man's mercy was him. That shame is one reason he trained so hard, because he was the one left behind. He kept chasing his dream with his fallen friends in his heart, still thinking that if he'd had enough power back then. The man cuts in, yelling, asking if Encred wants to be killed by him again. He rushes him and hears Esther telling him it's just a nightmare. She tells him to break free of it, and the moment he does, his heart starts to settle, as Esther presses a hand to his chest in the real world. He slowly comes back and she calls him a real pain. Back at the rear base, she did everything she could to take away his tiredness, but when he truly needed help, she couldn't do anything, and she refuses to let that happen again. A horn suddenly sounds through camp, waking everyone up. Encred asks what's happening, and Rem says the Aspen bastards are back, so it's time to move out. The squad starts getting ready. Craig grumbles that they came too early, and it's bad for his skin. Encred looks down at Esther sleeping and thinks the voice at the end of his dream sounded just like her. He quietly tells her to guard the tin, rubs her neck, and leaves. On the way to the battlefield, Rem says the enemy must have prepared something, if they waited this long, and he has a feeling today will be fun. Encred agrees and wonders what kind of trick they brought with them. Then the ground starts to shake and panic spreads through the soldiers. They shout to fire at once, then a giant steps forward. The archers draw and loose a full volley, but the arrows just bounce off without piercing its skin. Even Encred is caught off guard when it lifts its club and swings. Everything in its path is crushed apart, flesh flying everywhere. The men who survive the first hit freeze in fear, and then they see there's more than one giant. Several of them push past the front line, laughing. Now we learn more about this continent's races. Frogs live for dreams and desire. Fairies worship nature. Dwarves are obsessed with metal, while half-humans care most about reproduction. Half-dragons live alone. Giants, though, crave slaughter. They love killing with their own bodies and are known as the beasts of red blood. Jackson warns that enemies are closing in from both sides, not just the front. Mercenaries have appeared on one side, and fairies on the other. Crace says if they don't stop them here, they'll be surrounded and wiped out. And Crace just says they only need to stop them, and Crace can't figure out why he's so calm. Then the commander shows up and says he's right. Her own people are on the left, so she'll take that side. Encred asks if that's really her plan, and she teases him. Will he at least give her a good luck kiss? He turns her down, so she calls him cold. He says she's really joking at a time like this, but if she's taking the left, that leaves the giant ahead in the right flank. Remy grins and says that part is his. If the protagonist watches closely, he'll see what he's meant to learn next. MC wonders why Rem looks so excited and what exactly he plans to do. Rem steps forward, calling this fun, saying it feels like the first time he ever stood on a battlefield. He raises his axe and says that even before Heart of the Beast, he never flinched when an axe came for his head. That's why he trained with it. It has its own use. His heartbeat starts pounding as he says he can force it faster than normal, sending blood racing through his body. Meanwhile, the soldiers panic and ask where the retreat order is. Just then the giant leaps in, and Rem bursts straight at it, heart still pounding like a war drum. The giant comes down with a crushing blow, and Rem jumps in front of the soldiers to catch it with his axe. He slides back, but he holds the strike. He explains that as his heart pounds harder, his blood vessels open up and his muscles swell and tighten. This technique, starting from the heart, powers his whole body. Then he shouts for Encred to remember this. Step by step, Rem forces the giant back, roaring that this is the heart of a superhuman. He pushes with everything he has, and his axe heads shatter free, but it's enough. The giant's arm is blasted back too, and the clash sends a shockwave across the whole field. It even rips helmets off nearby soldiers, leaving one of them too stunned to move. Rem rushes in with his one remaining axe. The giant snarls, calls him an insect, and swings again. Rem runs up its knee to its head, grabs its mustache, and drives his axe into the side of its skull. The giant screams and lashes out. Rem avoids the hit, but the rest of his axe is destroyed. Looking at the broken weapon, he curses how flimsy these things are. Now his last good axe is stuck in the giant's head. A spear suddenly flies toward him, and he catches it without even looking. When he glances back, a soldier yells that he has to win. Rem laughs and says that's not bad at all. Before charging again, the men start shouting that they'll win if they back up the lunatic, so they begin hurling spears at the giant to keep Rem armed. Watching all this, Encred realizes Rem is fighting the giant as an equal. No, with the advantage in raw strength, its power no normal human should reach. If this is what he's meant to learn next, he can't help smiling. Ragnar tells him he's seen enough. Ram is just playing with it now. Craze reminds him the company commander went left, and since Ram is handling the giant, they only need to crush the right flank to beat the Aspens. Encred agrees. The rest of the squad has already split off to do their own jobs, so he asks Ragnar what he'll do. Ragnar says he's coming too, just watching is boring. He tells himself now isn't the time to get excited about learning some new skill. First they need to win this battle. Nearby his men are apologizing, but Vincento snaps at them to shut up and stay back. A man laughs, mocking their loyalty, then charges in, asking how long Vincento thinks he can hold out. Encred instantly closes the distance and knocks the attack away with one swing. He tells Vincento he looks awful, and Vincento answers that these are wounds of honor. The protagonist just stares at him, while the attacker hears his name, stops, and pulls down his hood. The second Encred sees his face. He knows exactly who it is. The man smiles and says it's been a long time, surely Encred hasn't forgotten his friend. Ragnar asks if that's really his friend, and Encred says back when he had to bow before that man's strength, maybe he couldn't deny it. Not anymore. A man who murders his own comrades is nothing compared to those who risk their lives to protect theirs. Then MC says he does remember his name. Was it bitch? The man flares up and he says right, that was only the nickname. His real name is piece of shit. Furious, the man charges, shouting that Encred needs to remember his place. The protagonist meets the blade with ease and says he couldn't do that the last time they met. Then he strikes back, sending the man's sword flying. As the traitor stares in shock, Encred tells him this is revenge for his friends. The man laughs and says he always wondered how a weakling like MC survived, so this must be why. Craze rushes in, asking if he's fighting again. Another mercenary sneers that he will die too. Their whole group couldn't beat their leader, so one soldier has no chance. Ragnar studies them and says their stances and weapons show they've learned the murderous blades, a style honed in real combat. The leader says he kept moving forward with his life, while Enki stayed trapped in revenge. He attacks and boasts that after this battle, he's been promised a lordship. He'll rise so high he won't even see his own feet. Encred just looks at him and asks if that's all. That answer enrages him and he jumps in, shouting that he always hated Encred's stare. He thrusts, but the protagonist slips past it. MC notes that the blade is thin as a needle and bends like the Eastern Kai sword. As he raises his own weapon, he remembers the man saying that even if he lived, he'd never amount to anything. Encred charges while those old memories flood back. The traitor lunges and says he'll kill him this time, calling him Enki again as the blade starts twisting. Craze Allman shouts that the protagonist won't be able to read that attack and calls out to him, but Enki keeps rushing in, eyes locked on the blade. Then we learn Ragnar already taught him how to beat this style. MC drives under the attack as Ragnar's advice echoes in his mind, trust his own way and put weight behind every move. No matter how deadly the murderous blade users are, if they don't trim away wasted motion, they leave openings. Ragnar says he already knows that. Then Encred swings and cuts the man clean in half. Blood spills from his mouth as the protagonist corrects him. He was never important enough to become MC's life goal. Encred's blade follows all the way through, fully severing him, and he says he's not the same he who could only watch his friends die, and he won't let this man keep haunting his dreams. Looking up, the protagonist says he can't hear the dead answer, but he hopes his friends can enjoy this. Ragnar's sheath drags along the ground as he walks up, takes it off and says that was good. Now it's Ragnar's turn to step in. One mercenary starts mouthing off, asking who he thinks he is, but Ragnar lifts his sword and flashes past him, taking his head in one clean strike. The head hits the ground and the other mercs freeze. Ragnar coolly asks if he was saying something. Crazy points out that's hard to answer after getting beheaded. The rest rush him at once. Ragnar takes one step, slips past an attack, and cuts off another man's head. Then he drives his blade into the next one and in the same smooth motion stabs another right through the throat. It all happens in a blink. Encred notes that Ragnar only took a few steps and used the smallest moves needed to kill them. Once again, he's amazed by how strong his squad is. 3 more mercs charge, saying they'll take him down together this time. Ragnar tells MC to watch closely. This is something he needs to learn. He raises his sword and lowers his stance while the men rush in. He lets out a breath. His eyes lock on the target, and with one step he's behind all 3 men, their torsos already cut through. Encred is left speechless, like a wall just rose up in front of him. Ragnar says he just came up with a name for that move, Scission. He just stares at him, then asks if that's really the best name he had. The war keeps raging, and the Aspens feel safe with a giant on their side. The Nalalia soldiers start to panic, until Aura looms behind them. He swings his clubs and smashes through the front line. Now the Aspens are the ones panicking, shouting about why the enemy has a giant too. Aura laughs and says he's just an ordinary human. They call that a lie. He's way too huge. Then he says he'll give them a little time to save themselves. Confused, they ask what he means, and he starts walking forward, counting down from 5. Each second brings him closer. A commander screams for the troops to form up. They charge when he reaches 3, but Aura keeps counting until 1. Then he stomps and the force alone sends soldiers flying and breaks their weapons. He'd actually rushed in with both weapons crossed. Blood drips from them as he says he called on the war god today and promised to send a few souls up. That line goes hard. The soldiers start running in fear, yelling that they have to kill him, but Aura comes again, plowing through them and launching bodies through the air, killing some on the spot. Their screams rise, but Aura just laughs louder and says he'll send them all to meet God. On the left flank, the fairy commander faces one of her own kind. She says fairies usually live hidden away in forest villages with their families, but times have changed. When one of them calls to her, she explains that some fairies now sell their skill and their nidals for money, becoming mercs or joining armies. The man lifts his nidal and says he won't chase her if she runs. She draws hers and says she feels the same. He wants to see whose nidal is better. A leaf drifts between them and both vanish. Only the clash of blades gives away where they are. She pulls back, throwing sparks. He twists his arm, reverse grips the blade, and drives it into the spot where she stood. That's when he realizes he's in trouble. She appears behind him and says no fairy weapon is above another. It all depends on the one using it. He yanks at his blade, barely managing to block her and save himself. Then he grabs her by the throat and orders his men to jump in. But in the same moment, they all drop dead. As the bodies fall, a blade slides from one man's throat, and Jackson calmly wipes it clean. He's basically the Flash here. The man asks how that happened, and the commander says trying to distract her with his men was clever, but not clever enough. Then she drives her blade through his head, lifting his corpse with her nidal. She tosses the body aside. After that, she asks Jackson if Encred will be fine. Jackson says if this could kill him, he'd have died a long time ago. She takes that as trust in him. Jackson agrees but says they have the advantage now. She says Commander Marcus actually knows how to fight, unlike the useless one from before, so they can't waste this chance. Marcus orders the heavy turtle infantry to move out. The Aspen soldiers recognize them and start backing away in fear. Andrew charges in, shouting that they're not going anywhere. They recognize him as Andrew the Virgin and panic, saying they'll end up like the ghoul if they stay. That sets him off, and he leaps at them the same wild way Rem would. Even Mac notices and says the lunatics are rubbing off on him. There's mana in the spring air, and it feels like that air is spreading across the whole battlefield, covering everything. As everyone regroups with Encred, that spring breeze seems to mark the start of something new. The enemy commanders begin to run, and Marcus orders his men to alert the border guard. It's their turn now. He's broken the enemy's plan and turned the battle around, all because of one squad of lunatics. Craze says their platoon would never have fought this hard before, but Encred changed that. One man's influence shaped the whole battle. The fairy commander looks over the group and says they all seem drunk on spring mana. Then Marcus yells for everyone to shout the heroes' names, and the chant for the lunatics erupts. A few even yell for the Virgin. Poor Andrew. Craze says he's not sure this is right, but if Encred's happy with it, that's enough. He raises his fist, and the shouting gets even louder. The Aspen commanders keep retreating. One says Lord Abner's plan wasn't bad, they just never expected someone strong enough to beat a giant. He wonders if Marcus saw this coming or not. The Greyhound is there too, furious, saying that bastard keeps ruining everything and even took out Mitch. Then 3 daggers slam into his horse's rear, making it scream and throw him off. He shouts for the other commander to go. It's the border guard. The soldiers turn toward the cavalry rushing in. A flail swings straight at the Greyhound, but he blocks it before the border guard commander drops on him. This commander says the Greyhounds always act like equals, but now they're worn down after fighting the rear line. Their troops start getting cut down fast. The Greyhound admits too many died backing Mitch, and they can't fight the border guard now. The other commander glances back and just goes, oh crap, and that distraction is enough for Torres to rush in and give him the haircut he needed. The Greyhound sees it, swings hard, and knocks the commander off him. He orders his men to retreat. Torres asks his commander if they should chase, but the answer is no. They'll be thrown away like the dogs they are, and the ones left are just strays. It's a huge win against the Aspens, but this battle was only the start. The real war still waits in the tall grass fields. Back in the tent, Croesus says they're moving camp tomorrow. They'll wait near Crossguard and keep pressuring the Aspens. Encred points out there's no booze or party for the win, but there are rewards for the ones who helped most. Rem says their reward is not having to help with the move, which is great, and that's thanks to the protagonist beating the giant. Wara says he crushed a lot of enemy soldiers, and Ragna adds that the murderous blade users would have caused trouble if he hadn't stepped in. Rem snaps at them for bragging and asks who told them to butt in. Jackson watches the whole thing and calls them idiots. Encred says that's enough. If they want to fight, they can duel him instead. Jackson says he never misses a chance. Andrew is thrilled, saying it's his first time feeling anything like this. Hearing everyone shout their name felt amazing. Rem says that's because he's young and still calls him a virgin. Andrew tells him to quit it, and Rem asks if he wants to fight. Encred sighs, then looks outside and notices Henri sitting alone. Henri doesn't look happy. MC asks what's wrong, and when he startles, the MC sits beside him and asks what's bothering him. Maybe the widowed florist again. Henri laughs and blushes. He says he heard back in the grass fields that Henri wants to marry her, but that can't happen if he stays here fighting. So does he want to go back? Henri admits he does, but says it feels wrong to leave while everyone else is still battling. Henri reminds him they've escaped death more than once because of his skill as a hunter. He helped them survive the grass fields and warned them about the snakes under the stones. He's great with a bow too. Then the protagonist stands and starts to walk off, while Henri calls after him. Encred says he carries his sword for a dream, and Henri needs to live for his dream too. Henri is left wondering what that meant. The next morning, in the fairy commander's tent, she tells Henri he's been given a special discharge. She tells him to get on the wagon with the wounded because it leaves soon. Confused, he asks what she means, and she says his platoon commander asked for this as thanks. Henry is speechless, then goes to pack. Rem asks if he's really leaving. Aura gives him his blessing, and Ragnar says now he can sleep as much as he wants. Kreisha Allman tells him he did well with them, and Andrew pats his shoulder and tells him to get home safe. Entree nods and heads outside, where Encred is waiting. MC says that unlike Andrew and Mac, who blended in fast, Entree never really fit with the group, probably because he was never meant for battle in the first place. He puts a hand on Entree's shoulder, and says he hopes he wins her heart. Entree smiles and thanks him for everything. Entree climbs onto the wagon with the wounded and heads out. The commander asks Encred if he came to see him off. He thanks her for granting his request, and she says she'd do that much for her fiancé. Then she asks when he plans to marry her. He answers, 10 years from now. She says that works for her, but she doesn't like old men. He fires back that if they're being honest, fairies aren't really his type either. She stops and gives him a hard look, saying he really has no idea how much words can hurt. Encred says she seems fine to him anyway. She clicks her tongue and tells him to come with her before they head back. As they walk, she says Marcus is looking for him. On the way to meet him, Marcus is waiting with his back turned. Kreisa had warned Encred this might happen, that all his missions so far, including what he did in yesterday's battle, could earn him a transfer. The protagonist stops in front of him, and Marcus asks if he likes tea and wants a cup. Encred declines. Marcus says he must be busy with the relocation, and hopes he's not keeping him from work. MC answers that he's free. He barely has anything to pack. Marcus laughs and says he didn't expect him to flatter him. He replies that he was only being honest. Marcus says fair enough, and it's also true the protagonist has done a lot. MC points out that if Marcus is trying to take him while his own commander is right there, then he must want him badly. Marcus asks if that means he already knew he favored him. He says yes. So Marcus asks for his answer. Encred says no. Marcus says he's heard the protagonist has turned down other commanders before, but this offer is different. MC says he has a dream, even if it sounds huge. Marcus asks what it is. Encred says he's going to become a knight. Marcus says a man with a dream shines bright. He used to be like that too, back when he trained to become the crown sword. But time wore that down, and he settled for reality. Now he just drifts through a dull life. A life with no dream becomes a chain that holds others back. He says he has no right to keep Encred under him, then lifts a hand to dismiss him. He bows. After he leaves, Marcus asks her if she thinks the protagonist will really become a knight. She says she doesn't know, that depends on him. Marcus says that kind of blunt honesty is a fairy's strength and also their flaw. Still, he respects Encred's dream, and it makes him want to chase something again. Norelia is ruled by the royal family, but lately the nobles have gained power, so their influence runs deep. Marcus says he once stood with the nobles too, but now he wants to go after his own dream again. As the base starts moving, they have nothing to do in the middle of it. Ram says having no duties is nice, but he's bored out of his mind. Odon tries to get Encred to train, saying muscles only grow through non-stop work. Ragnar cuts in first. Before that, he wants MC working on sword skill. When asked about the blanket, he ignores it, and says dual wielding means he needs better balance. Jackson says Encred should sharpen his senses instead. With all this chaos, it's the perfect time for that. He asks if Jackson yelling from far away counts as training too. Ram tells them all to piss off. The protagonist still needs to learn Heart of the Superhuman, but the commander cuts him off, saying the tent needs to be set up there, and they're in the way. Also, Ragnar is sprawled out on her blanket. She says she enjoys the chatter, but they still need to move. They get shoved off to the side by themselves. Ram complains Odon should have been folded up because he's taking too much space, and Odon says Ram is great at blaming others. That starts another fight while the others watch. Max says they didn't even do anything. Andrew thought only Encred could talk to them like that, but Max says the commander is built different. Krysa says she's just as crazy as the rest of them. Andrew asks if he can really say that, and Mac tells him not to get dragged in with the lunatics. Krysa says these planes feel wrong, like this used to be the enemy's base. He starts checking the ground and says he found something. Encred asks what he's doing, and Krysa says soldiers often hide valuables before going to battle. MC asks how he knows where to look. Krysa says it's obvious if you think about it. If he were a soldier, he'd hide his things somewhere easy to find, even if the base got wrecked. Then he asks him what kind of spot that would be. He answers, somewhere easy to recognize. Krysa says exactly. He points to an odd tree root, easy to spot and easy to reach, so something has to be there. Encred tells him he's seriously smart. Even during battle, Krysa watches the bigger picture and reads the flow better than most. Krysa says that came from struggling to survive, though his real dream is opening a salon for rich women because he's still a money-crazy freak. Then he digs up a map. The moment the protagonist sees it, he realizes what it is and wonders why it's here. Ram says he's getting way too worked up. If they're here to deal with Big Eyes, Encred looks up and says there's still time before dark and they need something to do while the tents go up. Then he asks Ram what he was about to say earlier. Ram grins and says it's about Heart of the Superhuman. He explains that he made it to push past normal human limits. It puts huge stress on the heart, and using it wrong can kill you. Encred tells him not to worry, death alone won't stop him. Ram says that's insanely greedy thinking, but because of that, he can't help putting his hopes on him. He places a hand on his chest, and MC mirrors him. Ram says now they can blow up their hearts together. He smiles while Encred gets fired up to learn the new move. Rem says humans only tap into superhuman power in desperate moments, and this technique lets him call on it when he wants. But it all depends on focus and sharp senses. Looking at him, Rem says he's learned something from all of them, so he should be able to handle this too. What he needs now is faith. He just has to try making his heart swell without letting it burst. Encred asks what that means, and then he feels Rem's heartbeat. It pounds so hard it feels like it might leap out of his chest, and the protagonist can sense it through his fingertips. Now he finally gets what Rem meant. Rem tells him to start small, maybe a quarter of that. Any more, and his heart could burst and kill him. Encred says that means he just has to do exactly what Rem said, and make his heart swell. Everyone watches as Rem starts moving his hand for a while, then admits his worries were for nothing, because Encred isn't getting anywhere. Usually he improves like a genius, but this time he suddenly hits a wall. Rem asks if he's messing with them. Odon says he can't even argue with that, and Jackson and Ragna agree. MC asks if controlling his heart is even possible. Rem glares at him, and Encred says he's trying his best. It goes on like that. The next morning, Rem asks if he's even trying, and the same thing repeats day after day. Then Rem storms into the tent. Kraishi asks where he is, and Rem says Encred went off to swing his sword again. Jackson says maybe he can't learn the skill because it's useless, and he'd be better off training with him instead. Rem tells him to wait his turn. Ragna adds that if it isn't a problem with motivation, then maybe the teacher is the issue. Rem snaps back that there's no way he's worse than Ragna. While they keep arguing, Rem thinks it through. He says this technique came from changing his tribe's old methods. Usually a spell gives you the first feel for it, and after that you learn control on your own. No matter how much Encred tries, he just can't catch it yet, and Rem figures even the casters in his village didn't get it on the first try. Even when they did, most almost died by accident, so he knows rushing this won't help. He remembers how long it took the protagonist to learn Heart of the Beast. Encred wants it badly, so all he can do is keep trying, and if there's truly no hope, then quit. That thought still pisses Rem off, so he tries to sleep it off. But that night, MC is still training. Working alone, he's trying to figure out how to copy that feeling by tomorrow. The next day, they're back at it again, and Rem sighs. He says they should stop for today, because it doesn't look like it's happening yet. Encred grabs his hand and tells him to keep going. Rem says he knows he's trying, but there's no point if nothing's changing. He tells him to push his heart harder. That catches Rem off guard. He says Encred must be forgetting something. If his heart gets forced too far, it'll burst. Surely he's not asking to be killed. The protagonist tells him to just do it, and Rem hesitates. He says going along with this won't make MC learn it. He'll just die or survive as a cripple. Even if Rem isn't the one suffering, he still doesn't want to refuse him. So he starts, wondering how someone can be this stupid, then figures Encred must be asking, because he's sure it'll work. Rem pushes harder, and his heart starts racing wildly. His face tightens, and his eyes turn bloodshot. Cedric says this was the right choice. Rem asks what he means, and then feels his heart burst. Blood pours from the protagonist's mouth, and Rem realizes he messed up. Jackson pulls his hand away, Odon yanks Encred back, and Randa nearly chops Rem's arm off. They all start shouting, demanding to know what he did to their brother. As MC's vision fades, he finds himself back in the underworld. The boatman says he doesn't get it. Today wasn't a wall. Encred answers that he chooses his own walls. The boatman asks what he's thinking. He says he's using the only method he knows to learn Heart of the Superhuman. We cut back to just before he started looping. Encred is trying to feel his own heartbeat. He can sense what Rem is doing to his heart, but he still can't copy it. He remembers Rem warning him not to force it, that he has to know his limits, and sometimes just stop. The protagonist hates that idea. To him, giving up means being fine with staying weak, and if he stops moving forward, he may as well be dead. So he picks the method that fits him best, the same kind of approach that once let him fight someone far stronger without freezing up. Now he needs to learn a piece of the superhuman, and the first step is simple: control his heart. On the next loop, his heart explodes again, and everyone rushes in, trying to wake him. The boatman asks if that's really all he's got, but Encred keeps dying the same way, his heart bursting. He explains that Heart of the Superhuman lets him call on that superhuman power he only reaches in life or death moments, so putting himself there should make it easier to trigger. The boatman calls him insane, and asks if he's even thinking about the pain. Encred says he can endure it, as long as it helps him move ahead. In the next loop, Rem says it still won't happen today, and tells him to wash up, sleep, and stop trying alone. This is already the 27th loop. MC admits he still can't do it by himself. Then he tells Rem to push harder. Rem snaps back. Does he seriously want him to kill him? Encred says yes. That only makes Rem mad. He tells him not to drag him into this madness. He doesn't want to kill his superior. That catches the protagonist off guard. He points out that Rem clearly doesn't care about rank, considering he killed nobles before. Rem tells him to keep talking like that and see what happens, while Encred wonders why he's reacting differently this time. Even if this wall is one MC made himself, failing just resets the day, so he can keep training. He can't figure out why Rem won't listen, but he decides to keep going until he understands. By the 40th loop, he's still telling him to press harder. The same thing happens in the 50th and the 60th. Then he finally gives it as a direct order. Rem obeys, and Encred realizes that this is the only time he listens when he's commanded, so he starts focusing again. He thinks Rem and the others ended up with him because they don't really follow orders, and he never truly tried to command them because he assumed they wouldn't listen. But at some point they started obeying him, and he wonders why. Still, that can wait. Right now, he has to focus on himself. He feels his heartbeat speeding up more and more. Encred tells Rem not to stop. Rem looks uneasy but keeps pressing until the protagonist's heart bursts and blood spills from his mouth. That's how every loop went. He kept dying from his heart exploding until he finally understood the feeling and could do it himself. Rem asks if he really learned it in one day, while Encred sits there with his heart racing. After all those loops, he finally pulls it off on his own. He grabs his sword and says there were over 100 loops, though he stopped counting. Then he steps up to a cliff while the others watch. Rem realizes what he's about to do. Without drawing the blade, Encred thrusts a sheathed sword forward and forces his heart to beat faster and faster until the strike hits the rock. The cliff cracks at once and stone bursts apart. MC says he finally saw it. He broke through the wall he made for himself. Ragna and the others are shocked by how powerful it is. Then Rem says he has two questions. First, was Encred born in the West? Second, is he actually a genius? He answers no to both. A while later, he's stuck in bed, saying he did learn Heart of the Superhuman, but not the side effects. Steam rises from his body as he asks Rem if it's normal that he can't move at all. Rem says his body still can't handle it. Auden adds that he pushed his muscles past their limits for the first time, so this was bound to happen. Even so, Encred still tries to move, saying that as awful as this feels, Heart of the Superhuman is amazing. It lets him go past human limits, even if it wrecks his body afterward. He can feel that damage clearly. Still, he thinks knights already stand beyond normal humans. They may look human, but they have giant-like strength, frog-like movement, and fairy-like control. That's what a real knight is, so he still has a long way to go. Auden tells him to rest for at least a full day. He says he'll help him recover with some blood, sweat, and tears. Encred asks what that even means, and then Auden grabs his calf and starts a brutal massage. The protagonist screams into his pillow, saying this is going to kill him, and it feels like a wall the boatman made himself. Auden tells him to remember the points he's pressing, because this technique loosens tight muscles. Its real name is the Bala-style massage. Encred says then he should learn it too, since it'll be useful, and he'll endure it even as tears fill his eyes. As he starts seeing the boatman again, Rem tells Auden to stop before he actually kills him. The next morning, MC says Auden almost sent him back to the boatman, but his muscles do feel better. He was told to rest and do nothing, but it feels like wasted time. At the very least, he figures he can maintain his weapon. But Auden suddenly appears behind him and scares him, saying he's not doing anything. He already said not to move a muscle. Then Kretz says he was only going to clean it, and Kretz says he'll handle it. He points out he never works for free. Kretz grins and says good catch, 20 coppers. They haggle, and when Kretz asks if he's joking, Kretz drops it to 17. Final offer. The protagonist wants to know why it's so pricey, and Crazy says that sword is huge and high quality, so it needs careful work. Then asks for the second one too, since MC uses 2 blades. He says he did say he'd dual wield, but everyone's acting way too casual about it. He thought at least one of them would try to stop him. Even strong swordsmen usually avoid it. Most say it's harder and riskier than it's worth. Without proper training, you can't support both swords right, and your swings lose power compared to using one. Still curious, he asks why none of them are stopping him. They just stare at him like the answer is obvious. Alden asks why he thinks they wouldn't. Jackson says it's because he's stubborn. When Encred questions that, Alden says he's proving it right now by refusing to accept their answer. The protagonist says he's not doing it on purpose, and Ragna asks if there's even a reason for using 2 swords. MC says yes, he wants to try it because it felt good to him. It's the same reason he wanted to become a knight. Back when he was a mercenary, he heard a story about a knight called the Peacemaker, the one meant to end wars, and it lit a fire in him. Then some guy kicked him and said hearing a song like that would never make him a knight, calling him pathetic. Even when everyone laughed and said he'd never make it, and Creed kept chasing what he wanted and loved, so he won't give up on becoming a knight, and he won't give up on using 2 swords either, no matter what anyone says. Ram can see how different Encred is from him, a man who had everything and threw it away. He started with just 1 sword and still keeps pushing ahead. Ram laughs, saying that's exactly why he likes him. Ragna says he always knew Ram had weird taste, and Ram tells him not to worry, he hates the rest of them. Ragna says he doesn't like them either, and Jackson agrees. Auden says God tells people to love all creation, but he's only human, and he doesn't like them either. Rem says Auden is just as bad and talks too much. Encred comments that they really do get along. Then Jackson walks over and says if the protagonist's tired of sitting around, they should train. MC reminds him Auden ordered him to stay still, but Jackson says he can still train. Just use his eyes. He wants to teach him dodging sense next. Then outside, Crace is cleaning Encred's blade and says it'll look brand new. He overhears soldiers saying the main battle is lasting longer than expected because neither side is backing off, so he keeps listening as they pass by. Apparently the enemy has a new unit, made up of the ones who ran after fighting them. Christ knows that's bad news, but he needs more details. If the Aspens are changing tactics, he has to know how. While Avner starts working on a plan, Jackson explains that dodging means seeing what to avoid, and pushing your reflexes to the limit, but that also takes sharp eyesight. so he'll throw stones with letters written on them and tell Encrid to read them. He tosses one past him, and the protagonist just looks confused. Jackson sighs and says, "Again." So they repeat it over and over, with Jackson telling him to focus. In the middle of that, Alden keeps working him through pain and recovery, finally saying Encrid can start moving again. But when he tries to sit up, a rock whips past his face. Jackson asks what letters were on the stone. Then he asks if MC waited for his guard to drop on purpose, adding that a real battle won't wait for him. Outside the fortress, someone is hiding nearby, getting a weapon ready. Meanwhile, Jackson keeps tossing stones. Encrid turns and catches a quick look at the writing before the stone drops beside him. He starts to answer, but before he can get the words out, the camp erupts. Men are shouting that they're under attack and everyone needs to gather. Even then, Jackson still asks about the letters, and Encrid can't believe he wants the answer right now. The letters were CR. Jackson says he finally got it after 40 tries, congratulates him, and says it's time to carve out a new skill. He asks if that was supposed to be praise. Before he gets more out, the ambush sends Rem charging from the tent, yelling for the enemy. Encrid wonders if Rem has finally snapped, and Jackson says he's just been holding too much in since they haven't been able to duel. Apparently, he's been pestering poor Andrew the whole time, and even that wasn't enough. Rem rushes over, then starts shouting about why everyone's just standing around, like he expected giants or something fun to fight. Andrew asks a soldier what happened, and the man says the enemy fired one arrow and ran. The border guard is already going after the shooter, so there's nothing else for them to do. But Rem suddenly notices something. The border guard won't be enough. He points ahead and tells them to check the arrow. It's longer than normal, and the feathers are turned back, so it came from a special bow made for extreme range. That means it's the same guy from before, the Claw of the Hawk. The protagonist jokes about what kind of hawk has fingernails, then tries teeth instead. Rem says that's wrong too, and the protagonist grumbles that his memory sucks. For the others, only a few months have passed. But for MC it feels like years. Rem reminds him of the time he got knocked out by the frog, that Bowman was tearing through the battlefield back then. Encrid says he remembers. A soldier named Bell saved him from getting killed. And yeah, the name was Claw of the Hawk. Later he goes back to the tent, and Ragna asks if there was really an attack. He starts to ask what he was doing to miss it, then sees the drool and sleep marks on him and drops the question. Ragna says he was thinking about fighting with 2 swords, and now he needs to train his body to handle both. When Encrid asks how, Ragna says he'll explain. From now on, it's like the protagonist has 2 girlfriends. Ragna asks what his fiancée would think, and MC again says she is not his fiancée. Ragna says the answer is simple. Eat, sleep, and even take a dump with the swords nearby until carrying both feels natural. When Esther climbs onto the bed, she notices there's no room for her, so she flops onto Encrid's chest and complains that even his sleep training is annoying. Then another alarm wakes them up, but it's just one more hit and run. So they head back to bed. Rem says this is boring, and poor Esther gets knocked to the floor. She lifts a paw at Encrid and starts beating him up, telling him to sleep like a normal person. While that's going on, Craze watches. He can't believe there's already been a second attack. They really hit them again. Jackson's training keeps going, and so do the arrows from Claw of the Hawk. Another stone flies past, and he says it read bar. Somebody else gets caught off guard, and Rem is furious about it. Encrid keeps reading each stone that flashes by, again and again. Esther gets more and more annoyed because she still can't sleep. Then another rock zips past, and Jackson asks what it said. Encrid answers, Ian. So far the words together spell out crazy barbarian. That makes Rem even madder. He swears he'll turn the guy into mincemeat. The protagonist notes that Jackson has been stirring up a lot of fights lately. He just shrugs as some border guards pass by, complaining they can't even catch sight of that bastard. Craze listens and realizes the attacks are happening several times a day now, and nobody can catch the shooter. The damage is small for now, but it's only going to get worse. So why are the higher-ups still doing nothing? Craze lets out a sigh. He wanted to stay out of danger, but now he steps up and tells Encrid he has an idea. If they can get a meeting with the commanders. Soon the commanders are gathered in the tent, arguing that they should attack the Aspens right away. As the debate drags on, Marcus says none of these ideas are useful. He admits fighting is his strength, not dealing with this kind of problem. Then the ferry commander arrives late, apologizing, and Marcus asks what kept her. She says Encrid's wild platoon requested temporary control over operations to pitch a plan. Marcus asks if MC really came up with something worth hearing. She says no, it came from one of his men, Cray. The others ask what the plan is, and she tells them. As she explains, Marcus says it's not bad, and agrees to use it. He orders everyone to get ready to move and sends the Lunatics platoon out to hunt the hawk. In the mountains, while everyone climbs in full gear, Raven says he thought this would be fun, but now he wants to know why they aren't chasing the target directly and are moving through enemy land instead. Crace explains they aren't hunting Claw of the Hawk, they're making him come to them. Encrid says their platoon will strike like a guerrilla unit. If they keep hitting the enemy's rear, the enemy will send someone after them too. Raven asks if that hawk bastard will come, and Crasus says yes, if the plan works. Even if he doesn't, they'll still hurt the enemy. Rem calls the plan way too complicated, but Crace says he knows Rem is dumb and this is the best option. Rem tells him to say that again and gets right in his face, but Encrid cuts it off. Rem says Kreise should feel lucky, and Kreise admits he nearly messed himself. He asks if they're close to the target, and the one answering is Pen. She says she thinks she can see it. The protagonist explains that the whole plan depends on moving fast enough to strike and pull back. For that they needed a skilled ranger who knows safe routes, so he asked Command for help, and Pen joined them as a new squad leader. Encrete asks why she had to join the platoon fully, when a temporary assignment should have been enough. She says she has her reasons. He wonders what those reasons are, and she only says joining them has put her in an awkward spot. MC thanks her, and she says he can pay her back later. Make it a good one when they're alone next time. He asks if she's really still on that, and Rem warns him to be careful, since he has a fiancée. Encrete reminds them again that he's not with the ferry commander. A while later, they stop on a hill overlooking the enemy camp. Pen tells everyone to stay low because the base is right ahead. Kreise says if things go bad, they'll need a way out, and since he can't fight, they can leave him there while the others carry out the hit and run. Rem gets fired up and jumps down immediately, shouting that blood is calling him and he'll kill anyone in his way. He says nobody asked him to do that. Ragna says he'll use this to test how steady the protagonist's form is. Rencred realizes it's another lesson, so even here, training continues as he and Ragna get into position. Rem then yells out to the Aspens, and when they look his way, he happily greets them. The guards wonder who he is, and while they're distracted, he hurls his axe and kills one instantly. The other guard screams that enemies are here. By the time Encred and Ragna get close, they see Rem driving himself low and bursting forward at insane speed, already using Heart of the Superhuman to close the gap. Encred asks what the hell that was, and Ragna grins, saying it's the fastest charge he's ever seen. Rem still has techniques MC hasn't seen yet, and that only makes him more excited to learn. Now the Aspens know the Gunalias are here. He tells everyone to pull back before the enemy can regroup, while Ragna complains he didn't even get to join in. The protagonist says Rem also needs to read the room, because it wasn't his turn either. Rem threatens to attack him next if he's upset, and the protagonist tells both of them to shut up. They're still in a fight, and there'll be more chances later. A few hours later, Jackson and Odan are with them. The Aspens are ready this time and throw a dagger, trying to stop them from breaking through again. Encred remembers Jackson's lesson, use his eyes, read the path, and dodge. He does it cleanly. Jackson says it took him 0.4 seconds to notice and avoid it, but he needs to react even faster before he can say. Encred has truly mastered dodging sense. Still, he's improving. MC asks if Jackson was seriously counting. Odin says training is nice, but they need to focus, the enemy is coming. He says good, that means it's time to leave. They lure the pursuers deeper into the forest, with Andrew and Mac running too. Kras is being carried by Odon and says he had doubts these lunatics could pull off the mission, but now he has nothing to worry about. As they move farther into the woods, Rem asks why they don't just turn around and grind these idiots down. Encred refuses, then yanks Ragna back when he starts drifting off. Even after Ragna insists it's a shortcut, the protagonist still says no. Kras admits he honestly didn't expect himself to lead them this well. He didn't even know he had it in him. When they finally stop, MC says the pursuit is over for now, so they can make camp here. After that loop where he learned Heart of the Superhuman, handling his squad got a lot easier. They follow his orders well now. Still, Remy's charge from this morning was on another level. Remy's actually been listening lately, and Encred wonders if he'd teach him that move if he gave the order, so he calls out and asks about the charge. Rem shuts him down right away, saying he needs to rethink the question. He points out that Rem never refused to teach him before. Rem says wanting to learn is fine, but the protagonist is missing something important. That's when Encred gets it. He admits he hadn't thought of that, he got too used to ordering people around. But growth handed to you by someone else stays shallow. He needs to return to the basics. Rem smiles, glad he finally understands. Rem adds that if MC figures it out on his own, it'll mean more. MC sits there thinking hard about the skill. The next day, they're on the move again. Andrew is wiped. Keeping up this pace for so long makes him feel like he could pass out any second. He expected the maniacs to be fine, but even Christ keeping up this well surprises him. And then there's the boss. Encred definitely wasn't this strong when Andrew first met him, so how did he get so much better this fast? Andrew lets out a tired sigh. It's frustrating, but it also makes him want to grow stronger himself. Mac notices the fire in him. Ever since he came into Andrew's life as his father's friend, Mac stayed by his side. He did it for the friend he lost when House Andrew Gardner fell. Mac always saw Andrew as a kid, but not anymore. Now he can feel that something big is coming. He gets emotional realizing Andrew may really rebuild their house. Encred then tells Rem he thinks he figured out the charge. It used Heart of the Superhuman to boost the leg muscles and burst forward. Rem says that's good, so he really can work things out if he thinks. Now he should test it himself, and he agrees. Then Pen tells everyone to stop and look ahead. The next base sits between two cliffs. That means their escape can be cut off fast, but it's also the perfect place for an ambush. Encred says it's obviously a trap. Kreise agrees, they're probably hoping the group avoids this route. Then they can push them onto another path and kill them there. But the moment Kreise mentions the claw of the hawk, the others perk up. He can only stare, amazed they're ignoring the danger again. The protagonist wonders if they should play along. Ragna says they should just crush the enemy already. It's annoying, and he wants sleep. He says he's thinking the same. Still, if the trap fails, the hawk will arrive even sooner. Since there are a lot of armed soldiers inside, they should all go in together. Chrissy asks if that includes him, but MC tells him no. He'll stay back with Penn, Andrew, and Mac as guards. They agree, and Chrissy is clearly relieved. Encred tells the rest to get ready, and they move in. Inside, a familiar face appears, the Greyhound. This is the last chance he's been given. His job is to help the Claw of the Hawk hunt down the guerrilla force, wrecking their rear bases. For the famed Aspen elites, having to support one soldier is humiliating, but he has to accept it if he wants to rise again. Then his men shout that the guerrillas are here. He can't believe they really walked into such an obvious trap. Then he spots Encred, and is stunned to learn he's part of the guerrilla force. He just looks confused. He asks Rem if he knows the guy. Rem shoots back, asking why he'd ask him. The protagonist says he doesn't remember that face at all, and Rem tells him his memory sucks. The Greyhound calls him insolent and says it doesn't matter. Remember him or not, Encred is dying here. He'll be the stepping stone for the Greyhound's return. The Greyhound rushes in, and MC draws one blade and catches the attack. The Greyhound recognizes it at once. It's Mitch's sword. Then Encred remembers, this was the man guarding the flag in the fog of annihilation. The Greyhound says that memory won't save him, and slashes from the side. He knocks it away, forcing the man's arm back. He remembers a time when this was someone he could only run from. Now he wants to test himself against him, and see how much stronger he's become. Another man steps up and says they've got history, but it won't matter once they wipe them all out. He walks toward Rem and the others and gets ignored so hard it makes him snap. He charges, but Rem stops the blow cold. Rem tells him to shut up. They're watching something. The Greyhound thrusts straight at Encred's head. The protagonist reads it, sidesteps, and cuts open his back. Jackson notes the dodge came 0.1 seconds after the attack was read, barely acceptable. Jackson says that reaction time is passable, but only just. Using his momentum, the Greyhound turns right back in. Encred draws his second sword and blocks with both blades. Ragnar points out that he drew and blocked at the same time. Little by little, MC is learning to fight with two swords, but with both hands on one weapon, the Greyhound still has more raw power. He overpowers Encred and sends one sword flying. Odon says that'll be another stone added to his training. He didn't have the strength to stop it one-handed. The protagonist regains his footing, just as the Greyhound charges again, mocking him for trying to use two swords. MC barely hears him. His heart is pounding too fast, and Rem grins. This is what he was waiting for. Heart of the superhuman. Encred pushes it higher, throws his arms up to cut the wind, and bursts forward like Rem did so fast the Greyhound never saw it coming. He can't counter it, so he's forced to block. But the moment their weapons meet, his blade starts to chip, and while he only has one sword, Encred has two. He drives the second one straight through the man's throat. The Greyhound falls backward and bleeds out on the ground. His soldiers can only stare. Their commander just lost. Rem bursts out laughing, saying he knew Heart of the Superhuman fit Encred perfectly. Raja and Odon admit that was actually impressive. Jackson, of course, says nothing. Ram lifts his axe and says it's time to finish the rest. His weapon wants to celebrate with blood. The soldiers rush in, shouting that they'll show what the Greyhounds can do. One swings an iron club down and Odon blocks it with his bare arm. He says the man's bravery earned him a direct trip to God. Then he brings his hammer down on the soldier's skull, crushing the helmet and killing him on the spot. Andrew watches in shock. He can't believe Odon blocked that with his body. What is this guy made of? Penn says he's exactly her type, and clearly more than capable. Rem raises his axe and swings at a soldier's hammer, but Ragnar cuts in with a wide slash, forcing Rem to dodge. Rem curses him out, asking if he was trying to hit him too. While they bicker, the soldier tries to finish it, but Ragnar dodges and drives his blade through the man's shoulder and throat, saying it's too bad he missed the first time. Rem says Ragnar will pay for that, but another soldier leaps at him from behind, and Rem instantly chops off the man's arm and head, saying he'll deal with Ragnar soon enough. Ragnar asks if he's too scared to do it now. Rem tells Odon to warn his god that a new friend is coming soon. Odon says God doesn't want him, and Kreese tells them this is not the time. The soldiers try to surround them while they're distracted, but before they can move, blades are already leaving their throats. Jackson drops 8 men in a flash, then calls them idiots. And Kreese says there's no need to kill everyone. Most of them already can't fight. Then something stirs in the bushes. Jackson notices it first, just as an arrow shoots in. He knocks it aside with his dagger. When it lands, they recognize the arrow. It came from the claw of the hawk. And Crit asks if he's finally here, and Jackson says yes. Rem asks if he knows the difference between a sharpshooter and a hunter. A hunter is way more fun, especially if the hunt is with an axe. The protagonist asks what he's getting at. Rem says they got a gift, so now it's time to return one. Then he starts climbing the cliff like a wild animal. Penn asks if they really let him do stuff like this. Crazy says he probably won't die, so just leave him. Andrew says they need to move. If the enemy sends more men, staying here will get them targeted. Ankrit agrees. They can distract whoever's left, then pull out. So they set the camp on fire. MC says this is becoming a habit. Penn asks what he means, and the answer is obvious. He's turning into a little arsonist. From the cliff above, the claw of the hawk says the smoke is blocking his view. One soldier says the enemy is out of sight now and asks what they should do. The answer is simple: chase them. As the group edges sideways along the cliff, Encred thinks Rem's move was unexpected, but not a bad plan. Since Rem is going after the Claw and the Claw is chasing them too, they decide to use themselves as bait and pull his focus. The terrain could give away what they're planning, but they picked this spot because it's hard to shoot into from any angle. While the group waits pressed against the cliff, Ragnar finds a crack to curl up in and he tells Rem to hunt however he wants. Out in the forest, Rem does just that, saying it brings back old memories. He used to be a great hunter, and his tribe expected big things from him. He left and can never go back, but this is enough to stir up those memories again. And ever since he first met him, the Claw has been nothing but prey. As Rem sneaks up behind the group, he casually talks to himself about those old days, and then one man's head suddenly goes flying. The others realize too late that it's a trap, and they shout as they scatter in every direction. Rem ignores all of that. His only target is his prey, and he cuts down anyone in his way. He hacks through one soldier's side, and before that body even drops, takes another man's head. The soldier nearest the Claw starts screaming, and all the Claw hears is his man getting torn apart. He grits his teeth, shocked he never even heard that barbarian coming. But by then, Rem has already closed in and swings. The Claw snarls that he's supposed to be the hunter, not the hunted, and fires an arrow. Remilths his axe and splits the shot clean down the middle, then buries the axe in his shoulder and drops him to the ground. Remilth tells him to quit the nonsense and stand back up. It's been a while since his last hunt, and this one was way too dull. When the Claw raises his own arrow, fear flashes across his face right before Rem drives it through his chest. Remilth calls it pathetic. He wanted the man to suffer longer, but this was still enough to wake up his hunting instincts. Then he notices he was acting like Encred, wondering if staying by his side too long rubbed off on him. The protagonist fully accepts that he has no talent, so he always looks for ways to get better. If Rem took that same mindset, accepting himself and improving step by step, he wonders how far he could go, and the fire in his eyes starts coming back. He admits he doesn't know if the choice he made means anything, and maybe it means nothing at all, but he still wants to try. Just like his boss, it's his turn to chase growth. After the platoon takes down the Claw of the Hawk, the story shifts to the tall grass fields, where a knight stands waiting. Across from him is an aspen knight. The Gnolian knight kneels, then bursts forward and swings straight at the other's helmet. The blow is blocked, but the impact alone sends a wave through the field and catches Encred's attention. Even from far away, he hears it. Jackson points out those at the front aren't full knights. They're squires. MC says he wants to watch. Remilth says he wants to head over, but he says no. Winning matters more, and by Kreis's plan, Marcus and his men should reach Crossguard soon. Back at the Aspen camp, everyone panics, yelling that the enemy is at their gates and they can't let Crossguard fall. Some want to send part of the night force back. Avner says the city already has troops, so they should stay focused here, but they snap at him, asking what a dumb peasant could know. He understands no one will listen while nobles are in charge. Even losing a few knights shifts the whole battle, which means the war is over, so he orders his men to return to the capital. At Crossguard, a man on the wall asks where the enemy is. He says they're right over the hill, but when he looks, no one is there. Marcus explains the whole plan was to fake an attack on Crossguard. Once the Aspens sent troops back, that was enough, because their knights would seize that opening. With the enemy spread out, they couldn't stop their force, and the squires cut through them easily. Marcus says this single plan won them a huge victory, all thanks to the lunatics. After that loss, the Aspens had taken too much damage to keep fighting. They asked for an armistice, and offered the land around the tall grass fields, and Nalili accepted. Back in the city, the gates open and spring has arrived. The long war with the Aspens is finally over, and everyone can breathe again. Encred says it's been 10 days since they returned to Border Guard. Most soldiers have gone soft, only doing the bare minimum, but he refuses to live that way. He still has battles to study and skills to sharpen. Then a soldier comes up and asks for training. Introducing himself as Paul, a low-ranking man, Encred recognizes him as one of the few who kept training like he did. He says Paul seems familiar and asks why him, since he's never taught anyone and doesn't think he can give good advice. Paul still asks him to do it, his eyes burning with passion. Even the protagonist can see that fire. He can't ignore it because it reminds him of himself, so he agrees to spar with him. While they train, Radya nearly falls asleep standing up. Encred rushes in with one sword, and the sound of Paul hitting the ground wakes Radya. MC tells Paul his legs need more strength, but Paul asks to go again. Radya is shocked he is actually teaching someone. He should be decent at it since he learned from a great teacher like Radya, but he forgot the basics, so Radya says he'll remind him later. As the training goes on, Encred remembers something an instructor once told him. To improve, you first need to know where you stand. After being surrounded by platoon members far stronger than him, he's finally facing someone weaker, and now he can clearly see his own level and what still needs work. He'd been chasing flashy techniques for too long, and now he goes back to the basics, tightening his form. Ragnar notices right away Encred figured it out and fixed it. That starts to fire Ragnar up too. Ramos asks what he said, and tells Aura that Ragnar must be possessed, since he keeps muttering. Aura says people aren't possessed that easily. He's probably praying. Aura asks what God said, and Ragnar tells him to piss off. Rem laughs that those are pretty harsh words from a god. The two start bickering until Aura tells them to stop acting like idiots. Encred says they're at it again, and Jackson points out they have a lot of people watching. The protagonist jumps a little since he didn't notice Jackson there. Jackson says the crowd is pretty lively and asks if he's really been training his senses. MC doesn't get it, so Jackson explains the eyes aren't on those idiots, they're on him. Nearby low-ranking soldiers are all jealous of Paul. They're sick of wasting away, and now they think if they train, they can improve and maybe become like Encred too. Soon it's time for the announcements, and Marcus walks onto the stage. He says the man who went from leading the losers to leading the lunatics has become a model soldier through constant growth and a war hero everyone knows. He called both nobles and soldiers of Border Guard here to honor the ones who mattered most in this war and made the biggest difference. If he has to explain who that is, then their heads aren't even fit to hold a helmet. Some nobles are shocked by how blunt he is, but Marcus says those fools may not understand, while the soldiers absolutely do. Then Marcus shouts that the man who led them to victory is the lunatic. No, platoon leader Encred. He thinks back to the last time he stood on this stage, when he broke the spell. Back then people looked at him with disgust. Now the crowd falls silent instead. Marcus says he spent a long time thinking about what reward a soldier like the protagonist would want, so he prepared something special, a gift he put real thought into. He opens a chest and Encred realizes it's a royal dagger. Marcus explains that this blade is given by the royal family to those who gave them great service. It's a symbol of honor and gives its owner the right to be welcomed by the royal household at any time. Encred sees the dagger is covered in decorative engravings, but as a weapon it means little. Even so, he finally understands what honor feels like as the crowd chants his name again and again. He realizes a knight who only chases strength is no different from a mercenary. A true knight needs honor as well as skill. He clenches his fist and lifts it high, saying, "This is what defines them all." He knows this moment will be the first step toward becoming a knight and one he'll never forget. Rem grumbles that he fought too, so why is only Encred up there? Boris says it's like the gods themselves are answering the cheers. The noise keeps going and Randa asks if they can leave already. Andrew starts yelling too, calling MC amazing while crying his eyes out. Marcus says he's glad he likes the reward, but he shouldn't be satisfied yet. Marcus also prepared a personal gift for him and he'll see it soon. Encred wonders what that could be when Marcus suddenly shouts that there will be a banquet. He brought the best wine and everyone can drink until they drop. The nobles mutter again that he's too harsh, but the protagonist can tell Marcus is just fired up. A banquet sounds pretty good to him. And that night, everyone gets completely wasted. Rem is having the time of his life. Encred asks Ragna why he's not drinking, and Ragna says his taste is too refined for this. Rem splashes beer at him and tells him to quit whining and drink. Ragna fires back that he won't touch anything. A filthy barbarian likes. Then Odon dumps a whole keg over both of them and tells them to behave. Rem says they should just toss Ragna into the barrel already, while Ragna only complains about being sticky. Encred jokes that if the wine were bad, he'd crack some skulls, but everyone's having a great time. Then he realizes Jackson is nowhere around, though this kind of party never seemed like his thing anyway. When Esther climbs onto him, MC says he'd rather be training with his sword than sitting at a feast. Pen walks up and asks if he's thinking about training again. She tells him to relax for once and have a drink with her. Then the ferry commander shows up. She heads straight for Encred without stopping. With a teasing smile, she says he's got another woman making her heart race. What a terrible man. He tells her to go to hell and everyone instantly shouts at him for being so cold. Her eyes even look hurt so much that even Pen is shocked. Encred defends himself, saying he didn't do anything and her eyes just sparkle like that. Esther cuts in, saying she gets it now. While everyone else is trying to help someone, he's just sitting here flirting around. Then she headbutts him. The others laugh that even the leopard is jealous, and Encred's charm works across species now. Poor Vengeance groans that after Jenny, now this too, he can't take it anymore. He says he'll show the protagonist what he can do. MC just smiles and Vengeance immediately realizes he messed up. He says this is exactly what he wanted. Vengeance instantly shoves his sword back in its sheath and gives up, but the others push him forward anyway. Soon they're cheering for a fight, and Crid spots a chance to make money, so he starts taking bets. A man walks up to the ferry commander and says it looks like everyone's here. He adds that this is the guy he wanted to introduce to Encred. The man is clearly taken with her. She says the protagonist is usually posted at the border, so he probably hasn't met many of the battalion's famous people. Still, they picked the wrong moment. Right now, MC only cares about sparring. The crowd starts yelling at Vengeance to give their money back. Encred says if they think fighting him is unfair, then this still isn't enough. Once he gets started, he only wants to fight more. If he's going to spar, he wants someone stronger. So he turns toward the ferry commander, but she immediately shakes her head. Then he looks at the man who came with her, but that guy is too drunk and too busy staring at her anyway. Encred asks why no one wants to duel him. Cries says nobody's as crazy as he is. Meanwhile, Mac asks Andrew if he's really doing this. Andrew says yes, this is how he'll prove himself. Odon and the others turn to look, shocked to see Andrew step forward next. Encred doesn't look upset at all. As Andrew draws his blade, he says he taught him what it means to never give up. He always dreamed of restoring his family name like his mother wanted, but his own weakness made him nervous and impatient. To someone like him, the protagonist charging straight at his goal became both a role model and someone he truly respected. Andrew tells him he even asked his commander for a duel, and he's been training too. He won't fall behind, and he'll prove it right here, right now. Encred takes in the wind. He says people claim the spring breeze carries mana, and this wind feels like the start of something new. Looking up at the moon, he says tonight really is perfect for a fight, and he accepts Andrew's challenge. He'll face him with everything he has. Andrew looks nervous, but excited too. Andrew attacks first. Encred blocks and reminds him of what happened before, when Andrew said he could take command if he beat him. Embarrassed, Andrew tells him to quit bringing that up. That was in the past. Encred agrees, then swings and knocks Andrew's sword up. Andrew says he's changed now. Encred answers, of course. From the side, Rem yells at him to stop taking it easy, since their squad leader never lets up. Andrew strikes down again and he blocks. He can tell Andrew's old arrogance is gone, replaced by caution and experience. Andrew sets his blade then thrusts, but the protagonist slips under it. He really is different now, and not just Andrew. Their bond has changed too, along with their level. Encred counters and Andrew manages to block, but the force alone drives him backward to the ground until he loses it completely and gets launched away. After rolling, Andrew pushes himself back up. Encred reaches out a hand, waiting for him to take it. Instead, Andrew says he's leaving. MC stays quiet. Andrew says it's time for House Andrew Gardner to rise again, and if he ever comes to the capital, he can stay at his manor. Though with the royal dagger, he could probably stay at the palace too. Encred ruffles his hair and says he's looking forward to that. Andrew fights back tears, then smiles and says he can't wait either. Ragna asks Mac if he's going with Andrew, but finds Mac crying his eyes out instead. Ragna calls it disgusting, while Mac wonders when Andrew grew up so much. Odon tells Mac to wipe his tears, then grabs Rem's hair, which grosses Ragna out and makes Rem mad. Andrew tells Rem not to bully Mac, but Rem snaps back that he's the one getting messed with. Encred says the party will keep going all night with no regrets. He tells Andrew and Mac to enjoy their last night hanging out with the boys like this. By sunrise, Andrew and Mac climb onto a wagon bound for the capital. They look wrecked after the whole platoon messed with them all night, and both cried plenty. Still, next time they meet, Andrew will be a noble house head, so it wasn't a bad send-off. Even after the feast, Encred doesn't skip morning training. It's a promise to himself and part of his path to becoming a knight. Marcus finds him there and says he really does come out every morning. The protagonist greets him, then notices who's behind him, the frog and the squire who fought on the front lines. Marcus reminds him he promised a personal gift and tells him to watch. The squire immediately lowers herself, settling into a sprinter's stance. Encred realizes what's about to happen just as she bursts forward. Trailing a red aura, she jumps straight at him. MC blocks her strike while the frog begins studying the fight. The squire is impressed he stopped it and says she wants to see what else he can do. Then she unleashes a storm of thrusts at his head, and Encred feels only one thing: death. Blades seem to come at him from everywhere. In his mind, his whole body is pierced, his arms are cut off, and his head is severed. Every one of those blades tells him the same thing: step back and live, stay forward and die. But to Encred, death is just another step forward. So he calmly chooses death. He forces himself ahead. Every instinct screams at him to run, but he refuses to leave his dream as just a dream. Even if he dies hundreds or thousands of times, one step closer is enough. If he can't walk, he'll crawl. When Encred actually pushes a full step forward, the squire is truly shocked. That's when the frog speaks up, saying this is enough, and stops the fight. The squire admits she's never seen anyone like him. He endured all of that without even being able to control it himself. Taking off her helmet, she says one more moment and he really would have died. Encred asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Asia, a proto-knight. His vision starts to blur, and he falls backward right into Jackson's arms before passing out. The others are ready to jump in, and Rem says being a proto-knight doesn't mean she can just get away with this. Asia only asks who they are as she stares them down. The frog is just as surprised, wondering how people like them are here. The barbarian in front, the quiet one, and the big idiot, they're all incredibly gifted. She's especially interested in the swordsman at the back, saying the blonde hair and red eyes make him look like he might be from the north. He seems half asleep, but the way he holds his sword excites her enough to start ribbiting. Marcus tells them to calm down because it's not what they think. Asia realizes these are the lunatics, and says the name fits. Rem asks what the hell they're talking about. Then Marcus asks the frog if Encred can become a knight, shocking everyone. Now they understand what this was about. Marcus brought Asia because the frog can judge someone's talent and tell if Encred has what it takes. That was Marcus's real gift. But sadly she says it's impossible. His limits are too clear, and getting this far is already impressive. Instead, she's more curious about Ragna, asking if he's interested. Ragna answers with a hard no, and she says she heard these lunatics only follow their leader, which seems true. Turning down the Red Cape Knight order is insane. Asia tells Marcus she did him the favor he asked for, and he thanks her. She then tells the frog it's time to leave, but the frog wants to stay. Asia asks why, and Marcus asks if she really will. She says she has a request. Asia assumes it's about the blonde one again, since frogs always chase whatever catches their interest, but the frog says she's more interested in Encred. He endured her aura and even stepped forward, something she's never seen before. She says if he ever awakens that power, he'll become a monster. but if it were easy, anyone could be a knight. As they carry Encred away, Vengeance starts brooding. He'd heard a commotion while standing guard, but what he just saw left him stunned. The protagonist's dream of becoming a knight was never a secret. Everyone in the battalion knew it. That's what bothers Vengeance. MC always held his head high no matter what people said, but hearing impossible from someone who already became a knight even for Encred, that had to hit hard. Vengeance decides to check on him. So he heads to the barracks and knocks. Rem greets him with, "Ugly, what are you doing here?" Vengeance snaps back, asking if he has to call him that. Rem shrugs and asks what he wants. Then Vengeance freezes when he spots the frog sitting next to Encred. She asks what he wants, and he's too confused to answer. Everyone's acting way too normal. Their leader's dream, the one all of them followed him for, had just been crushed. He thought him would be devastated. Then the protagonist starts waking up. He asks where he is, and the frog says it's about time. Robert bluntly tells him they said he'd never become a knight, not even if hell froze over. Vengeance quickly covers Rem's mouth and tells him to stop. Encred just asks if that's really what happened. Vengeance says MC doesn't need to pretend he's fine, but he cuts in, asking what he's even talking about. Robert gets mad about having his mouth covered. Encred says he's heading out to train, and Rem stares at him. Right now, the protagonist says he can't waste time. He already missed morning training because he passed out. Once he leaves, Ragna wakes up and asks if MC really went out. Then he says he's going too. The frog follows, saying this looks interesting, and Vengeance can't understand how he is so calm. Rem says it's simple. Bro's just stubborn. Odd adds that Encred would act the same way, even if a real knight had said it instead of a frog. Jackson says stubborn is one way to put it. Persistent sounds nicer. Vengeance can't believe the protagonist shows no despair at all, no sign of giving up. That's why nobody could ever talk him out of anything, and now Vengeance feels dumb for worrying. Rem asks if he's coming, and Vengeance says yeah, he should train too. He doesn't want to fall behind Encred. Outside, MC is doing one-arm push-ups. He says Aisha's power and that storm of blades opened his eyes. That wasn't normal killing intent. It was something else. The frog asks if he wants to know what Aisha used. Encred guesses it's intimidation, and asks if that's the name for it. Ragna starts walking forward and asks what separates knights from the rest of them. Many people break past their limits and dream of knighthood, but they can never become knights until they understand this power. Only 1 in 10,000 can learn it. It's a strange power that doesn't work for everyone. The frog warns that hearing all this might make him give up, but Encred only asks what the power actually is. She's surprised he's still this interested. He says he has to know, and the frog explains that Aisha's intimidation was one part of it. Ragna says the general name for the powers knights use to go beyond human limits is will. He says will is the strength of one's own mind. You could call it willpower, but it's humanity's greatest ability. To use it, a person has to reach their limits, break past them, and truly grasp how it works. Then he stops, saying the protagonist will have to find the rest himself. The protagonist asks what he means, but Ragna says he can't explain yet. When MC asks if that means he doesn't know, the frog says will appears differently in each person. The way to awaken it is unique for everyone. Still, none of that matters until he breaks past his own limits. Ragna says that's the point, so the protagonist asks what he has to do. The frog says only he can answer that. A person can't know their limit until they reach it, but there is one thing he can do now. Before she can finish, Encred grabs his sword and says he gets it. He'll keep doing what he's been doing until he drops dead. The frog gets excited and says, in her opinion, that still won't work. A frog's talent sensing is almost instinct, sharpened by experience. She's seen countless humans, and she says no frog is better than her at judging talent. She looks at 2 things. First, whether someone has real talent. Second, whether they have the drive to keep going. Usually the second doesn't matter if the first one is missing. But with Encred, no matter how many times she checks, his will is stronger than anyone else's. His conviction is on another level. He's a mystery. Maybe he's will itself in human form. Then she says, frogs live to chase their deepest urges. Some spend their lives seeking pure strength. Others chase love. What she wants most is to study the unknown, so she tells Encred she'll stay with him. He holds out a hand and asks for her name. She says it's Lua Garnet, and she can't help being drawn to someone as strange as him. That night, in the mess hall, people at every table keep staring, because the lunatics now have a frog with them. Vengeance asks if she really decided to stay, and his men crowd around asking what is going on and why a frog is eating with them. They all swarm him until he tells them to back off. Rem calls them uncultured, and Jackson says that's funny coming from him. Rem tries to stab him with a fork, but Jackson dodges. That kicks off a utensil fight, and Kreese calls both of them uncultured. Luagarn says she's already judged all of them. Every one of the 4 is insanely gifted. They've all gone past their limits. If they awakened their will, they could have become knights too, but luck matters as well. Bond asks why MC isn't stopping them, and MC says they're fine. She says he must be blind. He says they don't hide things from each other. They're close enough that they probably won't kill each other, and the fight will settle down on its own. She questions that since Ragna is drawing his sword and Rem has his axes ready, but Jackson suddenly asks Luagarni where she plans to stay. She says somewhere near the protagonist. An axe comes flying, and Encred knocks it away with his sword. Rem says that's his spot, and she better not steal it. Luagarni just says they really are all crazy. MC apologizes for him, but Luagarni says it's fine. She's more forgiving toward people who look good. He says he heard frogs care about looks, and Bond agrees, saying they're all very handsome. Luagarn says Bond gets a pass too, and asks what he wants to know. Smiling, he says he wants to duel her. She asks if he's serious after training all day. Encred says he'll train again after the duel, and she calls him the craziest one there. Bond agrees, but Luagarn says anyone else would be dead tired after what he did today. His mindset is far beyond most people's, and she wonders what he'd become if he awakened his will. The protagonist says he's just being practical, while Bond calls him delusional. Luagarn says she never wastes time on people she sees no potential in, but she'll entertain him for now. She takes off her robe, pulls out a whip, and warns him she won't hold back. Encred looks at her and grins, saying he's into that. Then the story shifts to the Principality of Aspen. In a noble's room, Avner says it was foolish to expect a total victory, but even with all his planning, he never thought he'd lose outright. He drums his fingers on the table, frustrated, and says the chain of defeats started with Mitch's death. Then the taunts failed, and their giant was killed. At the center of it all was one soldier, the lunatic's platoon leader. The war isn't over yet. Once the armistice ends, Aspen will move again. But if that soldier interferes another time, Avner doesn't know what to do. The Greyhounds already sent one assassin after him. It seems strange to spend so much on a low-ranking officer, but now that seems like the answer, so he'll contact the swamps of Monterey, the assassin guild controlled by Aspen's Crown. They've never failed a mission. In the name of Aspen's Crown, he orders them to kill the soldier called Encred. Back at the mess hall, an assassin watches from outside and peers through the window. He lifts his knife and whispers, "Target confirmed," but Jackson suddenly appears beside him and presses a blade to his throat, asking who he is. The scene jumps to Aspen's outskirts. At one of the Monterey Guild's hideouts, a man slams his hand on the table and demands to know if they've lost contact with another assassin. That makes more than 5. One of his men says someone keeps picking them off. They even sent an intermediate assassin this time, and he still got taken down before he could do anything. The leader says the order came straight from Aspen's Crown, and since the guild serves that same crown, failing this job could put their future at risk. That leaves only one team for the mission, the best killers in the guild, the Locks brothers, and this time they have to finish it. The next day in town, people greet Encred like a hero and ask if he's out on patrol. They keep trying to hand him gifts because many of their loved ones were saved by him in the war, and he ended the fighting fast enough that fewer people had to suffer. Even the shoemaker asks if he likes the shoes. Nearby, one assassin hides on the ground while another waits above. A third assassin waits on the second floor. The two above strike together, throwing poison needles while the one on the ground moves in. But the pair overhead drop fast, daggers knock them both out. At the same time, the man below feels a wire snap around his neck, and Encred turns at the noise, but sees nothing. As that assassin is dragged into an alley, one of the brothers realizes who's behind this. The same guy who's been ruining their jobs. He jumps in, but Jackson slips past the attack. He loops the wire around his throat too and slams him to the ground. Then the one from the second floor rushes out. He bursts from the building, ready to fire another poison needle, but the shot is sliced apart and a wire closes around his throat. Then Encred steps into the alley and asks what he's doing there. Jackson says these drunk fools almost got hit in the street, so he moved them out of the way. MC catches the smell of booze and asks if he'd really help strangers like that. Jackson asks if that's a problem, but Encred just says no and leaves. Left alone, Jackson mutters that he needs to keep getting stronger, and he won't let these idiots block that. The problem is, the assassins keep improving, and just like before, more of them keep showing up. That finally pisses him off. Who do they think they are, messing around in his territory? So he heads to the red light district in the slums, then goes up to the second floor of a packed inn, where a woman is waiting. She turns the moment he walks in, and he tells her he left 3 bodies in the market, covered with alcohol to hide it. She bows and reports they're from the swamps of Monterey, asking what he wants done. Jackson says to get rid of them their way, then starts to leave. She sighs, asking why he's always so cold. Then she looks out the window as men arrive and orders them to follow his command. She also tells them to send a warning to the swamps of Monterey. Later, the Monterey Guild leader is staring at the 3 brothers' heads when she declares she's done playing around. Any assassin entering the city from now on will be killed by them. She's clearly planning something big. Later, Abner gets a report from the Monterey Guild leader and asks if it truly can't be done. The answer is no. Encred is protected by people far above their level. They may be strong in Aspen, but those guards are among the continent's best. Abner realizes the assassin plan is over, so he cancels his request. If the protagonist really is that special, then he'll meet him again on the battlefield. 3 months pass, and the soldiers complain that the heat is so bad they feel tired doing nothing. Still, Encred hasn't missed a single day of training. That makes them realize his strength was never luck, and one of them wonders how much stronger all this work has made him. Rem calls it bullshit. Rajna says it's weird. He taught him everything right. Aura prays and says his brother is cursed. Even Jackson looks irritated. Luagarn starts to wonder if she was wrong, but decides she wasn't. He really is as untalented as he seems. She tells Encred he's hit a wall. He just smiles and says that's not true. In his mind, he's moving ahead in huge steps. They can't see. Funny enough, all their protection may be slowing him down. Without it, he might have climbed faster even if it would have been brutal. The next morning, while everyone else is still asleep, Kraz lies in bed trying to figure out a strange letter tucked in a book. He's muttering loudly enough for Luogarn to hear, so she walks over, yanks the sheet off him, and asks why he's making so much noise and talking to himself. Kraz shows her the writing and asks if she can read it. As sunlight starts to cross the mountains, Encred jolts awake and announces it's time for morning training. Even while he's doing lunges with rocks, everyone agrees he doesn't seem to be improving. Jackson says Encred probably knows he's stuck too, yet he still looks happy. Rackham wonders what goes on in his head. He may act like the dumbest one there, but he's probably one of the smartest. A soldier walks over and says someone wants him. MC asks who, and the man says Marcus is calling. Marcus says he has a mercenary job for him. He wants him to wipe out a colony near a frontier town. Marcus explains that outside the city summer is dangerous. Monsters and beasts spread fast. Once enough gather and a leader appears, they become a colony that can threaten a whole town. A large one was found near the frontier, so he'll put Encred in charge of the town's defense and have him clean it up. The protagonist returns to the barracks and Penn asks if he's really going. She points out that like back at Crossguard, he's carrying a ton of weapons. He says it's better to be ready. Luogarn agrees. Against a large colony, that much gear makes sense. Creasy adds that even stupid ghouls are dangerous in big groups. Looking over the request, Encred says it would be nice to have whistle daggers, but they're too rare to replace right now, so it can't be helped. Jackson keeps staring at him, and then Creasy realizes what's going on and suddenly shouts. He says he has to come too, eyes lighting up like money. Encred asks what's wrong with him and tells him to get off, but Creasy says this is the chance of a lifetime. There's hidden treasure where that frontier town is. It's supposed to be the lost wealth of the legendary trader Dolph from over 100 years ago. MC recognizes it at once. It's the same map he picked up on the last battlefield. Creasy explains that anyone who deals with treasure knows the story. Dolph's riches must be in an old dungeon, and if it's that old, the traps probably don't even work anymore. They just need to find it. Penn says she can't read any of it, and Encred agrees that it looks like some ancient script. Luogarn says she already helped Kreis with it. Because she's a scholar and old writing is easy for her. Everyone stares, shocked that a battle-crazy frog is a scholar, even Penn. Luogarn tells them not to judge people like that. Kreis asks if he can come explore it with them. Encred agrees as long as it doesn't take too much time. And Kreis starts yelling. He tells everyone they're leaving tomorrow morning, so they should get ready. Rem says he's not going. Ora says God isn't showing him the way this time, and Ragnar just wants to sleep in. Jackson says he has things to take care of. Kreis can't believe it. They're usually always ready to tag along with Encred. Penn worries whether they'll be fine with so few people, but Luogarn says she'll go. She has no reason to stay without him anyway, and Esther jabs her in the side. Kreis says they'll be fine with the frog along and everyone should start packing. But Encred is still thinking, looking at the people staying behind. Even so, Marcus gave him this mission, so he has to leave. When it's finally time, Luogarn tells him they need to go. Kreis asks if the panther is really coming too. She growls at him and he notes she really doesn't like him. Just as the protagonist is about to go, Jackson stops him and hands over a package. Encred asks what's inside, and Jackson says whistle daggers, then tells him not to ask where they came from. MC asks if this is what kept him busy yesterday, and Jackson says he'll need all the help he can get. Rem and the others just watch as Encred prepares to leave. Now he gets it. He says he knows why they're doing this and smiles, telling them he'll see them when he gets back. Then it'll be even more fun. Rem still can't figure out what he's thinking, and even Roggan says there's no sign Encred's improving. Jackson answers that there were still moments when he got a lot better without anyone noticing. Ora says he believes in him at least. The others start wondering how he will surprise them this time, and how much stronger he'll get. Rem calls him odd, grabs his axe, and tells Roggan he wants a fight at least 50 rounds. Roggan agrees, but says not to blame him if Rem dies. Even Ora and Jackson decide to join in. Rem says it better be as fun as Encred promised, and they'll use the time to get stronger before he comes back. Since colonies draw nearby monsters and beasts, they expected the trip to the town to be rough, and the protagonist is already cutting monsters down. Luogarn and Kreis fight too, and they've run into more than 6 groups since setting out. Penn sighs, saying she was sure this was the right way. Encred tells her not to stress over it, they'll just keep going. By night they reach a thorny path. MC says this route probably won't have monsters and Penn should know the road, but he's wrong again, because more beasts come charging at them. Penn asks how this keeps happening, and he says they run into monsters no matter where they go. Luogarn says that's strange. Even with a colony nearby, this isn't Devil's Gate, so why are so many coming here? Encred explains that Devil's Gate is believed to be the source of monsters and beasts, a place humans can't reach. People think all monsters come from there, and this whole thing is giving him a bad feeling. When they finally reach the town, the leader greets them with dead-looking eyes. Encred says he's here for the mercenary job and asks about the colony. Another man says he'll explain the details, and though the town leader tells him to wait, he walks right past him. Kreisy seems to notice something. The man introduces himself as the captain of the town watch, Deitch Pullman. Encred starts to introduce himself too. But the man cuts him off and bluntly says they already dealt with the colony. He claims the town watch is made up of skilled mercenaries, so monsters don't stand a chance. He also brags about their wall, saying a local engineer built it. With defenses like that, he says no normal beast can get in, so the protagonist isn't needed here. He'll report the job is finished and Encred can leave. MC answers that he'll decide for himself when this is over. Craze steps in and says they've been on the road a long time, so they should rest before heading back. Deutsch Pullman agrees to give them rooms and calls for Hugo to take care of it. Hugo smiles and says he'll handle it, but Luagarn immediately feels something wrong. When Craze asks, she says she can't even stand looking at him and wants to smash his face in. Craze tells her to calm down, but she can feel something from him that's wrong, like one of them. She doesn't say more, and Hugo leads them to their rooms while Luagarn tells herself it must be a coincidence. Once they arrive, Craze says the watch was openly hostile. Encred asks why, and Craze explains that he came with authority over them, so Deutsch Pullman probably feels his control slipping. The protagonist says there's gotta be more to it than that. Penn asks Luagarn if she believes they really destroyed the colony, and Luagarn says probably not. Judging by how many monsters they met on the way, the colony is still out there, and dealing with it without the town's help will be hard. Encred tells her that really doesn't change anything. They'll do what they have to do. They ask how long he's going to keep training, and MC says there's still time. Then they wonder where he even found those rocks. Penn gets fed up and says she's going to sleep. Craze says he is too. Luagarn notices he's repeating the same training, even though he isn't getting better. But even so, she can't stop wondering what gives him that look, like he's always enjoying himself. She remembers someone else telling her training was fun, looking truly happy every time they swung their sword, and she never understood it. Then she tells Encred she'll help him for as long as he needs. She reveals that person was her lover. He lets the rocks fall from his hands. Luagarn says that back when she had the mental bond, the feelings shared between frogs and humans stayed the same, and if only her lover hadn't died to them. She asks Encred if he really thinks training is fun, and he says yes, of course. That answer makes her fall into memories of her dead lover. Elsewhere in town, the leader calls out to Deutsch Pullman, saying they've beaten back the beastward again and again, but there are still too many, and they need to accept help. Deutsch Pullman is clearly furious, saying that's out of the question. This is their town. Everyone here ran from corrupt nobles, and they built this place from nothing with their own hands. If they let outsiders step in over a few monsters, those city people will take over. He tells the leader not to worry. His men can handle it, and even now his trusted watchmen are guarding the walls. The leader asks if Hugo is on duty there, and Deutsch Pullman says yes. He says Hugo may be new, but he's reliable and capable. In truth, Hugo isn't on the tower at all. He's walking up to the watch and asking if anything's wrong. They say they're all set, and he smiles, telling them they can stop pretending and begin. By morning, a mass of glowing eyes gathers outside the city. The monster horde has arrived. The warning bell starts ringing, alerting everyone that the colony is attacking. A pack of gnolls rushes straight for the town. Luagarn says her feeling was right. The people here are cultists. And Hugo says everything they did was for their god trapped in Devil's Gate. A flashback shows what happened a little earlier. The chaos hit without warning. People were just going about their normal lives, and Encred was still training. Then the howls started, and everyone knew something was wrong. Soon the whole town reeked of blood. That's when the bell began to ring, and the townspeople tried to run, only to be torn apart by the gnolls. Deutsch Pullman rushed in, ordering the watch to protect the townsfolk. Encred quickly tells Craze and the others what's happening, then tells Luagarn they need to stop the monsters. She says she has to leave. She swore she'd kill every cultist who took her lover from her. She blasts straight through the house wall just as a gnoll lunges at Encred. More gnolls crash in, a group of 3 with even more behind them. The protagonist orders Penn to check the wall and tells both Craze and Esther to stay with him. As the gnolls close in, he steps forward and drives his blade out, piercing one gnoll through the chest, then shoving through hard enough to bowl the others over. He says he has to open a path. He survived a monster pack once before. Now he just has to keep dodging and force a way through, no matter what. He pushes his focus to the limit, just like last time. He steps on a gnoll's head, lifts his sword, and when they look up to strike, he brings it down and splits one clean in half. At the same time, others come in from the side. He slips away and notes that mutant gnolls are much bigger than the others, so this isn't like the lycanthrope fight. Worse, he can't see the end of the swarm. As the town watch gets slaughtered, he sees fear and hears screams everywhere. Even Deutsch Pullman is desperate, trying to save a child with a weapon that's already broken, but he still keeps fighting. He shoves the child away to give them a chance to run, then charges the horde alone. In only moments, the town built on hard work and hope is ripped apart by monsters. One mutant rushes Encred, and he tightens his grip on the sword, using Heart of the Superhuman to cut it down, then bursts past it and kills several gnolls at once. Esther says there's no way she can wipe out a horde this big with magic, unless she turns back into her human form first. Craze gets stabbed through the back of the throat. Esther turns, thinking that if only it weren't for her curse. She climbs onto a roof and says there's no other choice. If this keeps up, she'll just die here. So she leaves it behind and vows to avenge Encred. Hugo throws on a robe and heads for the rear exit, saying everything went just as planned and he needs to slip out the back. Of course, Luagarn is waiting for him, bursting through the wall to greet him. When she swings, a purple barrier blocks the hit, and she says she knew he was a cultist after all. Hugo points at her, and a dark purple orb forms at his fingertip, She stares it down as it flies right into her face. Back with Enkrid, a gnoll bites into his back, but he keeps moving, chops off the attacker's arm and kills another in front of him. He realizes his body is wrecked, and he can't even lift his arm anymore. Then he hears a child crying and spots one hiding under its mother. Too scared to even breathe, Enkrid understands right away. Somehow he has to protect that child. Then all the gnolls start stomping together and open a path. The colony's leader steps forward. The child forgets to breathe at all, frozen in terror. Enkrid calls the leader out and tells it to come at him. It charges straight in. The creature thrusts, but MC slips aside and tries to counter. He lifts his sword to bring it down, but the leader sidesteps the blow. Enkrid turns to continue, but he's too late. The colony leader already has its blade ready. It stabs right at his face. Thanks to his eye training, he barely dodges, though the blade still cuts across his face. The leader dashes past him and he turns for the next exchange. But then he realizes what just happened as his eyes turn bloodshot. The blade was poisoned. That means the others probably were too. The leader grins from ear to ear while the gnolls keep stomping and Enkrid starts coughing up blood. He collapses, choking on his own blood. He can't move because of the poison, but this still isn't the start of the day. As he keeps vomiting blood, he tries to crawl forward and realizes the leader is enjoying his pain instead of finishing him. To wipe out the colony, he has to kill that leader. Unlike normal gnolls with their short legs, this one is incredibly fast, and its blade is poisoned. Next time, he can't let it touch him even once, and he has no idea how he's supposed to manage that. As that thought hits him, he slips into the boatman's realm and wonders what one human can do against an overwhelming enemy force. Then he wakes in his bed and grabs his sword. He says he told Kryza Almond to stay behind him, but near the end he couldn't sense him anymore, so he probably died. He also sent Pen past the walls, and since she never came back, she likely died too. While the others are still asleep, Luagarn is awake and asks why he's fully armed so early. Instead, Enkrid asks what she knows about the cultists. She's surprised by the sudden question and says they're complete lunatics. Out of all the cults spreading across the continent, the worst is the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They see Devil's Gate as sacred land and worship the Demon of Sixes, then asks why he wants to know. Outside, Enkrid can already feel the gnolls attacking. As people scream, he tells Luagarn he has a bad feeling. He opens the door and pulls his sword. He says he doesn't know why cultists are here, but she clearly has history with them. Jumping overhead, Luagarn says she knew she felt cultists nearby yesterday. Enkrid says it'd be nice to have the frog with them, but he can't control her. A gnoll rushes an unarmed villager, and the protagonist jumps in first. He catches the axe with his blade and splits it apart, then drives his sword straight through the gnoll. The boatman's question rings in his head. What can one man do here? Pulling his blade free, Enkrid decides there's only one answer. Use everything he's gained so far. Krace and the others come out asking what's happening. Even Deutsch Pullman and his men step in to help defend the villagers. But they're stunned to see Enkrid already handling the gnolls. When 7 gnolls try to skewer him at once, he uses Heart of the Beast to slip under their strike, making them stab each other instead. Then he sharpens every sense he has, just like Jackson taught him, and hears a woman scream behind him. He pulls out his whistle dagger and throws it across the fight. It flies straight toward her, barely missing her before smashing into the gnoll's face and killing it. She turns in shock, just as another gnoll swings for Enkrid's head. He ducks under it and focuses hard, meeting the strike at one exact point to block it cleanly and draw the other gnoll's attention, pulling them away from the villagers and onto himself. Without breaking focus, he mixes in hand-to-hand combat too, kicking one gnoll back and cutting it in half while it's still airborne. He keeps going, tearing through them like a machine. Kreese is left staring, and the villagers start believing they might survive if Enkrid keeps this up. Even Deutsch Pullman admits they have a real chance with him here, then orders his men to back MC up. However they can, they charge the nearest gnolls, and the fight turns into a full brawl. Enkrid keeps swinging both swords, one opposite the other, so the gnolls can't even get close. The second they enter his reach, he cuts them to pieces. While he holds them back alone, the leader spots him from afar and realizes he's the real problem. The leader points its blade straight at Enkrid, ordering the others to bring him down. As the horde rushes him, the watchmen panic and start to flee. He feels death getting close as the boatman tells him this is his limit and to accept it.